So this is the Husqvarna Viking Quartz 29 sewing and embroidery machine. It's a brilliant machine because it's a combination of sewing and embroidery. Whether you're sewing everyday fabrics or tackling more complex embroidery designs, the Husqvarna Viking Quartz 29 offers a smooth, professional finish every time. It comes with 2 hoops, but one of the things that I love most about this is the 7-inch display, and you've got Wi-Fi as well as cloud storage with this one as well. You can access My Sew Net, which gives you the opportunity to add to the designs that you've got. You've got 180 built in, but you can buy more from the My Sew Net website if you choose to. It's also got over 200 sewing stitches in there. So lots of your utility stitches that you'd use on a daily basis, but also some decorative ones. And you can play around with those, you can flip them, you can change the length, change the width of them, and even make your own. So you've got 10 built-in fonts, and you get those in 3 different sizes. When you're in sewing mode, you've got 4 sewing fonts as well. So those are perfect if you're wanting to do things like your labels on the back of your quilts. With a wide selection of built-in stitches and embroidery patterns, the Quartz 29 is perfect for a range of projects. The intuitive interface, along with a large, vibrant display, makes it simple to navigate through the settings. If you download the My Sew Net app, you can monitor your embroidery while you're having a coffee. Its durable construction, combined with modern technology, ensures a sewing experience that is both enjoyable and productive, empowering you to bring your creative visions to life with ease.
Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, in Visualize Live.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Very excited for that Husqvarna show. You just saw the advert for it going out. We've got Hayley here. Going to demystify everything. If you missed the show back in January, because I believe we've only ever had it on once, it's the only Husqvarna machine that we've ever bought to you, and we are super excited that we have literally, well, very limited stock, I must stress. So if you know you've been waiting for today's show, I would be getting it on pre-order, because every single time that we've bought this machine, it has been extremely popular. So yes, we've got it back, and it is the final time, I believe, to get it for a long time, for sure. With the luggage. So if you know you want it in the bundle with the luggage, today's the day to get it. I will talk more about that with Hayley West. But first, we've got our amazing early bird. It's a good one. It really is. It's an essential. Hayley said, anyone who's not a sewer that's channel hopping might look at this and go, why is that a good one? Why is that? I mean, there's a gal in the corner like, ooh. Oh no, everybody knows that this is going to be perfect for your stash, of course. This is for everybody. I love the fact, you know, every now and then we do early birds that are for dressmakers or early birds that are for bag makers solely, but actually this is just for all of us. It is your vanilla 100% cotton quilting weight fabric, and I want to show you how much you are getting. You get 2 whole meters. It's got trapped under the desk. There's so much of it. Here we go. You're getting 2 whole meters, 112 wide, cut into 2 meter bundles. So if you are multi-buying on this, they will come as 2 meter cut pieces. Get ready, because today you're getting it discounted. You're only paying for 1.5 meters, and you're getting full 2 meters. Let's face it, this is our Rose and Hubble fabric, so it is our core solid range. This is the range that we always have on reorder. Because of the quality of it, it's gorgeous. We haven't got a lesser quality to take money off. We haven't just ordered some in that we can discount, you know, as an early bird special. No, this is the quality that we all know and love. And it's just £11.96 for 2 whole meters. It's always brilliant value for money anyway. That makes it £2.99 a half meter. Now I'm thinking this first whole hour is about bag making. This would be brilliant for linings. This would be brilliant for cushion backs. This is fantastic for all your spring makes. What a gorgeous colour. Thinking of spring quilts. Maybe with your pinks and your purples and your blues. Nice colour palette to be able to work with for spring, isn't it? Good morning, Jan. Morning, Vicki and Hayley. I have 2 Husqvarna machines. I love them. Oh, yeah, get all of your messages in about Husqvarna as well, because it's the first time that I've seen a Husqvarna machine. The one that we've got on the show today is a combi machine, so you've got a sewing machine and an embroidery machine in one unit. We have the overlocker coming up later on as well. There is a reason, though, that I know everybody is going to be tuning in today and making the most of it, because it is now the final limited stock of being able to get this exclusive bundle. I know. So I heard on the grapevine, you know, that we had a luggage set that was included in the bundle. I was like, oh, great, free luggage set. Bruce, I have never heard Bruce so enthusiastic about anything. He was like, no, but this is really good quality luggage, Vix. Have you seen it? I was like, oh, Hayley's going to bring it in with her. It's amazing. I can't believe that these are a freebie. Normally it's an afterthought, isn't it, a freebie? Whereas this is something that is honestly such quality luggage. You're going to love it. Stay tuned. Obviously, it's a high-end quality machine, but to be able to get the luggage included for free today, we'll try and get more in the bundles, but I know that it won't be until at least April. Of course, it's been a really, really popular bundle. If we can, we will. We will ask Husqvarna to see if we can do the bundle again, but I know that is the last few of these that we have remaining. Yeah, it's been since January that we did the show, so it's been a few weeks. If you do want to make the most of that, you can get it on pre-order. Absolutely 1p&p all day as well. Popular bundles. Once everyone's checked out, over half the stock has gone. Remember, if you are multi-buying on this, it's already cut for you into 2-metre bundles, so you'll just get multiple 2-metre bundles. But it is lovely in that vanilla. It's like a warm vanilla, isn't it? Very, very sort of pale yellow. Lovely for spring bakes. £11.96, which makes it less than £3 a half metre. £11.96. Come on in, say hello to us on Facebook. Get all your questions in. Send in all of your messages as well, because we've got a very, very, very busy show today. Open your order nice and early with the early bird, then your P&P is paid, and trust me, today's the day you're definitely going to want to get involved, because we have got loads to talk about. First hour is all dedicated to bag making fabrics, but we've also got some lovely homeware fabrics. We've got cotton canvas. We've got some brilliant bundles in cotton canvas, which I'll talk about in a moment. We've got our linen mix fabrics. We've got mesh fabrics on the show today. So if there's anything that you want to see, have a look on pre-order, and fingers crossed we'll get through it all in this hour. Can we have a look at the menu today, Bruce? So this first hour, all about bag making fabrics. Then Hayley is here. Hayley West is about to launch her very first quilt pattern, and it's amazing. I absolutely love it. We have got so many skills. So many skills. It's a real skill builder quilt. And if you want to be able to use the motifs for lots of different projects as well, we'll be talking about this with Hayley in the 9 o'clock hour. There's a plique in here. There's foundation paper piecing in here. There's fabulous options to be able to do your own quilting as well. All that next space to be able to do some lovely free motion quilting, or if you've got the Gracie frame, to be able to do some really cool quilting. That'd be perfect, wouldn't it? But it's a gorgeous quilt, 2 colourways. We've got a slightly larger quantity on the darker colourway. So if you do like the lighter one, then get in early for that, because it is, again, limited stock. Also pattern available on its own. Imagine having that central panel, just that central bit on the back of a jacket or something. This is what Hayley was saying, is actually the pattern and the templates are so versatile, you'll be able to use that pattern again and again and again. So that's coming up at 9 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, Sara Page is here. I have met Sara Page for the first time this morning, and she is so lovely. She's got the most stunning collection of her own fabrics. So that we've worked together with Sarah to create exclusive panels to Sewing Street, where we're using her paintings, her designs. She's an incredible artist, as you can see, from the beautiful bag and the cushion and the bunting. She's actually brought some of her drawings in to show you, which she did back in lockdown, that she's finally being able to use in fabric. I love it. There is so much that goes into creating a fabric that we bring to air, and it's really nice to have the designer here to talk you through the process, because there is a lot that goes into it. So really excited to have Sarah here. In fact, those of you that have seen back last year, we launched a homewares collection. We had mugs, we had coasters, we had trays with this fabulous wine bottle fabric. Well, not with the fabric, with the print on all of the homeware bits. So I love this, absolutely love this. We've got panels, we've got strips, we've got the 2.5-inch strips, we've got fat quarters, we've got all sorts in that show. So that's a whole hour special with the designer herself, Sara Page. And then at 11 o'clock, it's Husqvarna time. We have got the sewing machine and embroidery machine, we've got the overlocker, and we're going to be answering all of your questions. But if you do want that mega bundle with the, does it have that thread box as well that I saw in the picture? Yeah. You have the thread chest included as well as the luggage. Love it, all coming up. And then at 12 o'clock, my first ever split show quilt show. I know that John had one a few weeks ago. We've all heard about it. It went absolutely wild in the aisles. It was so busy. So I'm really excited that we've got another split pay show back. Some quilt kits in there are under £100, so I don't think they've ever been on split pay before. It's very exciting. Well, they definitely shouldn't have been. So yes, we've got that coming up at 12 o'clock. Told you it's jam-packed show, so do get in touch with us, ask any questions, especially about the Husqvarna. Oh, exciting. Right, now, your vanilla early bird will sell out once everyone's checked out, so definitely grab that whilst you can. You can't go wrong. You've got 2 meters for the price of £1.5 meters. It is quality quilting weight, Rose and Hubble cotton, 2 whole meters for £11.96. It makes it less than £3 a half metre, which is a fabulous value. We've now got literally 20 of those remaining. So good luck. Right, now, cotton canvas. I don't think we talk about this enough. We always, bring on our cotton canvas when our bag makers come in and we put bundles, and we might say, £0.5 metre of cotton canvas, and then we almost move on. And Hannah and I have said we want to do some new bundles. So Hannah has put together 4 new gorgeous colourways, and we just want to really stress how fantastic the quality is. And not only is the quality amazing, because it's all 100% cotton, at the price points that we're going to show you today, you would probably presume it has to be a mix. And there's nothing wrong with, a mix of cotton polyester or anything, but this is all 100% cotton. We normally always talk about our bundles of quilting weight fabrics, but to be able to get our gorgeous quality cotton canvas in all these brand new colours, this is a really, really exciting chance to be able to get all of the different colours that you need in your stash. Now, we're going to start with the sort of neutrals, this nautical. This is the biggest bundle that we have today, where you're getting black, navy blue, you're getting grey, you're getting white, and then you're getting this really lovely, charcoal tone as well. Now, to anybody at home, they look like your normal solids, but they are 100% cotton. They are really lovely and soft. They're not, when you think of canvas, straight away, you might think something that's stiff, something that's not as malleable, something that's, going to be difficult to sew with, whereas actually it's completely the opposite. You are getting so much beautiful fabric, and look at how wide it is as well. A lot of fabric, a lot of fabric. So if you've got... Oh, here you go. Steph has just said, morning, Vicki, I'm a big fan of Rose and Hubble. It's great quality and affordable price. It comes in loads of colours. Exactly. So when it's on an early bird, it's definitely worth stocking up, isn't it? Right, there's your black. I mean, look, you're getting loads of that. You've got your navy blue, £0.5 metre of this as well. You have to bear with the price. Bear with us. Just want to show you how much you are getting. There's your blue. You're getting £0.5 metre of this lovely silver, which again, let me show you, is wide. It's 150 wide, 150 wide, 100% cotton, half a metre of this. This is white, isn't it? It's not ivory. You're getting white as well. I think we've put white in there. We have a great range. That one's ivory, but it's definitely more on the white shade, I would say, but it is ivory. And then we've got charcoal, pewter. Called it pewter. So then you're also getting half a metre of pewter. And I can't even fit this all on the camera, really, without putting them close together. So you can just see how much. I wonder if you zoom out a little bit. Oh, no, that's literally as far as Bruce can zoom out. Yeah, come and hold the other two. If I hold these three and then you hold the two. It is so much fabric. It is so much fabric. You are getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 2.5 metres of cotton canvas. And Hannah, I mean, we've spoken about this before. Hello, Hannah. She's come to say hello. Oh, she hasn't got a mic on, she said. But isn't it amazing quality? So soft.
One of my favourite products that we do, but we don't have enough of it in stock.
Do you hear that? She says it's one of her favourite products that we do, but we just don't have enough of it in stock. So you can see here on the camera how much you are getting. It is oodles and oodles. Now, perfect for bag makers, great for homewares, brilliant for that. Cushions,
it's
absolutely.
It's still malleable, do you know
Yeah.
what I mean? It's not really, there's
Stiff.
very, very thick canvas.
Yeah.
And we do tapestries, they're very, very thick. It's not like that. You can mix it with your quilting weight, say on the front of a cushion and put this on the back.
Yeah,
This could be the outer of a bag.
yeah,
You could, if you used all the same weight, still probably patchwork with it. 'Cause
amazing.
It's still,
Yeah.
do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Usable. Obviously, you're matching your weights.
Yeah,
But yeah, I love it. I've got to go because I do.
absolutely. Right, we've got an amazing price. So anybody who wants the biggest bundle, this is a brand new cotton canvas bundle that we've put together. We don't normally do bundles of cotton canvas, do we? I suppose it's because we don't have enough of it in stock. But today we've managed to max out the quantities on all of these colours. That's 2.5 metres. Extra wide, remember, 150 wide. And you're getting all of that fabric for under £25. How good is that? £22 and 45 pence. The quality of it, I honestly can't stress enough how great it is. And it's very difficult to show that on television, obviously. But trust us and get this home. We do heavier weight canvases. As we say, we've got the tapestries. These are really usable. A lot of the time, heavier canvases have got a bit of a time and a place, whereas this is so usable. And to have it in all of these sort of neutral colours as well, I think is a really great place to start. If you've never worked with our cotton canvas before, definitely have a go with it today. There's so many options of how you can use it. If you are a bag maker, if you do cushions, if you are looking for doing homewares and aprons or tablewares, I mean, it's perfect for that. Maybe you do like wash bags or toiletry bags or things like that, makeup bags. If you want something that's slightly thicker, it's going to just have that little bit more stability, isn't it? But it's still lovely and soft. I'll always remember Debbie Shaw actually championing our cotton canvas. I know with all of her bag makes, she was always using our cotton canvas. It's one of those that goes under the radar a little bit. You never really see anybody doing huge song and dance about our cotton canvas, and I think it needed it. So get it home. If you've worked with our cotton canvas before as well, message in. We would love to hear from you. This is your nautical colourway, whether you're using them all in a big project together or whether you're using them individually. You've got black, navy, grey, ivory and pewter, all for £22 and 45 pence, which I think is brilliant, bearing in mind it's a lot of fabric. When we're talking cushion backs or cushion fronts, you could applique onto this. Absolutely, this would be a really lovely background for an applique project. It's a really lovely one to have as a colourway to go to, you know, in your stash, ready to go if you pull out a lovely handbag pattern, like the early bird. If you're not a sewer, you might not recognise how useful this bundle is. You might think, oh, that's a bit boring. I know sometimes we're really drawn to all the lovely colours, but every time you use your really nice bold fabrics or your printed fabrics, sometimes you need a solid to make that sing as well. So if you are doing, what's that? Hannah said, you always need flour in a cake, not just chocolate chips. That's the first time I've heard that analogy, but yeah, she says I've just made it up. £22, 45 pence. That's 2.5 metres. Hayley, are you on talkback yet? You're not on talkback yet, are you? Oh my gosh. I wish other people could hear what I have to hear in my ear. It's so funny. Hannah's like, sorry, I've just eaten olives and what else are you eating? Olives and what? Pineapple. Olives and pineapple.
Interesting breakfast.
Yeah. That is like a Hawaiian pizza. Yeah, a strange Hawaiian pizza. She says, I want sweet salt swift on olives and pineapple together. And now she's having a mocha. Good morning. Isn't it? Oh, Jacqueline, I'm so pleased that you understand and appreciate it, because we don't normally have enough to be able to do bundles. We've wiped out the stock of these colours to put together. We've maxed out the stock of these colours to put together the bundles for you. But you're right, I'm so pleased that you recognise that, and I feel like sometimes it is overlooked. Please understand that that is an amazing price for the width of the fabric, for the quality. I reiterate, it's 100% cotton. It's all 100% cotton. It's one of those that I'd say, look, under £25, get it home and have a go. You've got so much fabric here, so much fabric. If you don't always need to go out and buy new, bag patterns. You could literally have a look through your library of patterns that you've collected or books that you've got and think, right, what can I make? And just start sewing, just enjoying. Maybe if you're part of the Half Yard Club, or if you've got any of the Fat Quarter books, the Half Yard books, this is a great chance to be able to make some lovely projects. Now, at the moment, once everybody's checked out, there are 7 of these bundles remaining. I will come back to it, but I'm so pleased that we are championing the cotton canvas quality. When we do choose our core fabrics and our core products, we've got to be really picky, because these are products that are going to be coming, part of lots of different kits, lots of different bundles. Lots of designers are going to be using them for different things. So we want to make sure that the quality is going to go really well with all of your lovely William Morris fabric, Liberty, Free Spirit, different producers or Moda fabrics. When we're talking quilt and weight cottons, the cores that we use are the Rose and Hubble, and as Steph has said, they're fantastic quality. Same with the cotton canvas. It is amazing. It is amazing. Also, when you see the picture of it on the web, and now this is no disrespect to our Bruce or for anybody who takes the photographs for the website, but it's really difficult to judge what it looks like on a thumbnail picture on any website, isn't it? Look, it's nice to see the colours that you're getting, but they almost look like velvets, don't they, from that picture, or satin. But you can see there the colours that you're getting, but you don't see what quality it is, you don't see how much you get, you don't see the width of it. So to be able to just have it out on the desk, I thought was really important today. We don't normally get the chance to do it because we don't normally have the quantity. They're normally hidden away on the website. They might be put into bundles when we've got a guested show, and we don't really get the chance to speak about them. So yes, have a go, get them in your stash, love them. Lorraine said, morning Vicki, looking lovely. I saw Hannah, I remember her with black curly hair. She's now got red curly hair. She says it looks very different a lot of the time. I was talking about curls today. She says it's meant to be grey. She says it wants to be grey now, but she's... She says since I was 25, it's wanted to be grey. But she's going really ginger now, really red. So you're in the transition of being, really red. It's very difficult to get really red, though, isn't it? I remember I tried to go really red once, and it just didn't last very long. You have to keep really on top of it, Hannah. I was asking Hannah my curly girl tips. Maisie's got really curly hair, and I was like, do you brush it? When do you brush it? Because... she was really upset the other night when I was brushing her hair. She was like, Mummy, they're not my knots, they're my curls. And I was like, oh no, Hannah, how do I do it? Because I haven't got curly hair. I don't know what to do. So yeah, Hannah's been giving me her curly girl method tips. Right, my favourite bundle. Can we do the spring one, please? Okay, we've called it pastel shades. Of course, we're all waiting for spring. This is gorgeous. springtime bunting, makes, cushions, backing your lovely new cushions. We have got the most stunning collection from Sara Page. Imagine using it along with your cotton canvas as well. Different weight, that's your panels, but just so you can see, there's nothing stopping you incorporating it into your springtime makes. Love it. Now you're getting the gorgeous blue, the lavender, the pink, and this lovely cream as well. 2 meters. Lovely and once again, I'm opening this out. I'm so sorry, Hannah, but I'm opening them out because you do get so much. This is actually under £20 today. Are you ready? We have maxed out on all of these shades. We've maxed out on all these colours to put together an amazing bundle for spring. I love working with solids as well. When I was just looking at Hayley's quilt, it looks gorgeous working with different solids and then adding in a couple of prints and really make them the hero. But if you do want to applique onto these, embroider them with your new embroidery machine. We've got the Husqvarna. Good morning, very excited to see these bundles and look forward to making something with these amazing bags, says Tracy from Bristol. Tracy, we don't see them enough, do we? We put them into bag bundles, or we might see a half a metre here, a half a metre there. But we use them as a resource for us, but actually offering you a bundle like this. We never do big bundles of cotton canvas. So, yeah, I've got to say, hats off to Hannah, producer, because we always champion it. But we never normally have stock of them, do we? Now, all these colours are lovely. £4.49 a half metre. Could you tell me the... No. She says, the composition, they're 100% cotton, darling. I was going to ask you the actual shades in case anybody wanted to go to the web shop in the future and get the same colours. Cream? That looks like a linen-y texture. It's lovely. Oh, yeah, it's like the inside of a Magnum ice cream. I love that. We're going with ice cream colours. Sky blue, lilac, and pink. And that is a really beautiful soft pink. You know when we said under 20, we're actually under £18 for a 2 metre bundle. That's brilliant. Oh, don't brush curly hair. Use a comb or your fingers. I have curly hair. And enough for 5 people, says Steph. Hannah also has enough for a small village. Hannah's got so much hair. She says, I'll put it up at work. But if you see Hannah with her hair down, oh my gosh, it's fabulous. You do look after it. When you do your curly girl method, Hannah's hair is, amazing, amazing. She's back on her pineapple and olives. She's back on her Hawaiian pizza. But don't eat them all. Do not eat them all. Hannah is here. She's also producing Hobby Maker this evening. So Hannah is here for 13 more hours. So Hannah, please, please, please. She's having a big break, obviously, in the middle between. She's not on until 5 p.m. But Hannah, I know what you like. 9 o'clock, she'll say, I've eaten all my snacks. Oh my gosh, right. All 4 colours for under £18, and we literally have again 20 of these bundles remaining. Over half the stock is gone. What does this make our price per half metre? Did you say £4.49? Fantastic, fantastic. At that price, you would presume it had to be a mix, whereas this is 100% cotton. It's 150 wide. Fabulous quality. It's really soft. And am I using the right word when I say malleable? It's not stiff. It's not an army camping tent, is Hannah's description. Do you know what I mean? It's not a canvas board that you're going to then paint onto. You can get thicker canvases out there. You know, we sell like our tapestries, for example, and there's a different use for that. Whereas if you want something you're going to be able to use for everything. This is going to be perfect. Single figures on that bundle. Single figure, £17.96. Brilliant. Now, we've also got our peacock colourway. I love it. She said, sorry, I decided the colours together and I couldn't decide what to call it. But I think peacock's perfect. I'll show you why. Both have the bundles that we've shown so far are in single figures now. So if you want the nautical one or if you want the pastel one, go for it. Let me know how you use your canvas as well. Oh, Mum used to do my hair in ringlets when I was young and it was beautiful back then, but I'm grey now and it's very coarse. Oh, you can still revive it though. Hannah's got all the methods. I think you should be doing a podcast or a TikTok on how to revive curly hair. Oh, there was a lady on Dragon's Den and she had all this hair syrup. I think it was called hair syrup that she was doing with, I know there's different textures of curly, isn't there? So you and Steph have both got curly, but different curly hair. So do you have to be, you know, different products and different methods? Oh gosh, it's a minefield, isn't it? But I feel like everyone has memories of, like, I remember my mum brushing my hair and I had very straight hair and yet still it was always very pulley. Or I remember doing like French plaits, being like, ah! Yeah, no more tears, yeah. No, I don't remember putting it in my eyes, Hannah, that was just you. Right, this one is peacock colourway. So I love these three colours together. They look absolutely beautiful. We've got the purple. Once again, you're getting a huge amount, 150 wide. Look, they're all cut, by the way. These are already cut into bundles. So 1.5 meters, you get half a metre of this one. You also have the teal. This is a gorgeous colour. Love that. Isn't that one of the most beautiful? Is that teal? Yeah. So there's lavender. It's quite a dark lavender. Then there's teal. This one's called Delph. Like the pottery. Oh, sorry. Hit my microphone. 1/2 metre, 150 wide. Once again, 150 wide, 100% cotton canvas. Right, if you've never bought cotton canvas from us, at these bundle prices, it's definitely worth having a go. And seeing the colours together, they look lovely. But you can use them, obviously, individually if you want. Hello, Scylla. Hannah's singing Alfie in my ear. But to the words of what's it all about, canvas. I really can't wait to tune into Hobby Maker this evening when Hannah's producing, because she's definitely peaked. I want to know who your presenter is tonight. I need to ring them and warn them. £13.47. The nautical colourway with all of your, neutral colours is very, very, very limited. Oh, he's lovely. Yeah, he's really nice. I can't remember for the life of me his name. Is it Ian? From the Crafty Witches. Ian, he's so lovely. You've got Pauline Wheeler. Oh, see, you know all of the guests on Hobby Maker then. Oh, no, Dawn's different. Dawn's not Pauline. There's Dawn Wheeler and Pauline Wheeler. Oh, Leonie, she's from... Studio Lights. That's the one who took Cat out for a really posh meal. Sorry, we're now promoting Hannah's show from 5 p.m. It's all our sister channels. We're allowed to talk about them. We're not going to be on air then. Right, over half of the stock is gone. Once again, we're in single figures. I love this blue. Delph is the first time I've seen Delph blue. Unless I've actually been guilty of overlooking it too. But that is lovely. That looks so nice, doesn't it? Right, now... Also, I'm going to throw caution to the wind here and just try something. We've also got some William Morris fabrics that are coming up. Now, these are Teflon coated ones. I'm not quite sure which one I'd use with which, but obviously you can obviously use these along with any of your other fabrics that you got in your stash as well. Obviously, be aware of the weight if you're doing something like quilting. Hi, Joyce. Morning, Joy, sorry. Morning, Vicki and Hayley. I'll have to catch up as I'm off to church. See you later. Of course, you can catch up on the TV guide as well. I forgot it was a Sunday. It is Sunday, isn't it? I had a lie-in this morning. If anyone's watching, not on purpose, she didn't mean to. Adam woke her up. He rang her like, I'm outside. She's like, oh my gosh, I'm so pleased that you've called me, because otherwise I've slept in. She's like, I am on the way to work though. I am here. I haven't intentionally had a lie-in. Good morning. I'm loving the lavender, teal and the Delft. Isn't it really nice? Is it Delft? Delft. Derek said Delft. I don't know. You probably know better than us. How are you, Derek? Right, there's 10 of those ones left in the peacock. I would have called that peacock, yeah. Right, Derek, what would you have called this bundle? He's very creative. We need some bundle naming help, please. But I do like peacock. It's because that one's peacock, isn't it? That's teal peacock. But with the purple, perfect. I think you've done very well with that. Right, let's do nautical. Sorry, this whole hour was not supposed to just be our cotton canvas bundles, but we've got very excited about them. And I do appreciate that you understand our love for these cotton canvas. We don't normally give them enough love. Okay, let's do nautical bags. Beach bags, yes. I went to the beach. I've been to Minehead this week. It was so lovely. Oh, and honestly, the children loved it. We loved it too, but they really loved it. It's fantastic. I'm definitely going to look and see if I can get a cheeky deal for June when it's sunny, because Minehead's actually really nice as well. The beach looks lovely. Don't go in school holidays if you can. No. The twins were brilliant. They're 18 months. They loved it. There's Peppa Pig on the stage. They have like all the parachute things and, you know, all kids' entertainment. It's fantastic. Right, this one. Sorry, can you tell we're talking about Butlins? Hayley's here. Yeah, she was like, oh, isn't it great? So good. Right, this is cream. Delft again, and red. Poppy red. That is a beautiful, beautiful bundle. Hola. No. Oh, bonjour. Bonjour. It's... Sorry, I'm so bad. £13.47. Because I took Maisie to Paris, she now thinks that even when we went to Butlins, are we in France all the time? We're going to France. So oui, or bonjour is, yeah, Maisie says a lot. And then if ever we see anybody as well, we met a lovely little boy who was, I think he was from Italy. And anyway, Maisie, they were having like a little conversation, and the dad said to me, this is the best way of them learning another language, isn't it? It's just, you know, chit-chatting when they're 3 years old. And Maisie was like, Mummy, he's from France. I was like, I don't think everybody is from France. So yeah, Maisie would recognise the French flag, not me saying, hola. There's 20 bundles now remaining. £13.47. Half a metre of poppy, half a metre of cream, and half a metre of Delft. They look gorgeous together. Great combo. I do get real nautical feeling, like I'm thinking beach vibes, beach bags. Using them all together, or just having your red fabric ready, your blue and your cream. You're always going to use them in your stash, aren't you? Yeah. Hola. Remember when, was it? No, I was going to say that they don't call them jacket potatoes in France. They call them potatoes in a jacket. They actually do. Here we go. Now, let's do... Oh, talking about going to France, going on our holidays, or to Minehead, we have got a postcard fabric, which for the first time we've got by the half metre. We've only ever had it in a bundle or already cut for you, whereas this is off the bolt. You can have as much as you want. So people have asked, if you do want to make a larger project and you're thinking, right, I know that I want multiple units, but I want to, carry on the print. It's not a panel, it is by the ½ metre. Now, this is different to the cotton canvas. This is a mix. This is a linen and a linen look, but it's an 80% cotton, 20% polyester, but it's a linen look. It's 140 wide. You could mix it with your cotton canvases. So if you're doing a cushion with this on the front and your cotton canvas on the back, it would look nice with maybe the Delft colour or your peacocks, any of them really. You pick out any of the colours. But this is the first time that we've managed to offer this by the ½ metre. And I love it. I am, again, thinking a big weekend bag. I'm thinking fabulous big cushions or garden makes or, just for your holidays to be able to take... You could cut these up if you wanted into sort of passport holder sizes, couldn't you? Love it. Love it, love it. Maybe recovering a stall or a storage box where you keep your postcards or your photographs, your holiday albums, things like that. I always love a memory box. Malibu, London, Barcelona, Miami Beach, Cuba, Mexico, Spain, Miami, Amalfi Coast, Morocco, Santorini. No butt lids on here. Where's mine, Ed? Where is mine, Ed? £6.99 metre. There's loads of you who've got this in your basket. We've never had this by the ½ metre before. And I really recommend getting multiple units. I recommend getting yourself a metre of this, getting yourself a metre and a half. I think you're going to have loads of fun with it, making lots of different projects. Anybody who loves going away, anybody who loves travel, this is perfect, isn't it? Do you like the idea of incorporating it into funky homewares? Long bolster cushions or garden makes, yeah. What about doing, if you want to do a bit of upcycling, doing like a deck chair, you could use this for that, couldn't you? If you're doing any upcycling, like we said, of footstools or lampshades, oh, that would be funky, wouldn't it? It reminds me of very, things you would see in Oliver Bonus or trendy homewares. Love that. £6.99 a ½ metre linen look poly cotton mix. Now we've got another linen look, which has it got leopards on? Yeah, found it. Love this. Oh no, hang on. Have I got? Yes, I have. This is really cool. I think they've tried to get the repeat in the picture on the web, and so they look a lot smaller in the scale of print, whereas actually the leopards are really cool. I like the fact that you've got the drawings in the background as well. I like the fact that you've got some parts that aren't coloured in with it looks like it's been watercoloured. It's gorgeous. It looks like a sketchbook, doesn't it? Fabulous with the parrots and the leaves, the exotic birds, the leopards in the background. See, I'd really like a Roman blind with this. I think that would look gorgeous. Once again, homewares, hallway. If you wanted to do some really nice wall art as well, you could literally just stretch this over canvas, couldn't you? Embroider or beadwork on top of it. Yeah, you could fill in these with the with beadwork and doing some embroidery. It'd look lovely. £6.99 a ½ metre. £6.99. Once again, it's by the ½ metre. So if you want multiple units, like with the postcard ones, I've got a feeling people are going to be buying a metre, 2 metres. Half the stock has already gone into basket. I'm presuming you're probably going to want more than ½ metre. So yeah, it will go very fast. It is busy, busy, busy this morning. Thank you for spending your Sunday morning with us. Just to remind you, there is so much that's coming up in today's show. We're only 15 minutes away from the launch of Hayley West's very first quilt pattern. We've got the physical pattern, we've got the digital download, we've got kits. We've kitted them in the darker colourway and the lighter colourway for you with the beautiful Japanese fabrics as well for the kimonos. Love it. Can't wait to hear Hayley's inspiration behind the quilt as she's here to show you some of the techniques as well. You've got foundation paper piecing in there. You've got a plique in there. So there's lots of different techniques to be able to learn. But don't panic if you're going, oh, FPB. We're going to show you on air how easy it is. Okay. Stripy red fabric next. Right, this is again another linen look. Yeah, beach bags. If you've got the green machine and you've got eyelets, I'm just imagining really simple, big beach bag, eyelets and like a rope handle. Would look lovely, wouldn't it? You're getting 1/2 metre, which is wide. It's 140 wide. Is it 140 or 150 wide? We'll have a look at this one. Right, I'm sorry if this is going to strobe. I'm going to try and keep it as still as possible. But it is a really nice, fine stripe. It's 140 wide. It's 80% polyester. Sorry, 80% cotton, 20% polyester. And it, again, has that linen look. It's really busy. And Hannah, have you seen how much we have of this? Let's do it. Okay, we shouldn't be discounting anything from this show, but there you go. If you've already checked out, you're only paying $4.99 1/2 metre now. We've got really good stock, you see, so we know how busy it is. We know that you're stocking up on your fabrics. This is perfect for all your summer makes, $4.99. The stripe goes horizontally. It goes across like this. So from Savage Savage, you've got a horizontal stripe. Saving £1 1/2 metre today. I think a stripe is a staple in your stash. It's always nice to have your nautical stripy t-shirt in your wardrobe. I think it's a staple, isn't it? This is another staple. Oh, you could absolutely do dressmaking with this. You could. There's nothing stopping you. This would be lovely. What about doing like aprons or homewares, cushions? I'm just thinking outside scatter cushions for the garden would be lovely. Denim type jacket, put this on the pockets or contrast, you know, with the Tallulah shacket. This would be lovely to have as contrasting fabric. It's got that lovely linen look in the background with a definite red horizontal stripe. Just $4.99. When you are multi-buying on this, that's when you really make a saving. It will come joined up. It's cut off the bolt for you, bespokely cut to however much you want. But what is brilliant, it sounds, you know, silly, but a pound's a pound, isn't it? If you are buying 2 units, that's £2. When you're buying 1.5 metres, that's £3 off. When you get money off, it's worth definitely multi-buying on your staple fabrics, isn't it, like this? Having a stripe looks lovely. What about binding a cushion? If you're using cotton canvas, have a nice stripy binding. It is still really nice and soft. It will work with your cotton canvases. This one, remember, is your cotton, 80% cotton, 20% polyester mix. $4.99. Oh, also, sorry, I'm going rogue a bit here, but we've got mesh on the show. If you're doing storage tubs, these will be brilliant. Bind them on the top for pockets. I think the blue would look... In fact, all of these colours work. All of them. The grey works really well. This goes nicely with the sort of linen background. But the blue, they all look really nice. They're on pre-order. A lot of designers have patterns where you have pockets as well. Outer pockets for storage, for your pencils or beach bag to be able to put your bucket and spade in. Nice colour combos with this stripe. Now you're saving on this. The packs of mesh we'll do next. They're $6.99. And this is something that's a little bit more specialist. I don't think you'd find this just willy-nilly on your haberdashery aisle in a supermarket or something. So, yes, I love those. Now, your stripe is £4.99. Let's do the mesh now, because I think that goes really well with your stripes. Love the name of these. This is Blast Off Blue. So, for bags and beyond, perfect for see-through pockets, slightly stretchy for expandability, soft yet sturdy, it's light in weight, adds no bulk, it's easy to sew, and it's dishwasher, it's washer and dryer safe as well. So the piece that you get is 54 inches by 18 inches. It's half a yard. Half a yard. I was going to say, do you want me to open it up? It's half a yard. Yes, it's an American supplier, but... This is Blast Off Blue. If you're doing smaller pockets, perfect for that. 100% polyester mesh, perfect for creating see-through pockets. Obviously, if you've got already pre-made binding or you make your own binding, put your binding on the top to make those really lovely. And because it's got that slight stretch to it, then you've got expanding pockets there. Blast Off Blue, it's only $6.99. That will sell out today. There's literally 15 packs remaining. If you are, oh, the natural's already gone. Well done if you got the natural. I've got the grey, which is called Pewter. It's again half a yard. 18 inches by 54 inches, 100% polyester, easy to sew. What about doing like little laundry baskets or I've got a bag like this that I've got all of the kids' bath toys in that I just hang up and you can just bind it, put a little handle on for swimming cozies or stuff. That's perfect, isn't it? Or pockets on storage tubs or bags or stationary bags. I feel like Baffa would use this in some of her projects, and also Studio 77. 77, yeah, I think Emma Brassfield would use this with lots of her lovely pencil cases and things. Perfect for that. There is also online tutorials. So if you've never worked with the mesh before, once you get it home, byannie.com has got video tutorials as well to go to. £6.99. Once again, right, the natural sold out. We've got less than 10 of the blue and we've got 10 of the pewter. Right, so talking of having in your stash and not something we always get to bring on air is the ripstock, and this is brilliant. Backing picnic quilts. If you are doing like, you know, a kid's play mat that you're going to be taking out in the garden or a picnic blanket, you can back a quilt with it, absolutely. It's lightweight. What about lining bags with it? Swim bags. In fact, when Baffa made me my baby changing bag, she lined it with ripstock. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. $1.99? Is that it? Oh, it's a very dark navy. It's only $1.99 a half metre. Midnight colour. Yeah, this is a bargain. Definitely get a few units of this to have in your bag making stash. Linings with it, absolutely. I am that person that always has a bit of a biro explosion in my bag, or, you know, makeup that gets really dirty in a makeup bag. This is perfect to be able to line makeup bags and things like that. Cotton Canvas Nautical Bundle at the moment is available. A lot of these cotton canvas bundles are selling very, very fast. If you do want to do the red, the navy, you could do like a bag for your washing on holiday, couldn't you? Oh, do you do that? What good idea, Hannah. Going on holiday with a separate bag that you put your laundry in. Yeah, good idea. Put all your washing in a separate bag and then just, yeah, put it out into the washing machine. Yeah, good idea. But I do like the idea that you've made one with a ripstock lining. $1.99 a half metre for your ripstock, and also then you've got the side graphic is for that lovely cotton canvas. This is canvas. It's 100% cotton, a metre and a half for £13.47, and it will look really nice with the navy blue. We also have pink. Oh, I'm intrigued now. I'm going to do a bit of research, different ways of using ripstock. I bet there's loads of different things you could do. Picnic blankets. Yes. Where are you going with this? To put in the back of the car? In the boot? Dog things? Yes. Muddy shoes and things? Yes. Brilliant. At that price point, go for it. Your ripstock fabric, only £1.99 a half metre. Also, the pastel shades of your cotton canvas will work really well with the light pink ripstock. Very nice indeed. There's literally only 10 of those pastel bundles left. They've not checked out. So please do be quick if you've got it in your basket. I love that. I can't believe that's $1.99. I don't know why. I always thought it was about £4 a half metre or $3.99 a half metre. I didn't realise it was so good. Waterproof dog coats. Good idea. Oh, we're getting a lot of people messaging in with the different ways they use ripstock now. Now, I've got some fabric that has got leaves on. I've got the lovely watercolour leaves in blue. No. Scandi leaves. Let's have a look. Dainty canvas. Right, it's... Oh! Sorry, just finding them. I think they're over here. To me, to you, to me, to you. Blue, grey. Right, so which one have you got at the moment? Grey. Here's your grey. Homewares, homewares, homewares. Kitchenwares, kitchen makes. Making to sell. It's only £4.99 half metre. This is about to sell out, by the way, so if you do want more than one unit, be ever so quick. There's literally, I think, 2 metres of the grey left in stock. 80% cotton, 20% polyester. Can be mixed with 100% cottons, absolutely. It's 140 wide. Nice for homewares, really nice for kitchen makes and things like that. The blue. Sorry, I'm getting in a right mess on my table. There's a lot going on today, isn't there? I've got guests virtually for the rest of the day. We've got Hayley here for 2 hours. Husqvarna and her quilt is about to be launched. We've also got Sara Page going to be joining me with the lovely... We've had a lot of people ask about these really nice springtime projects behind me. Love seeing her drawings and the process of getting drawings onto to fabric. So excited for that as well. We've got Husqvarna, very exciting. And we've got Split Pay Quilt Show. Lots going on today. So if you do want to get involved and you're thinking, well, do you know what, I just want to try out half a metre, but I'm paying post and packaging, your P&P is covered for the whole day. And it's also covered not only for the day on the show, it's also covered on the whole web shop. So if there's anything else you need to stock up on, if you've opened your order this morning, definitely have a look on the web and see what there is. £4.99 for the lovely geometric-y design. Well, leaves, aren't they? Scandi leaves. It's really cool. £4.99 a half metre. Do I have this in orange? Yes. Oh, it looks nice together, actually. They're really nice fabrics. For £4.99 a half metre, that's really good. Remember, these are wide. These are 140 wide as well. I'll show you with the orange. They're cotton rich, 80% cotton, 20% polyester. That's a lovely sort of corally orange, isn't it? Peachy orange. And it's got a soft texture to it. It's not brushed, but it feels really nice and soft. £4.99 for your orange dainty leaves. £4.99 a half metre. Once again, orange looks lovely with your greys, looks nice with the blues. I'd get half a metre of the grey, half a metre of the blue, and half a metre of the orange if there's any left. Oh yeah, Hannah's going through all her snacks for the day. £4.99 a half metre. Have you got like a time slot of when you're going to do it? Because otherwise, there's a lot of snacks going on there. Right, orange, loads of you got that. £4.99 a half metre and cotton rich fabric. Right, yes. This one? This is beautiful. Nice for spring. Anybody who does upholstery, reupholstering footstools, smaller projects like that, it's not upholstery fabric, but it is 100% cotton canvas again, and it's slightly thicker. It's really beautiful. Oh, this would look nice with your springtime bundle. This would look really nice with those springtime colours. It'll also work with the Delph and the Peacock colours. Yeah, that one's sold out. Well done if you got any of the cotton canvas bundles. This is 100% cotton canvas, watercolours for £4.99 a half metre. The pastel shades is to the side graphic and it's less than £20 for all 4 of those colours if you want it to go with this. Love the background watercolours. That's a gorgeous fabric, isn't it? Nice big bolster cushions. Bag making is what we're talking about this hour, but of course, remember how useful cotton canvas is for your stash. Yes. I've got my staple cotton canvas bundle, which is limited stock now. Very, very limited. You get grey, well, like a charcoal pewter. You get ivory, 1/2 metre, which is more on the white side. You're also getting silver grey, you're getting navy blue, and you're getting black. There's more of you who've got it in your basket than we have available. We are on single figures for this one, £22.45, 2.5 metres. The amount of messages that we had in as well of everybody loving our cotton canvas, and I just don't think we get to talk about it enough. Yeah, until we get more stock of these, we won't be able to make more bundles because we've maxed out on the cotton canvas bundles. But it means that you're getting oodles of fabric there. I mean, we got it all opened out on the desk and you could see just how far this is going to go. Whether you're just utilising these in your stash for linings, for backings, for backgrounds, or whether you're making pockets or bags. I mean, this is so useful for your stash. And it is, I reiterate, 100% cotton. At the prices that you're seeing on screen, I know you probably presume that it's a mix. It's not, it's 100% cotton. And that makes it just £4.49.5 metre. Really good value for money. Love them, and they're so soft. There's lots of fabrics, I'm sorry we haven't got to. They're underneath us on the website if you want to grab them. We just wanted to highlight as many as we could. Just to reiterate, if you are multi-buying on this, it will come joined up. It's the first time we're offering it by the 1/2 metre. It's only £6.99.5 metre. Loads of you have got this in your basket. At £6.99, this would be so lovely for big beach bags, for cushions, for homewares, for travel bags, for storage cases. Do you know what I want to make? Those little pods that you can organise your suitcase with. This would be great for that. £6.99. When did you order it? Under £7.5 metre. And remember, this is your linen look. 140 wide, digital print, Malibu, Greece, Mallorca, South Africa, Spain, London, Malibu, Miami, Mexico, Spain. Love that. Amalfi Coast. Have you been to the Amalfi Coast? Yeah. Isn't it gorgeous? I went on a cruise just a couple of days and went to a few different places, and we stopped at Portofino, and it's very fancy. It was about £15 for a Fanta. It was so expensive, but the size of the boats, it was spectacle. And we walked all up like these mountains here and just saw exactly like this. It was just amazing. I love, Italy. Definitely go back to Italy. £6.99.5 metre. First time ever by the 1/2 metre. We'll leave you with that during the break if you want to check out on it. Speaking of checking out and shopping ahead, brand new quilt. Get ready. The colourways are already selling. We've got the pattern on its own, digital option as well. All underneath us on the web. And it's our Hayley West first ever quilt pattern. We're super excited to launch it in a moment, so stay where you are. We're back with the lovely Hayley right after this.
Join me, Hayley West, this Sunday, the 16th of February, for a must-watch special. We're bringing you the incredible Husqvarna Viking Quartz 29, a powerhouse sewing machine packed with precision stitching, an easy-to-use touchscreen, and a spacious sewing area to bring your creative projects to life. But that's not all. I'll be showcasing the Kabuki Quilt, a stunning quilt I've personally designed. I'll be sharing the inspiration behind it and how you can make your own. Don't miss out. Tune in this Sunday on Sewing Street.
Now, normally when you sew two pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So, We don't do it the normal way. This is how we do it. So instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here. You've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Guess who's going to be back Monday the 17th from 9 o'clock right through to 1 o'clock with you. But as if they say there's no show without punch, you can't have a 5th birthday without inviting me along to celebrate. So I'm coming in, I've got an amazing takeover planned. You do not want to miss it when you see some of the deals that we're going to have on. We're going to have an amazing morning. I will see you there.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Hello, welcome back. Jam-packed day today. Really excited to launch Hayley West's first ever quilt pattern. This is so exciting.
Well, it's a quilt kit. I've done patterns in the past, but not of this style, the piecing kind of like your traditional half square triangles and that kind of thing. But this is the first time I've done a collaboration with Sewing Street, so very excited. I'm very nervous.
Oh, everyone's going to love it. There's so many people already checked out on it, by the way. So just talk me through. We've got 2 different colourways, and we're going to learn so many skills with this.
Well, yeah, anybody that follows me knows that education is a big thing for me. For you to make the most out of your time sewing, to learn new skills, and maybe new skills that will entice you into a different area of sewing. Now, quilting, very traditional, half square triangles and all that kind of thing. And it's not always everybody's kind of cup of tea. There's a lot of maths involved, a lot of preparation. Sometimes it's a case of you just want something that's pretty.
Yeah.
And that's where my kind of stance comes from. So in this particular quilt, you're going to learn about a plique. So plique can come in loads and loads of different forms. This one is done as a machine well, not embroidered, should I say, a plique stitch. So you could use things like your buttonhole stitch, as I call it, or blanket stitch, sometimes people will call it. You could use a satin stitch. You could hand in a plique if you wanted to. And that goes for the main panel that you've got here, as well as the bamboo that you'll see around. You've also got some paper piecing. So again, that's another area that sometimes it's like, oh my goodness, that's a bit complicated. It's not. I've split it down. You've actually got 2 different templates that will create your kimonos in the corner. But also I wanted it to be that if you're not necessarily into quilting, you might be inspired by the panels to actually use them in bags, in cushions, on clothing, wherever you want to. It doesn't have to be a quilt. But obviously we need to bring it in a form to start with, which is why we've got it as quilt kits.
I actually think this is such a good point to make that we don't really talk about, that we all love quilts, we all love the skills, but also sometimes you don't want to be spending hours upon hours, cutting, very precise sizes to do these, like you said, quarter square triangles to build up piecing. Yes. You just want the end result and enjoy a quilt.
Absolutely.
Whether it be a gift for somebody, that would look amazing for someone's new home, or whether it be for yourself. And then to be able to use a pattern again and again and again in different ways.
Yes, yeah.
I think it's going to be so useful. And you get so much information, by the way, in your patterns.
Thank you.
They're really, really well written. So you've got step-by-step full instructions here. You also have photographs to go with each stage. And I mean, look, it is step-by-step instructions, because we're doing a bit of FPP in here.
Yes.
Ooh, the kimono's FPP.
Yes.
Oh, for anyone who's not done foundation paper piecing before, is this all right? Beginner level FPP?
I would say for this particular pattern, maybe a little bit of sewing knowledge. Maybe you've done a little bit of, I don't know, plique or a little bit of control. I wouldn't literally just brand new sewing machine, first time I've ever sewed, go for it. But equally so, hopefully, the explanations are there to make it so as you could achieve this as your first ever project. But I would say have a little bit of sewing experience maybe under your belt to start with. But
in terms of FPP,
very easy. There's 2 different parts to the kimono. So the base part, so if you're looking at from the waist down, that is the simplest part of the template. But purely because the top part has got more angles. And when you start looking at angles, you're folding the fabrics over and they kind of play with your head a little bit. So that's why I'd say the base, anybody can do that, not an issue at all. The top, you might want to do it with a bit of scrap fabric the first time that you've done it, or just take your time with it.
This is such a great idea as well. Hayley's actually grouped all of your templates into colours. So they're all full-size templates in the pattern, aren't they?
Yes, yeah.
But we were talking in the prep before the show saying, actually, do you know what? You could utilise the templates that you have, upscale them, make them smaller, put that central panel bit on the back of a jacket. But these are all different colours. So you're going to do all the same fabric with this one, all the same fabric with this page, all the same fabric with this page, and so on and so forth. So it's actually really, really clear and simple to be able to do. Templates included. You then have your colour placement guide in there as well. Your FPP templates included. And you've also got a notes section at the back so you can make your own notes. Now, the pattern that's on, the quilt that's already made up behind Hayley, we have an exact bundle for. So within this bundle you get your all-important pattern. The graphics are about to come live, just be aware this has already been selling on pre-order. You are getting 6 meters of fabric in total and your pattern for less than £60. I mean, how amazing is that? You've got how many meters of black here? 2.5 meters of black, 1/2 meter of your green, 1/2 meter of your lavender or lilac, 1/2 meter of your, no, a whole meter of your light purple, You're then getting 1/2 metre of your mixer, that lovely pink for in your kimono, and then your 2 beautiful Japanese fabrics as well for the kimono. Now, these are the exact same ones that you see on the wall behind Hayley. The reason I'm stressing this is because we've got another one that's very, very similar, but the only difference is the Japanese-inspired metallic fabric. There are loads of people who have got them in baskets. What I will do as well is I will show you both of them just to make it very clear which one. So that's the one with, well, it's the exact same one on the wall. The other colourway that we have, if I'm honest, very, very similar. It's just 2 different Japanese fabric prints that you're going to get. You're still going to get the pink mixer in there. So that's the first one. Remember, you get your pattern included as well, £59.99 with your instructions and 6 metres of fabric. This is a big quilt, isn't it?
It will sit on top of a king-size bed.
Wow. I mean, this is 57 by 66. Yeah. You can see there, with Hayley in front of it, how big the quilt is. Don't be daunted by that, though. Still achievable on a domestic machine.
Yeah, all of this was done on the machine we've got coming up later.
Fab. Yeah, brilliant.
So, yeah, it's just a regular machine. You don't need a long arm. What I chose to do is when I did the quilting, I actually used a heat erasable pen to do the vertical lines. I like the idea of the straight lines with the bamboo. I thought it echoed that design. Yeah. But you could do whatever you like with it.
Good morning, Hayley. What a beautiful quilt. Is it a beginner's quilt to Susan?
It is. Take your time. I'm a big advocate for if you like it, if you like the finished result, then take your time and you will get there. So I don't like pigeonholing that this is a beginner's quilt because sometimes different levels of beginners as well. You might consider yourself a beginner, but when I see your work, I think, well, actually, you're quite intermediate, really. Yeah. So it's a difficult one to say, but simplistic with regards to the layout, simplistic with the quilting. You're basically going to do in different parts. So you're going to have the corners, those are your foundation piecing. You're going to have 2 applique top and bottom, 2 applique for your sides, and then your applique in the middle. So those are kind of the sections that all come together.
Brilliant. You have everything you need for the top of the quilt. You just need to add your binding, obviously your backing, and your wadding, but everything for the top of the quilt is included there. And that's to make the exact colourway that you see on the wall behind Hayley. £59.99. Fabulous price. When you're thinking quilt kits, especially if it's your first big quilt, it can be quite daunting for one because, you know, you've got to make sure you've got all of your pieces that match in and all align. But also, it's a big expense. Let's face it, quite often our quilt kits that we bring to you are over £100, are over £150. And that's quite normal.
And that is something that's very true to my heart as well because we are all on a budget. We're all learning. You don't know if you're going to enjoy quilting. You might do this and think, oh, that's it. I've been bitten by the bug. I want to explore. I want to do more. You might think and say, yeah, it's okay. Yeah, that's it. I've done one. Don't need it. I'll use the panels for bags and clothes and different bits and pieces, then that's fine. But the thing I wanted was it to be affordable, and that's where we've got an amazing price, I think, personally.
A really amazing price. There's not very many quilt kits I've seen under £60. Not this size, with all the techniques, with your templates included. Also, this is one that you're not going to be daunted if you're spending so much time piecing. Maybe you are more advanced. You've done lots of quilts, but you want to really practice your free motion quilting. Or you want to do some extra hand embroidery on it, or hand quilting. You could do beautiful beadwork on this. So anybody who, you know, does just love the look of it as well, we're not saying, you know, it's complete beginners. You could go to town on the embellishments of this as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Tie quilting.
Yeah,
tie quilting.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of sashiko.
Yes, yes.
You could kind of hand tie it with your quilting as well if you wanted to. So yeah, there's all sorts of different ways.
I will be so intrigued to see everybody's when they've done this quilt because I do think it's one that everyone's going to make their own.
Absolutely. That's the bit that gets me really excited because I like to bring the foundation, but then you bring the creativity. You think, oh, what if I did this? What if I did that? There is nothing more flattering as a designer for you to add to this. I don't want to see carbon copies over and over and over again. I want you to explore and come up with your own ideas. And that's where you'll be able to show it off and say, yeah, I came up with that myself.
Amazing. Honestly, that price is brilliant. You're getting 6 metres of fabric in total. Remember, you're getting loads nudes, 2.5 meters of black, 0.5 meter of the green, 0.5 meter of the lilac, 1 meter of this lovely light purple as well, your mixer, and 2.5 meters of your gorgeous Japanese fabrics with that metallic gold finish. It's stunning fabric, isn't it?
I will just very quickly mention, on the version that you're looking at, you need a little bit of kind of like a stalk.
Yeah.
Not a stalk as in a stalk as in a stalk. Because rather than that, because if we were going to add the brown fabric in, it was another 0.5 meter, and that pushes the price up. So I'm trusting that you'll have some stash. It doesn't have to be exact plain brown. It could be whatever you wanted it to be. Similar weight to the other fabrics that you've got. Or you could maybe hand embroider a little kind of idea there if you wanted to. But that brown isn't in the bundle because, as I say, it would have pushed the price up, and you don't need a huge amount of it.
Oh, yeah. Got to mention that. Thank you for reiterating. Now, there's so many of you who've got this in your basket. I'm aware that you might be waiting to see the other colourway as well, so I'll move on to that. But remember as well, your instructions are so thorough. So don't be put off if you've never done a big quilt before. You've got photographs, full step-by-step instructions. And we'll go on to the next colourway to show you the different colours we have available. Now, I've got another one that's got a black background. It's got exactly the same colours that you're seeing here. The only difference is the Japanese fabrics. So this time, these are from Japan, by the way, as well. These kimono fabrics are stunning quality, and they have this beautiful metallic gold in there. I mean, I love your kimono. We've got to mention Hayley's kimono as well. This is a vintage kimono.
It is, yeah. Well, it's called a harora. I think it's a harora. I think that's how you pronounce it. My Japanese isn't very good, but yeah, it's a vintage one. It's about 75 years old.
That's amazing.
I don't wear it very often because I'm terrified of what do I do when it needs cleaning. So yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those you just don't sweat in it.
Yes, that's it. Yeah, wear it on a cold day.
It's gorgeous. Now this one is the only difference as I show you those. So that's your first colourway where you're getting these two prints and you're getting the gold and the red. Same price. It's only the kimonos in the corner.
Well, this is it, yeah. And I think the fans would look very pretty, almost as the base part of the kimono, because you kind of do see an area of the kimono fabric. So if you're wanting to place things like the fans, then that might be a nice idea.
Placement.
They're all gorgeous, to be fair.
Very nice. So that's with the darker background. We do also have a really different colour. Do you know what? This looks completely different in the other colourway, doesn't it? It's really fresh.
Well,
I love this.
It's Jen from upstairs that actually put these kits together with regards to the fabric. So I supplied the pattern and said, well, I don't know how you want to go with this, whether it's a pattern only or whatever. It's, absolutely beautiful. So with this one, I just love the kind of like you said, the freshness.
Yes, it is gorgeous, isn't it?
And Jen has come up top trumps with regards to the Jan. Remember the last one I said about the dark fabric? I've actually utilised some of the plain to use the stalks in this one, so that you don't need any extra if you don't want to. But
brilliant.
Yeah, love fresh look.
I love the flowers in that. I love the blues. Those sky blues look beautiful, don't they?
Gorgeous, absolutely.
This one, once again, you're getting loads of fabric, 2.5 meters for your background. You're getting that sky print, that really lovely sky print that Hayley's using, the central applique pattern, and also with her her kimono. You're also getting the green, which is 0.5 meter. You get a whole meter of the navy blue, which is for your central block. You're then getting this lovely magenta for in your kimonos, and 2 of your Japanese fabrics. They are stunning. Now, this is the only bundle that we have with the cream background. So if you prefer the lighter background, this is the one to go for. There's no second option with different Japanese fabrics at this time. Just $59.99. Can we reiterate the price for the amount that you're getting and the size of the quilt? Remember, this is 66 inches by 57 inches. It's going to sit on top of a king-size bed. I mean, it's a big, big quilt. And also a great opportunity to really build your skills. If you are somebody that's maybe really enjoyed making your first patchwork quilt and you're now wanting to learn new skills within quilting, you want to learn foundation paper piecing, but you just want to dip your toe in. You don't want to buy a whole FPP quilt kit and get a bit daunted by it. You want to be able to achieve it. You've got those applique elements, which I love applique. I think it's one of my favourite techniques in sewing because it's so versatile. You'll then be able to transfer those skills that you've learned to bag making, to upcycling as well. I know that you love upcycling clothes. it was perfect for that. So you'll use that pattern again and again and again. There's loads of you who have got this one in your basket.
Can I just show you as well? This is the kind of amount of fabric that you have left over.
Really?
So there's a lot of fabric left over, especially when you look at like the pink that's on the kimonos. You're only using it for the kind of the waistband. So you've got a ½ metre of that in there. So there's a lot of that in there. A lot of the bamboo fabric is in there as well. A fair bit of the navy left over and that sky blue. And obviously you could utilise these to actually make cushions or other things alongside it as well. I haven't got any of the Japanese left over. There wasn't a huge amount left over, but what I started doing was trying to make it into a binding. So I was cutting it into 2.5-inch strips, and I didn't quite have enough to go all the way around, and I forgot to bring it with me. But yeah, you do have some of the Japanese fabric left over as well.
Wow, that's amazing, isn't it? So if you do then want to use those elements to be able to make matching cushions or matching bag, you could use that lovely pink to make more floral motifs in your central block as well, couldn't you?
Yeah, if you wanted to,
Oh, make it your own, absolutely. Utilise all the fabric as well that you have left over. It's always great to have fabric for your stash, isn't it? Or to try bits out if you're thinking, right, I want to have a practice go of that FPP before I make my blog.
Absolutely.
You just know that you've got plenty of fabric in there. You're not going to have to be unpicking. Yeah, maybe use the solids. $59.99 for your full instructions and your pattern. So many of you got this in your pattern. Excited to see the demo as well, but just be aware if you've got it in your basket, check out as soon as you can on either of those colourways. Now, the pattern is also available on its own. I'm not calling out to just quilters here. There's so many sewers that I know would love this brand new pattern because you can utilise those skills that are transferable for loads of projects. It's £9.99. This is your physical instructions. This will be sent out to you. I have a digital download option if you prefer. This is your physical pattern. It's the same price. It's just a matter of your preference. Would you like it on your computer straight away, or do you want this to be sent to you? Step-by-step instructions. You've also got all of your photographs that are, again, all in full colour, going to be sent out to you. Your kimono blocks, your applique parts, backing your quilt, layering the pieces together, help with quilting, preparing the binding, attaching the binding. Maybe you've already got some Japanese fabric in your stash. Maybe you could do some borders with your bamboo, or you could, do your own designs in the centre.
This is it. If you've got Japanese fabric in your stash, then you can literally just cut it into 2.5-inch strips. It doesn't have to be a complete the same if you don't want it to. I love kind of having like a mixture of fabrics because quite often you'll have the similar sort of colours. Quite often there's that kind of metallic feel to it. So even though it's not exactly the same as that you've used in the body of the quilt, I don't think you'd even notice.
We do whole hours on Japanese influence, projects and fabrics. I mean, I've seen lovely books and things that we've done, like you say, with Sashiko, and you're thinking, right, I've done this panel of Sashiko, I don't know what to do with it.
Yeah.
To be able to then incorporate that into a quilt with the similar elements as well, it gives you a place to be able to put some of those things that you might not be using. We do hours of Japanese fabrics where you might think, I don't know how to use it.
Can you imagine using the Japanese fabrics to do the flowers?
Oh,
maybe.
Yeah, beautiful. So many fabulous options. Go for it, get the pattern. There are loads of you who have got this in your basket. You're also going to be able to do those kimonos. I think they would be amazing to do a whole runner of kimonos if you wanted.
There you go. You're creating straight away.
Table mats.
Simple as that. Just literally take those blocks. They're about 14.5 inches by 15, I think. So a reasonable size.
Hayley, I'm not being funny, but you would pay £10 for your pattern to do that kimono block.
Yeah, I haven't
Surely.
really got a proper business head, have I? Pretty obvious.
Or just this central section here with the floral. This would be beautiful. You could do that again and again and again and cascade it up.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's your layout guide. Obviously, you have full-size templates in here, but I mean, you've got a lot of information in here, which I think is so useful to be able to utilise for lots of other projects once you've made the quilt going forward to use it again. $9.99. Absolutely going wild in the aisles as predicted. I love it, love it, love it. If you've been inspired, we all have been. I know a lot of people are thinking, I've actually got Japanese fabric waiting in my stash. I've got some time. It's Sunday afternoon. I'm going to crack on with it today. If you want to do a kimono cushion this afternoon, you can get the digital download right now. You can just hit purchase and you can get the digital download, still with the full-size templates that you would obviously print off. But just click it once and it will appear in your account. It's £9.99. I think this is now the way going forward?
Lots of people do like to keep
I like
them because they can get dog-eared, can't they, paper patterns over years. So yeah, everything's printable on A4 sheet as well, so you don't have to have a large printer or anything like that.
Brilliant, brilliant. And you still get all your pictures. It's nice if you've got a tablet or a laptop or your phone even, that you can bring it up and just be doing it wherever you are. You could be sitting on the train reading your instructions before you get home to know what you're doing. So yes, it's brilliant. You've got your full instructions, digital download option this time. It's something that we've only recently sort of introduced, and it's been so popular. A lot of us struggle with storage space, maybe. It's literally just going to be in your Sewing Street account. So can you see the icon at the top of the screen that's got a little person on there? If you click that, and then it will appear in there. £9.99, just click purchase. You obviously won't be paying postage and packaging if this is all that you're buying today. It will instantly be in your account. Yeah, we can't take the P&P bit off the graphics for this, but you obviously won't be paying postage and packaging if you're just getting this. Well done, everyone who's got it so far. Keep coming in. We are going to be diving into a demo now. But pattern on its own as a physical pattern, this being sent out to you, yeah, baskets are crazy. Any questions that you have, get them in for Hayley. She's going to be working on the Husqvarna machine as well, which we're going to be talking about at 11. But yeah, just keep your eyes peeled for that. Yeah, what elements do you want to show us today?
I don't mind. Should we do a bit of the foundation piecing?
Yes, please, because I think that might be the bit that's a little bit more
Can
daunting.
I borrow the rulers that you've got over there? Because I forgot to bring mine in. So, just very quickly going through the pattern. So when you've actually got the pattern, you've got, as Vicki quite rightly said, you've got all of the kind of components there. So that's for when you're doing the applique. If we get a chance, we'll have a chat about that as well. But you've also got the foundation template. So what you'll need to do is actually scan these in and print them off, or photocopy them if you're wanting to. And you're going to need 4 repeats because you'll actually stitch through these. So don't use the one from your book. Use that one as your kind of your master copy, if you will. And also on the reverse there, you've got the top part of the kimono. So as I say, we're going to work with the base part because that's the simplest to work with, nice and easy. So first thing that you do is, as I say, photocopy it for your own use, obviously. Don't mind you doing that, or scanning it for your own use. And I'm going to just use this because the first thing that you need to do is actually fold your template.
This is your bundle of rulers, isn't it? This is the ruler set from Handmade by Hayley. It's a really handy ruler set.
This is it. Really often we'll bring it on kind of traditional quilting shows. So these are the set of rulers that I designed myself a wee while ago. And yeah, they've been very popular.
The Patchmaker Square, the binding tool, the binding square, and also the... is there a name for this one with the
I just call it a mitered ruler.
Mitered ruler. Yeah. You get all 3 of them for £19.99. Amazing.
And what I've done with this one, the template, I haven't actually trimmed around the edge on this one. It's pretty much A4 size, so I don't always bother trimming it down, to be honest, that one. The smaller one, then I would do. But all of the kind of finished sizes, what you have to trim them to and everything is included in the pattern, so you don't have to worry. So first thing first is where all of the different lines are, the separation lines between your pieces. You just need to make sure that those are kind of scored front and back, because you'll be folding and flipping when you're actually doing your kind of stitching as time goes on. And it's all laid out there. So you can refer to the book to take you through it, but literally you are working fabric by numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. And again, your fabrics, if you're choosing specific fabrics, then you might want to kind of put fabric A in one place and so on. You're the designer, you totally choose that up to yourself. It's entirely up to you. Now, I haven't got any of the Japanese fabric left, so do you want me to use a Japanese fabric, or should I just use a piece of plain in the middle? I don't mind either way. Have you got preference? Shall I wing it?
Yeah, go on. Do you want to do some of the fans?
I don't mind, yes, because I haven't got the fan. Because we haven't got anything stitched with this one, have we? So this is the nice bit where if you have got a fabric that has got a really kind of focal point, sometimes, yeah, it kind of plays with my head because I'm like, oh, I want to use that bit, but it's right in the middle, so I'm going to waste a large area. But you can kind of play around with the design. I kind of like that bit there. So I'm going to use that corner there. So maybe it can kind of be folded up and nobody will ever know. We'll keep this between us, shall we? It didn't really happen. So all I'm going to, yeah, this isn't anybody's fabric that's going to be going out in the post, so don't worry. So I'm just going to take that corner out there. Now, kind of the rule when you're looking at foundation pieces, you need your piece of fabric to be larger than the area that you're covering. Sometimes you've got to kind of rotate it, sometimes you've got to flip it, so it can be a little bit kind of confusing as to how big you need the fabric to be. But if you're wanting to specifically have it in an area, then just make sure that you are positioning your fabric as you go as well.
Right, so you've got the fabric the right way up.
Yes, so it's going to go the right way up, but on the flip side of your pattern.
Okay.
Because what we're actually going to do is going to take this to the machine and we will stitch through the lines that you've got, the connecting lines that you've got between you kind of consecutive numbers. So you'll stitch piece 1 to piece 2.
Okay.
And then you'll stitch piece 3, and then you'll stitch piece 4. So it kind of goes in that logical order. Now, something that I like to do, you're doing a lot of kind of flipping and turning and things like that. So it can be the first couple of times that you do a bit of foundation piecing, it's like, oh gosh, my head's a bit scrambled. And you'll kind of find your own way of doing it. And I'll show you the way that I do it.
I must say, though, the results that you get, it is worth sorting out that bit of what's going on in my head, because the points that you get matching with foundation piecing
you can literally,
so difficult
you can do foundation piecing with any quilt template, even things like your half square triangles and things like that. You can get templates that are out there that will help you build those blocks, so it can be anything as simple or as complex as you want.
It actually makes it really simple for you,
it does.
doesn't it?
It does. So your pattern is going to sit on the top and your fabric is going to be on the underside. And what will actually happen is the finished result will kind of be a mirror version of what you're seeing. But don't worry about that, because I've done all of that for you. So just concentrate and enjoy the sewing. So what I tend to do is for the first piece, I tend to put just a little bit of tape, or it could be something like, you glue, positionable glue, or you don't want anything too permanent though, because you're going to want to actually separate it off. So I've just got a little bit of kind of seam tape here that I'm going to put in place. You can use a light box if you're wanting to. So if there's a specific area that you're wanting to make sure that you're seeing, then you can kind of put it on a light box so you can see that pattern coming through and make sure. But the key thing is you need to make sure that that panel that you're working, so that piece number 1, is completely covered with fabric. So the way that you can do that is just kind of work your way around and make sure that it's okay. Now straight away what I would do from this point is I would come in with a 1/4 inch seam allowance and literally cut along. So I'm folding the pattern back now along that kind of intersection. Oops, a daisy. First couple of pieces are the fiddliest, to be fair. So I'm folding it back along there. Yeah. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my ruler on.
It makes it nice and easy, doesn't it?
There we go. Get my quarter seam allowance, and then I'm just going to cut along there, like so. And that gives me a nice neat edge for the next stage. I'm going to do that across the top as well. So we're going to prepare the fabric on all of the sides. So where we've got that connection between 1 and 2, I'm going to fold that back, and I'm going to put my guide on there, and then take that off to leave a 1/4 inch seam allowance. And then again, on the flip side. Now, I would not throw any of these pieces away, because that could be a petal, that could be a leaf in a future project. So keep those fabrics, because there's always a way of using little bits of fabric. Again, I'm going to fold that back. Just keep an eye on your blade. My blade is still out at the moment. And then I'm just going to cut along like so. I'm not going to worry too much about the bottom edge, because I'll trim that all off when I come to it. So now I have trimmed my fabric around all of the different sides. So the next fabric I'm going to bring in is the fabric which is number 2. So on this occasion, it could be any fabric you like, but we're going to go with the purple, because that's kind of following the design that we've got behind us. So again, I need to make sure that the piece of fabric is going to cover that fabric piece number 2. So just get a pair of scissors. And again, it is easier if you do go oversize, but potentially a good inch on each side, which goes against my frugal nature. Because I'm looking at it thinking, gosh, there's a lot of fabric that's being wasted.
When you're starting out as well, you know that it's definitely...
Absolutely. Try not to think about those little pieces of fabric. So I've got, well, let's get a straight edge on there just to make sure I have got a straight edge. It's one of those do as I say, not do as I do situations sometimes, isn't it? So let's just pull that off there so I've got a nice neat edge. And the reason I want a nice neat edge is because this fabric is going to go right sides together. So with this fabric, you haven't really got a right and wrong side. But what's going to happen is that is going to sit along that nice neat edge that we made.
Okay.
I personally find it easier for my little head, my simple brain, to cope with straight lines rather than kind of wibbly wobbly lines. So I'm just going to bring in a little pin, and I'm going to pin it from the front. You can pin it from the back if you're wanting to. These are little plique pins, which aren't really practical for what I'm doing, but it's fine. It's a little tiny pin. So what's going to happen now is that is in position, my first 2 fabrics, and I'm going to take it to the sewing machine and I'm going to stitch along there. Now, because
Now I'm stitching on the line.
on the line,
From literally, do I go over the edges or start?
Stop at the
there,
edges.
Stop there. Okay.
So stop at the edges. When you're looking at these open edges at the top, it doesn't matter if you run over, but when you're connecting, it's almost like that's your boundary. So
Yeah.
stop when you get to that end, stop when you get to that end as
Okay.
well. You just make sure that you've got your fabric that's kind of protruding, shall we say, from that stitch line, which should be about 1/4 of an inch. It's not lined up perfectly. That doesn't matter. But what I'm going to do is actually reduce my stitch on my sewing machine to make it smaller.
What stitch length do you
So
go down to?
on my machine, it's automatically as I turn it on, I think it's a 3mm stitch, or is it? I can't remember. Let me just have a quick look. No, it's 2.5mm. I'm going to take it down to about 1.5. The only thing is, when it's 1.5, if you have to unpick it,
You don't want to unpick
you don't want to unpick it. So make sure that you've kind of got the right area that you're stitching with. If you stitch through and you find you've done it wrong, you can unpick it. You might find that your template has been destroyed in the process, but what you can do is put a little kind of low-tack tape on there and then stitch through it again.
Okay.
So it's not the end of the world. Everything can be fixed. Everything can be fixed. Well, not everything in life, but there we go, when it comes to sewing. So I'm going to take it over to my sewing machine now and using this fabulous machine, which
I'm so pleased that we've got it back. I'm so
yes.
excited.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that, yeah, I love it, I love it, love it, but I'm really nervous about that we're going to have a period of time when we're not going to have the deal, so yeah. But we'll talk about that more later on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass the fabric under my machine. Just take a few moments to make sure that the fabrics underneath are sitting nice and flat, because they can kind of get folded back on each other as you're kind of manipulating your fabric. So just make sure that you're mindful of that, because it's one of those things where we only ever want to stitch it once. We don't want to unpick it, we want to stitch it once. So make sure that you're happy before you kind of press that button to get sewing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my needle, so I'm going to drop the stitch down to 1.5. There's a variety of different kinds of stitch lengths that people will do with regards to this. So I tend to do about 1.5. Makes it easy when you're tearing the pattern away afterwards. And I'm just going to drop my needle down at that intersection, so I know that it's right where those kind of lines cross. I'm going to drop my foot down and then slowly I'm going to press the pedal. Now what you can do, if you've got a kind of stay stitch or an anchor stitch, you'll notice that on this particular one it's stitched on the spot before it started moving. So that's going to anchor those threads, and those threads will get caught up when we come to the stitch that particular line a little bit later on. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to go slow and steady along the line, so I'm literally stitching through the pattern. Then when you get to the end, just slow down a little bit and just kind of stop as close as you can on the line. And then again, do a little stay stitch, or if you've got a reverse, you can do a reverse on there if you wanted to, just to anchor those stitches in. This particular machine has got scissors on there, so it'll cut the threads for me. And there we go. I am now ready to take that off the fabric.
The
So it's
machine is
stitched.
coming up at 11.
There you go, you can see I stitched along that line. So the next stage is press. So it's kind of like you do this kind of, I can't think what phrase it was that I used for it before. Trim, line up, stitch, press. I think that's the order that I do it in. And it is like a little kind of mantra you find yourself saying. So
Oh, well, once you've got your head around those few steps, when you watch someone do FPP for the very first time, I think it completely blew my mind. And I had to watch it so many times to understand it. But actually, once you get it, it is that light bulb moment.
Absolutely.
That it is like that routine that you're like, I know the dance now, I'm ready.
It is like that. And it's literally just keep pressing. So we've already trimmed that there, so I don't need to do anything with that now. So I can leave that like so, press it, and then we'll go back to do the next line. So we're going to flip it back over. I'm going to find the next line, which is going to be the bit that goes to the section between what was stitched and 3. So I'm going to fold that back like so. And you can see I've already got that part trimmed. Let's flip the mat over. So I'm going to come back in with my ruler.
It is nice to set up a little station of you pressing, cutting
Absolutely.
machine, isn't it, for this?
Absolutely. So again, I'm going to trim that off. I'm right up against the selvage there, but we won't worry because that will get caught up in the seam allowance anyway. So now I've got that lovely neat edge. So now I'm going to come in with my fabric number 3. So I'm going to get ready. I'm going to have that nice straight line there, my fabric number 3. It's coming with that gorgeous pink, hot pink. And again, just make sure that I've got enough of that fabric to cover that area. So if it's a non-directional fabrics and plains are going to be your friend when it comes to English, foundation paper piecing. So again, you can kind of see where the fabric piece is there, but don't forget we're going to be working on the flip side. So I just make sure, I try not to think about flipping the fabrics at this stage. I just make sure that I've got a big enough piece of fabric, because you'll often find that what's left over can become a petal or something like that.
Oh, and remember, you get plenty in the bundle,
plenty. So again, to make it easy for myself, I'm just going to give myself a nice straight edge, like so. Okay.
Oh, the pattern on its own, by the way, is so popular. A third of our stock has sold out,
dear.
and there is a lot of people who have got it in the baskets talking about the physical pattern at $9.99. It's on your screen. Right,
so now I've got my nice straight edge. So again, I'm going to bring it to where that straight edge is, right sides together, so it's a bit more obvious now. I'm going to line it up along that edge there. Make sure you've got fabric from the ends as well, because when you flip that over, you need to make sure that it's covering the whole of the pattern. This is important when you come onto the second one, because what will happen is you might cover an area, so that fabric is big enough to cover that area, like so. But what will happen is, for instance, when you're stitching, you might find that it's kind of, it's not extending beyond the top and bottom of your pieces. So that's why I suggest that you use the bottom part as your first template. And then just what you can always do is when you're placing your fabrics on the other one, is kind of just almost imagine you've stitched it, maybe pin it, but fold the fabric so you know that it's going to cover that area when you flip it over. So I'm going to line up along the edge there. I have got, there's a little video on my YouTube channel about foundation piecing, not with the actual kimono. I might do one for the top part just to explain, because it's a difficult one to kind of explain.
Where do I find your YouTube?
YouTube Handmade by Hayley. And there's loads of different tutorials on there. Now, as you get more confident, you might not actually pin your fabrics. So I'm going to take this to the machine. Because I've trimmed those lines, I've got that 1/4 inch, I'm going to stitch along there. So I'm just going to make sure that I'm holding the fabric, taking it to the machine, and then stitch along that line again.
This might be a silly question, but do I need a different kind of sewing machine needle? Am I okay sewing through paper, fabrics?
Yeah.
I think that you'll just need to change your machine needle after doing the foundation.
Yeah, I mean, you should really be changing your needle each time you start a new project anyway, in all fairness. But yeah, I've just got a universal needle on this one. So yeah, you don't need to change it specifically to an older needle or anything like that. Then yeah, just use whatever needle you've got in there. Yeah, that's what's that? So again, cutting my fabrics there. So again, taking my fabric out. So again, now I've stitched that line between what I've already sewn and pattern piece 3. Mm-hmm. Also, keep trying to snip your fabrics as you go. I know we've got some little scissors and snips and things, I think, on the show as well. These are useful for kind of taking out those little bits. Keep it as neat as you can as you work, and you'll find it much easier as time goes on. So now I've stitched that, so all I'm going to do is I'm going to flip that over.
Press.
Open it out, and that's it, yeah, press it. So now what I need to make sure is that I've covered that area. So you can see I've got loads of fabric there, but that fabric we'll probably be able to use over this side. So that's the key thing. If you use a larger piece of fabric, then you don't have to worry. And then you're less likely that you're actually going to have to unpick it, and then obviously everything that goes with that.
Just trust the process. Hayley's done all the hard work for you with the templates. Honestly, the amount of times I'm like, right, how is this? I don't understand how this is going to work. And it all comes together. It's very clever.
It does. So again, we're going to go to the front. I'm going to fold that along that line, because we are going to come to this piece at some point. Not naturally now, because we're jumping ahead. So I'm going to fold that back, because at some point I will need to trim that. So I might as well do it now while I'm thinking about it. So I'm going to take my rotary cutter again. and cut along that. And then just kind of pull that over a little bit there, just snip it away, like so. So I know that when I come to actually put piece number 6 in place, I'm halfway there with the prep. So again, over on this side, we've done piece number 3, we can do piece number 4. So I'm going to fold that back, trim that so as I've got my 1/4 inch again, like so. So that's ready to go. And I'm going to come back in with my pink, because obviously I'm going to have the pink on that side as well. So I'm going to line up my pink. I've got a nice straight edge there. So this is where, again, I'm just going to get rid of that bulk bit that we've got at the bottom there, because that's a bit distracting. So I'm lining it up. Now, when that folds back, I don't know whether you can see, there is that diagonal line there. So I need to know that when I fold that back, if I'm imagining my seam, that is going to cover that area of fabric. And I can see here it's protruding there and it's protruding there, so I know it's big enough. That's the bit that you need to check, and that's where sometimes the angles can play with your mind a little bit. So again,
you printed off your foundation paper pieces to use a really thin the cheapest photocopy paper.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because you can see through it better then. You don't need to go out and buy anything expensive or anything fancy.
That's
just use really cheap photocopy paper.
Yeah. Some people will actually utilise something like a tracing paper as well.
Right.
I think it's a while since I actually did the tutorial on the YouTube, but I think I used tracing paper because you can kind of see through it as well. I've gone on a bit of a wobble there, sorry. Talking and sewing, but don't worry. I'm sure there are wobbly kimonos out there somewhere. So there, I've gone off a little bit, doesn't matter. I'm not overly concerned about that. I just want to press that back, and there you go. You can see now how it all starts coming together. So we're well on the way to forming that kind of base part of the kimono. So I'll put some of the black pieces on the side there, and then that's pretty much done.
Brilliant.
So there we go, again pressing, like so. So it's kind of like you're flipping it, you're doing all the different bits and pieces. So then I'm going to fold that back, get it prepared for the next connection, which is going to be along that edge there. Trim that off, like so. And then I'm ready to actually come in with my black fabric, which I'm going to use on that edge there to fill out that area. So yeah, I can just keep going, or if there's anything else, just shout.
You can see on the corners of the quilt, it's a bit difficult to see behind Hayley as it's up in the top corners there, but there it is. We're just working on that skirt section there. You could then get yourself on a bit of a production line and do the full kimonos for the corners. Or you might want to get on and make something completely different. The great thing is that there's so many different techniques here. You might want to then just do a bit of applique, or you might be on a roll with your FPP and think, right, I'm going to do it. Right, let me recap the kits now, and then Hayley's going to do a little bit of our applique demo as well. Now, the one that is on the wall is the one with the navy blue. So you have got here your 2.5 meters of your black for the background. This is the same one as the one that's behind Hayley. 0.5 meter of your green, 0.5 meter of your purple, 1 meter of your light purple for that central block. You're getting that lovely hot pink for the kimono skirts. You'll have loads of fabric left over, and you're also getting your 2 Japanese fabrics with that gorgeous metallic gold again for the kimonos. Plus you're getting your all-important pattern. So many of you have got this in your basket. Now is the time to check out. I know we're intently watching the FPP demo, but check out before you miss out. This is the first time we've done a big quilt kit from Hayley, and it is gorgeous. 57 by 66 inches inside, everything that you need for the front. You will need to add your binding fabric for it, but don't worry, it tells you how to calculate how much fabric you need. It is all included within your instructions. $59.99, and that's the exact one that's behind Hayley. We also have another version with the dark fabrics, pretty much the same, but this time you're getting these 2 fabrics. So you're getting the fan fabric that's in the demo and this gold fabric with the metallic clamshells, or the sort of scallops behind as well. So you're getting these 2 Japanese fabrics, and then all of your background fabrics that you're seeing behind Hayley, exactly the same as that. Along with your pattern, full instructions for $59.99. The value for money for a massive quilt is brilliant, especially with the amount of skills that you're learning. We actually commented to say, do you know what, you would probably pay £10 for that FPP pattern because you're going to be able to utilise that. It makes a really good sized block. You could just do loads of different kimono blocks in different fabrics,
Absolutely.
all the different Japanese fabrics. How amazing would that look? Just to make, they could become table mats, table runners. You could do a really lovely long wall hanging like you see in Japanese doorways. You could do, you know, those awkward spaces that you've got and you're thinking, actually, make them beautiful. And that's what you started, that you wanted to achieve, is actually sometimes you don't want to be able to cut millions of tiny pieces to put together a massive quilt. Sometimes you just want to make something really beautiful.
Yeah, sometimes I like breakaway projects, as I call them. So sometimes you might have a quilt that you're working on that's got a lot of concentration, a lot of kind of making sure that you're doing everything the right way. But then every so often you want something where you can just kind of just relax and just do a bit of not thinking sewing, if that makes sense. So yeah.
I love the fact you can make this your own. It's a quilt that gives you space to be able to make it your own. There's all, you know, the negative space that you could then use the extra pinks that you have in there to do extra
little cherry blossoms,
cherry
all
blossom,
sorts,
yeah,
all sorts of things.
You could do some sashiko onto it. You
yeah.
could do some bead embroidery onto it. You could add more of your Japanese fabric stash into it if you want. So many options. It gives you a really strong base that you could do, like you say, a carbon copy exactly like Hayley's done, or it gives you room to be able to bring your creative flair into it. Wherever you are in your journey, if you're thinking, I love that foundation block, but I'm a bag maker, incorporate that block into a bag.
Absolutely,
you don't have to make a quilt. If you've got the pattern, if you've got even the bundles, you know the colours all work together. It's brilliant value for money. This is all quilting weight cotton. This is all 100% cotton that you can use within your bag making as well. So $59.99, love the quilt. Now the cream version has one colourway and it has got, let me show you, obviously your pattern, and then you have your 2.5 meters of cream. You have that lovely sky print, which is the stunning florals in the centre and a part of the kimono, the kimono skirt. I think this is so fresh. Do you know, Hayley, what size that floral element block is?
I don't know.
We can measure it for you, someone's just asked. And then you're getting these two gorgeous fabrics as well, the gold and the cream.
So the finished size is 28 inches by, and I don't know why I'm looking on there because it's actually detailed in here.
It's Mandy who's asked.
It's so 28 inches by 38 rings a bell, but don't quote me on that one.
Because that could be a quilt in itself, couldn't it?
Absolutely could do.
Add a little border around that as well. That's an element in itself.
So,
Quilt or
okay, so the centre panel, you're going to trim to 28.5 because obviously your seam allowance to 37. So, yeah, so it's going to end up 36.5-ish, there. The kimono block's 4.5 inches by 5. These are your cut sizes, not your seam, including your seam allowance. The bamboo border to the horizontal one, 28.5 inch, and then you've got 15 inches for the height and that. And then obviously you've got your vertical, you've got all the measurements in there as well. So.
Brilliant. Check out on the cream colourway. This will sell out. There are over 15 of you who've got it in your basket that are yet to check out. It's not yours till you complete your order. So, yeah, don't miss that. Love it. $59.99. These colours look beautiful together, don't they? With the magenta pink, with that green and the sky print with the fabric. They work so well, especially with the Japanese fabrics as well. Pattern on its own, as I said, it's gone wild in the aisles. Everybody is loving the physical pattern. If you've got that just one foundation paper piece block, you've also got, remember, all of this lovely bamboo applique elements to it, your cherry blossom. Have you already bought Japanese fabrics from us before? We've done we've done so many hours of shows where we've brought to you hundreds of different prints with gorgeous Japanese fabrics. So yes, and we've had Susan Briscoe here. I've had so many people who have got lots of knowledge within Sashiko world and Borrow world. You could absolutely use this as a basis to be able to then incorporate some of your other favourite techniques as well. £9.99. A lot of people getting involved with the quote instructions on their own. £9.99 with your templates included full scale. Now, if you want to do it this afternoon, it's been a really popular one. If you're thinking, yeah, I need that breakout project, I want to watch the show and then I'm going to get going this afternoon, then this is your digital download. This is a brilliant digital download pattern to be able to have. Obviously, you print off your templates. You would need to photocopy your foundation ones anyway. So yes, you can just be done with a normal A4 printer, your home printer. You don't need to go off out to the library or anything to print it out. Press the button once, it says purchase instead of add to basket. So just click the button once, it will automatically check out your order and appear in your account. £9.99 for your handmade by Hayley instructions. We're running over just slightly by 5 minutes, just so you know, because we want to have a look at the applique element, but then we'll just run over on the other hours as well. Right, so applique. This is fusible applique.
It is, yes, yeah. So very, very quickly, that's as far as I got with that. Just add your extra fabric onto the side there, and then it's all done. And then you'd make the top part. So just to recap what we did there. So your applique pieces, these are going to be kind of your shapes to make up your flowers, to make up your bamboo, and so on. So what we've got here is, we've got obviously all the instructions there, but you've also got your templates for your pieces as well, for your applique. Grouped together, as you said before, in your colour grouping. So letter A would be your stalk and your stems. Letter C is going to be your floral fabric, or the fabric that you're using for your petals. And then you've got your green fabrics, your flower centres. So this makes it nice and easy. So if you are coming in with a large piece of your bond web or whatever it is that you're using to do your applique, you can literally just lay it on there and then iron that onto a big piece of fabric.
Right, good
if you're wanting to do that.
Instead of cutting them all out individually.
Absolutely. So, for instance, if you're needing your pieces, all you would do is you cover your piece like so, from the book, trace around the edge of it like so. What I tend to do is don't worry too much if it goes a bit wibbly wobbly. Doesn't matter. And then all I would do with that is just put the pattern piece in like so. Okay. Then I would get my pieces of fabric and I would fuse that to the wrong side. Okay. And then literally just cut out those pieces on top of that line. And again, if it goes a bit wibbly wobbly, don't worry, it doesn't matter. It's all going to come together in the grand scheme of things. So just literally trimming those fabrics right the way around.
Do you think I'm best to get the bonded web roll? The 5 metre roll is probably best as opposed to the metre
if it's one of those things that you're enjoying and you envisage doing a lot of, definitely, yeah.
There is a small packet on the website as well, but you can choose. We put the roll through because obviously you've got all your bamboo to do. You've got your cherry blossom in the centre as well. So there's a lot of applique in this. I'd probably get the roll. And then you'll have loads to be able to do lots more applique.
That's it. So now I've got my pattern pieces and I've got all the other bits and pieces here as well that I need as well. So I've already cut out all of those. So this is where you find your panel. Now this is a smaller version of what we've got on the back there. So I'm just going to have all my pieces and my fabric base there and then just bring in a pressing mat. Now with the darker fabric, obviously you've kind of got like a layout that you've got. So you wouldn't necessarily put the panel underneath because it's not the right size. I actually decided to do a miniature version of it, which you could do. But you're just using that as almost like a guide. So what I tend to do is I tend to think of it almost like going from the bottom and working my way up. So if you're actually doing it in the pattern, it will say about finding your centre point and things like that, but I'm not going to worry about that at the moment. So all I've got here is I've got my pieces with the backing on there. So all I'm going to do is take the backing off and then fuse those in place as we go. But before I fuse them, I'm going to position them. So don't fuse anything until you're happy with the layout, because obviously once it's fused, there's not a lot you can do. So you've got your pattern pieces. So I've laid down pattern piece A. So I'm going to look for pattern piece number 4, which is, I've just cut that piece out somewhere. I think it was that one, wasn't it? And then what I tend to do is I take the backings off anyway at this stage. You could leave the backings on and position them with the backings if you want, but I tend to find that they're a little bit grippy at this stage. So again, I'm just going to position it roughly where it needs to go, and that's going to sit there. Next to it, we've got, well, you might want to put the centrepiece in first, because that's going to kind of be your central bit, which I have lost, so we'll forget about the centrepiece. We'll go for piece 6C, so I've got that over on the side over here.
Oh, that's a good idea, to label them all as well as you've transferred them.
That's it, and it doesn't have to be kind of scientifically in exactly the same place. What I tend to say is to leave at least 5 mil between your pieces, because when it comes to doing your applique stitches, you need to have a little bit of a gap there. So the next one that we've got there is 7. So 7C. You don't have to worry about the letters at this stage because they're already in the kind of the shapes. Again, don't go too close to the edge. You're going to have a 1/4 inch seam allowance, so just be aware that you need to leave that little bit of gap there, because you don't want your pattern to get caught up into the seams. So there we go. That's going to sit like so there. Then we've got 9. That's going to be over on that side. At this point, it might be that you suddenly find, oh, actually, it looks a bit squashed. It needs to be opened up. That's fine. Don't think of it as being, it's got to be exactly the same. Flowers grow in different ways, don't they? So that is the kind of thing. Just make it to be whatever you want it to be. So if you want to make it slightly larger, then you can put the open spaces there. I've lost a little bit that went in the middle. Where's that gone? Is it under there? No, it's probably wafted it. I'm a bit of a wafter. It'll have gone somewhere. So the centre part will sit in the middle there. And if I'm happy with that, I'm pretty happy with that, how it sits. So all I'm going to do is come in with a hot iron. Now, we're going to press. We're not ironing, we're pressing. And this is important because you don't want the pieces to move. So what I would tend to do, you could put a pressing cloth on top if you're wanting to. I tend to do my first press just as a relatively small press. Don't hold it for any great length of time. And that's going to fuse them kind of in place.
So slightly, yeah, that's a good idea.
So they're kind of there. But so if somebody opened the door, they were not going to necessarily waft. But then I would come in and I would work my way around them and make sure that I'm pressing and I'm holding, and then I'm lifting and I'm moving. I'm lifting and I'm moving. I'm not moving the iron, because if you move the iron, then the adhesive has been made fluid because of the heat, and you'll find that you're pushing those pieces and distorting your pattern. So just press and move, and don't forget you are going to be stitching these in place anyway, so that's where they will kind of get attached to your fabric, and then you don't have to move. Just don't worry about it. Just make sure that they are in place like so. And then it's a case of deciding what stitch you're wanting to use to put those in place. Satin stitch is a nice one. It could be that you're using like a applique stitch, you know, like the little blanket stitch, which is a cute one.
Could I hand stitch these?
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, I fuse these in place, so I'm going to need stitches to kind of cover those raw edges. But if you were doing a hand embroidery, then what I particularly would suggest is you turn it under and do that kind of turned edge version if you wanted to as well. So, yeah. But I'm not doing that, so I'm just going to put a little satin stitch on the edge.
Oh, there's so many lovely messages. Hayley, I love your quilt pattern. It's so well explained.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, it is. It's so clear. Anybody who wants a pattern that is going to hold their hand through all these different techniques and elements, yeah, definitely go with this one. You are getting so much info in there, and all of your full-size templates. Graphic is for the one that's behind Hayley on the wall with the darker background. And it's just, I just thought, actually, what a great idea that you're doing a smaller scale version. And it's so easy to do that on your computer. If you just, you know, change the percentage of it, you can make it larger or bigger.
The pattern pieces are exactly the same size.
Yeah.
But I've just taken a section of it.
Right.
But you could, like you say, if you're printing it
down.
off, as long as you scale everything down.
Yeah, yeah.
Because otherwise you'll suddenly have huge bamboo alongside it, which you might want. You might want.
That happens in my garden, though. If you ever planted bamboo in your garden, it goes everywhere, doesn't it?
Fabulous kind of, I mean, there's so many different things that come from bamboo, isn't it? It's brilliant. Now, I'm not testing my satin stitch because I had a little go earlier on, but I would suggest that you just check your satin stitch or whatever stitch it is that you're working with to make sure that it's the width that you want it to be, and also that it's as close together as you want it to be. So I'm going to stitch a little bit. This is very much personal preference, so I'm working my way around. Now, what you will actually see, you'll probably see some of the fabric actually coming through. Let me take it off the machine, and it might be easier for you to see. What I've done is I've done my satin stitch, but you can kind of see the gaps of the fabric in between. So if you're wanting it to be more dense, that you're closing up your satin stitch. So on mine at the moment it's 0.8. If I wanted it to be more dense, then I'll probably take it to 0.6 or 0.4. So it's almost on top of each other. It gives that kind of, you see how it's got like a rawness to it. If you don't like that rawness and you want it to be closer together, then all you need to do is close it up. But it's personal preference, that is. So I'm just going to take it back and I'm going to go. If I wanted to stitch over the top of it, I could do, but am I bothered? No. So I'm not going to bother that. And again, by doing a little bit of a practice, you get it to whatever you want it to be and make sure that you are happy with that. So, yeah.
Oh, Jane said, Hayley, you are a star. I've learned so much from you today.
Aww.
Thank you from Jane.
Well, that's the bit that I love about it. That's...
Oh, well, you are a fountain of knowledge. And we're going to learn more about this as well with the Husqvarna. Am I pronouncing this right?
It is, yeah. Imagine it isn't double O.
Husqvarna.
Husqvarna
machine in a bit, because this was your sort of previous life as well, wasn't it? Where
it was,
educate, you know, different retailers that was selling.
Absolutely.
So today's the day to get in your questions about that machine.
Yeah, it's a beautiful machine.
So this is the Quartz.
Quartz 29 that's coming up
29.
later on. I've got it in sewing machine mode at the moment. We'll have a look at it more of an embroidery type machine at 11 o'clock. But it's a beautiful machine. I've been blown away with how much you are getting for such a small price.
I'm so excited to hear all about that. It's coming up in the next hour. Thank you so much,
You're
Hayley.
welcome.
Recapping the kits, those of you that haven't yet checked out, the one that's exactly the same as the one on the wall is the one that I've got physically here. So you've got 2.5 meters of black background. You've got the green, the 2 different shades of lilac. This one you get a whole meter of. You also get your mottle in pink and your 2 Japanese fabrics with your full instructions and templates at a fabulous $59.99. I am taken aback by the value for money. It's one of the most affordable quilt kits I've ever sold since day dot on Sewing Street. And we all know price of everything has gone up dramatically, and yet still always Hayley's aim is to make sure your kits are as affordable as possible. So if you are tackling this as your first big quilt, or you're wanting to learn more skills, or you're just wanting to utilise the pattern and make lots of other things using the kit here, go for it. $59.99 for your pattern, your templates, your instructions, and all of your fabric with that gorgeous dark background. See, personally, my favourite is the cream background, but I know if John Scott was sitting here, he'd be saying the dark background. I think I can see that in John Scott's house. Yeah. I love this design. It's gorgeous. And of course, we're...
I mean, seasonal, I suppose maybe the lighter one's better for where we're going into spring. I don't know.
It's the right time of year to be launching this, actually, because it's nearly cherry blossom season, isn't it, March?
Absolutely beautiful. Love cherry blossom.
Have you been to Japan?
No. But if I went, I would go in cherry
March.
blossom.
Yeah. Now, with the cream version, which is my favourite, I think this colour palette, we should note this down. Isn't this a gorgeous palette?
Big shout out to Jen upstairs. She's put these kits together and she's got a real eye for colour. So, yeah, she's done a brilliant job.
I would never think of putting these 2 colours together. They look gorgeous. And then complemented so perfectly with the gold Japanese prints as well. Full instructions, fabulous quilt pattern. Love the design, love the elements that are included. And it is just a real skill builder, isn't it? FPP, applique, step-by-step photographs, instructions. Remember, if you do want to watch, there's a video on Handmade by Hayley, a tutorial on foundation paper piecing, different project. But hopefully, maybe you'll be thinking of doing a video with this one.
I've just got to find the time.
Oh, I know.
Not easy.
Isn't it? Instructions are available also individually, whether you want them as a digital download or this is your physical copy. Right, there are loads of you that need to check out during the break. There are over 30 of you who have not yet checked out on your physical instructions. If you do want your pattern sent out to the post, it's in the post to you. It's £9.99. It's obviously in the bundles. You don't need to worry about getting it if you've already got your bundle. You'll get your pattern included. But if you just want it on your own, maybe you've already got fabrics in your stash, lots of Japanese influenced fabrics, or if you've got different projects in mind that you want to be able to use these elements, then yeah, go for it. £9.99. Brand new pattern in today at £9.99. Digital download. This has been one of the most popular digital download quilt patterns we've done. I absolutely think this is one that you're thinking, I want that breakout project today. Yeah. I've got time this afternoon. I've got projects in my stash already. It's raining cold today, isn't it?
Horrible out there.
Horrible weather today. Spend the afternoon maybe tackling your fear of foundation paper piecing. Really beginner-friendly FPP block in there. Lovely applique patterns. And a fabulous quilt. Big quilt as well, 66 by 57 finished size, £9.99, and that is the one that you just hit purchase and it will be instantly in your Sewing Street account. Thank you ever so much. We'll see you with our Husqvarna.
You will indeed.
I'm so excited for that show. It was so popular. We don't have anywhere near as much stock as we had last time. It still comes in the bundle with the free luggage, which is so luxurious, and the thread chest. Get ahead. There's already more of you that have got ahead already, I know that. But, yeah, I mean, look at that. You're getting so much. The quality is amazing. The thread chest is included. They're already going. There's Hayley hiding behind. Well, we've lost her behind the luggage now, but look at it. Gorgeous quality. Stay tuned, though, because we have got Sara Page coming up next with her brand new springtime panel. Stay tuned. We're back with Sara right after this.
So this is the Husqvarna Viking Quartz 29 sewing and embroidery machine. It's a brilliant machine because it's a combination of sewing and embroidery. Whether you're sewing everyday fabrics or tackling more complex embroidery designs, the Husqvarna Viking Quartz 29 offers a smooth, professional finish every time. It comes with 2 hoops, but one of the things that I love most about this is the 7-inch display, and you've got Wi-Fi as well as cloud storage with this one as well. You can access My SewNet, which gives you the opportunity to add to the designs that you've got. You've got 180 built in, but you can buy more from the My SewNet website if you choose to. It's also got over 200 sewing stitches in there. So lots of your utility stitches that you'd use on a daily basis, but also some decorative ones. And you can play around with those, you can flip them, you can change the length, change the width of them, and even make your own. So you've got 10 built-in fonts, and you get those in 3 different sizes. When you're in sewing mode, you've got 4 sewing fonts as well. So those are perfect if you're wanting to do things like your labels on the back of your quilts. With a wide selection of built-in stitches and embroidery patterns, the Quartz 29 is perfect for a range of projects. The intuitive interface, along with a large, vibrant display, makes it simple to navigate through the settings. If you download the My SewNet app, you can monitor your embroidery while you're having a coffee. Its durable construction, combined with modern technology, ensures a sewing experience that is both enjoyable and productive, empowering you to bring your creative visions to life with ease.
A lot of people ask me, what dress size pattern should I buy, John? Because I never know. I can't answer that for you, because if you go by your commercial shop bought dresses, if you go into different shops, Wallis, Marks and Spencer's, Topshop, any of those, size 14 in every single one of those shops will be a different size, depending on the designer, depending on the pattern cutter and the pattern grader. What you need to do when you're making your own clothes is don't think, oh, I buy 14 from Wallis, I'll make a size 14. What you need to do, and this is the sign of a good pattern, what they have is they have your body measurements, which are the ones that you have to go to. Now, it's sometimes a little bit depressing because you buy a 14 in a shop, and on a pattern, it could say that you're an 18. Ignore that. Nobody will ever see that. What you go by is your bust, waist and hip measurement on the pattern, and then if it's a good pattern, underneath it, it will tell you the finished size of the dress, which shows how much ease it's got. So what you can do is you can look at, say you look at this one and you say, oh, 100 bust, 82 waist, 106 hip. Obviously that's in centimeters. You think, yes, I'm going to make myself a size 16. You then look at the finished size here of the size 16, and you can see that you've got 12 centimeters ease around the bust, you've got a good amount of ease around the waist and a lot of ease around the hip. Then what you do is you then look at the pattern, the finished size around your body, and you think, oh no, that looks like it might be too big. Then you can go down a size or up a size if you don't think it's going to be big enough. But the thing I always say is make a toile. Get yourself a bolt of calico and make a toile, and that's the way you'll make sure you buy the right size pattern.
Guess who's going to be back Monday the 17th from 9 o'clock right through to 1 o'clock with you. What is it they say? There's no show without punch. You can't have a 5th birthday without inviting me along to celebrate. So I'm coming in. I've got an amazing takeover planned. You do not want to miss it. When you see some of the deals that we're going to have on, we're going to have an amazing morning. I will see you there.
When you hear the term half-square triangle, or HST, it refers to a simple way to create 2 identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with 2 squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure Then sew along the 2 outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half square triangle is ready to use.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
I don't know where the time's going today. I'm so sorry that we've overrun, but we will make sure that we have the whole hour because we've got so much to talk about.
We have.
It's lovely to see you back with us.
Thank you. It's great to be back.
Those of you who've never met Sarah before, back in January, no, when was
September.
it? September. Oh my gosh, it's been since September that we saw you. But you're actually one of John's friends. You met John randomly.
I did because John launched the book launch with, he was the compere.
Yeah.
And I did illustrated the cookbook for Bakers of Wroxall.
Fantastic.
So,
we actually had that book on the show and it...
Oh, yes, it went
completely sold
fantastic.
out.
Yes,
Yeah.
it did. Yeah, and he saw my fabrics. He said, when are you coming? And he kept nagging me.
Yeah.
And so in the end, I said, okay,
Yeah.
okay, fine.
And you've worked with Lou and our team
Yeah.
upstairs to be able to put together the most amazing collections for you. So we saw the baking collection and some of the wine fabrics. I recognised it straight away because I think I've seen some of your homewares, some of the mugs that
Yeah.
we've had on the show back last year.
That's my signature design. That's the
Yeah.
first design I ever did. So it sort of follows with me all the time.
I'm so excited to talk more about the design process and your artwork and your journey. But can I just highlight something before somebody else finds out and then it gets taken off us? We've got a panel, which I'm not going to lie, literally about 2 minutes ago, Hannah ran through and just said, I just want to check something because there is a panel that is on the show today that ends with the code 45. This is the panel that I've got here. Now, it says on your screen, Hannah, that it is a cushion and it is a small panel to make a cushion. This is not a small panel. It is huge. They have named it wrong and therefore they have priced it wrong. This is a tote bag panel. They are normally $19.99. Now, because it's a Sunday, we can't amend anything on the system. Take advantage of this because that is £9.99 today and it is not a cushion. You are getting the full tote bag, panel, fabric, instructions, not for $19.99, for $9.99. This is what you'll get. Now, that is an error from the upstairs. Ignore the graphics under here that say cushion. This is what you are getting for $9.99. I'm going with codes. This is what you're getting. DZV2 45. Where's my... There you go. DZ 245. That is your item code, matching that one. So this is the one that you'll get. Please, please, please grab that whilst you can because you will get the one that's here. There's nothing else that we could do like that. We definitely won't be able to do it in the future. There is amazing prices and there are wrong prices. I couldn't not highlight that before I started talking to Sarah. But it's a great way to try out this beautiful collection. Anybody who follows Sarah on social media, if you don't, do, because you'll see so much amazing inspiration. I mean, where does it start for you? Are you an artist?
Well, I'm a designer, really, fundamentally.
But
I do love
not
to
on the
draw and
computer.
paint.
Do you do it on the computer?
No. I always start with the drawing. And then I scan in and then I manipulate. So I start with a drawing that's very free and then I take sections from it, apart from this one, which of course is the panel, the front panel on this and on the cushion. I took this straight as it is. But on other ones, you'll see as you go through that I take bits and I mix them up.
I love this colour palette. It's beautiful.
Well, it's summer, isn't it? It's summer garden for your summer house or your conservatory or in your garden. So take this design. It comes from this piece of this, a bit of this, and a little tiny bit of that. That's it. So those are the two in that one. And then say you come to this one. It's poppy seed heads, and it's a little bit of this here. I just take sections out, and I use the colour palette, obviously, that I've mixed with my paint brushes. There's also on that, on the inside of the tote bag, you can see, or on the top of the tote bag, you see this one. Let's get it the right way around. You see this here?
Yeah.
Well, basically, I scan in a background colour like that. I've taken a bit of this, and I've taken this little flower, which I've now lost. I've done a Hayley.
We've
there
got
it
little
is.
bits that waft
That's
everywhere.
it. And I've just basically put that on top of it.
See, there's so much that
Yeah.
goes into your end result. So the bag, I mean, it's a beautiful bag. And anybody that got that panel, because I believe it has completely sold out. So if you did get it, well done, you got yourself a bargain. But it means that you're going to have a bit of an introduction to seeing this stunning fabric and how it works. How have you done this?
Well, that is just basically bleach. I drop bleach on it. Do it outside because it's not good for the airwaves. But yes, I just sat down in my garden and did this, and I paint with dye because that gives me the most vibrant colours. Because, you know, I'm really a sort of very textile-y related, so everything I do is very, I think like that. I was watching Hayley and I'm getting so excited. I think I might do a...
Oh, yeah, you were in here the whole of the show watching. She was like, I'm so inspired.
Because I'm going to do a collage one now, inspired by that applique. Yeah. So, she's a woman after my own heart. I heard her say she doesn't throw anything away. I don't. Yeah. I save all the bits of drawings and they come in and I reuse them. So, yeah, so...
Amazing. We love it.
That's how it happens.
Absolutely love this collection. Now, these designs, I love them. Obviously, the tote bag's completely sold out. We do have a Sunflower cushion design, so the same prints. Now, this one is, again, the most beautiful fabrics. Our team have done such a great job of transferring your patterns and your designs onto fabric because they have got it absolutely bang on. The colours that are used are beautiful.
So I drop them in the templates, and then Lou does her thing because she knows now that I'm so obsessed with colour.
Yeah.
And that I send things back and say, well, it's not quite right, Lou, it's not. And she's really patient with me. Yeah. Because if I don't get the colour right, I've lost my design. It doesn't work,
Yeah.
So it's really important to me.
So within this, you've got your front, you've got your envelope back, and then is this spare fabric?
That's your spare bit to do with what you will, to play with. So,
brilliant.
Do your Hayley bits or whatever.
Fantastic.
It's this one, isn't it? It's this one.
Oh, I love it. I love it. And you've done like a piping
I've done a
around.
piping with, yes, because obviously there's other spare bits, or you could have done it with, what I've done here, you see, is I've used the two of those to do this bit, and I've used that for my piping.
I love it.
Or the 16 strips. If you buy the 16 strips, you've got lots to play with for doing things like piping and frills.
If you want this big panel, you could do extra bead embroidery on top of it. We were talking about that earlier on, but this would lend itself beautifully for doing extra embroidery work on it as well.
Yeah.
We're loving this colour palette. I think it's just what we need on a
it's
rainy
this time of
Sunday like
year.
today to be making beautiful cushions like this ready for your
just think of your garden. Or if you've got a little summer house down the garden or...
Beautiful. What size is the finished cushion? Do you know?
It's 40 by 40.
40 by 40?
Yeah.
40 centimetres by 40 centimetres.
Yeah, because I bought a 45 inner to put in it because it's better if you squash them, make them look really plumpy.
I find it amazing. I mean, so when was it that you did the drawings? How long ago?
It was during the pandemic, actually.
Was it?
When we were all stuck in our gardens. Luckily, we were lucky to have a garden. It was very...
And is this the first time that you've used
Yes.
this picture on fabric there?
Do you know what I did, first of all? I spoke to Hayley and said I got this spring pattern, and it was this one I started with, and this one. And so the first design I came up with was that one.
I love that.
you know how you can wake up in the morning and have these sudden kind of thoughts? And I thought, why haven't I got this one out the drawer that's in there, which was drawn at the same time?
Well, you must have huge archives.
Well, I do. I have a big plan chest with all the drawings in. And then I suddenly realised that actually it would work really well on a cushion.
Yeah.
Because we were talking about patchwork and different things, but the cushion idea came and that was it.
Yeah, for your homewares, that is stunning, isn't it? And to have the original artwork, you know, here in the studio, to see how close it is, printed onto 100% cotton panels, with also so much fabric to be able to do an envelope bag. This could literally be your first project, your first ever project.
So simple to make.
Yeah.
You don't even have to do this bit,
Yeah.
you know, if you want to keep it really simple.
But you have enough fabric to be able to do
you
piping. And that looks like something, if you were to see that in a garden centre, how much would it be? The fact that you can get it for £10, less than £10, I would be multiplying on this, because I think this is one of the only projects. Am I right in saying that you get this panel picture? So this could be the centre of a quilt if you wanted.
Oh, yes,
or
yeah.
It's not
Doesn't
even
have to be a cushion.
Yeah.
No. But one of the things is that because I work very much, I've created the colour palette for you. So whatever you mix in my range will work together.
So what's your background then? So how did you get into designing?
Well, I did a printed textile degree, and then I went on and did a master's sometime later. I actually did my degree with my children went to school. So,
Right.
so
Yeah.
fellow twin mums. aren't we?
Yeah, I know. As soon as I watched your show, I was like, oh my gosh, you're a twin mum. Hayley's a twin mum as well, all the twins.
Yes, so then I did my master's in surface pattern, and so I really focused on creating patterns for surface. And I did do, you know, ceramics and melamine and that sort of thing. But my real passion is fabric, because I love the feel of fabric.
Yeah, well, you're a sewer as well, aren't you?
Well, I am, yes, yeah. But I sew to create ideas rather than, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I sample things, but I get very bored easily, I'm sorry to say. But and then that's really how it started. And then I used to teach at Birmingham City University, printed textiles as well. I had my own range of, you know, mugs and trays and whatever, and aprons and those sort of things for some years.
Yeah.
But now I just like to design.
Yeah.
And I like to, you know, this way of working is actually perfect for me, because I just feel that I design and people buy one piece and make something with it, and that's fantastic. There's no wastage, there's no, you know, lots of storage in my garage anymore.
Yeah. And the creation then carries on, like you said,
because
all our
I
viewers that love sewing.
I love coming up with something new.
Yeah.
You see, so.
We've had so many lovely messages for you. There's a really nice message from, who is it that messaged in? June in East Sussex. OMG, that cushion is sunshine on a plate.
Oh, thank you.
Very uplifting on a grey and gloomy day, love June, isn't it? That is exactly what we all need to inject a bit. I'm really bad at injecting colour in my home. I'm very beige, very, you know. This would work in so many contemporary homes.
Well, yes, but I also think we have more confidence in the garden,
Yeah.
don't we? It gives
Yeah.
us more, or a garden room gives you, because you can bring the outside in, can't you?
Yeah.
And so you can be a bit braver, I think.
Absolutely, but just to be able to insert a little bit of colour into onto your sofa, onto a chair, into your...
It's all going that way. If
Yeah.
you look at, it's all going frills. The 80s are coming back, and
Yes.
piping, and lots of colour.
Love the frills on the back of the cushion. The
Well,
next
that's the
cushion
next.
we're going to be bringing you, we'll show you in a moment. But you can do that on any of them, of course, as well. I love that really, you know, maximalist, that really big bright colour. Get those bright colours into your home. The backing fabric is included as well. You get enough fabric there to get a really good crossover on your envelope back as well. It's not bulging out with the cushion. Once everybody's checked out, way over half the stock is gone. Your cushion panel, just £9.99. Brand new in today. I would get a couple of those. I can just see on this sunflower, adding a bit of your embroidery skeins or some lovely beads, some French knots. That would be gorgeous. I know you were watching last Monday, actually. I was on with Helen McCook.
Oh, beautiful.
This would be amazing, though, with some stunning... I actually want to see a collaboration with you and Helen. You give her some of your panels and see what she does with it. That would be amazing, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I'd love to collaborate. I think it's a great way to work.
Gorgeous. £9.99 for your panel. Now, the cushion that we've got here... This one's already been selling on pre-order. I think it's something a bit different, isn't it? Everyone's loving this collection. Have you done interior design before?
I used to work for a construction company in my previous life before twins.
Right, yes. I was going to say, these are just the the colour palette and I think these are perfect for home furnishings, aren't they? All of them. They make me smile looking at
But
them.
actually, even a bedroom, and I'll show you the bunting in a bit. And my daughter said to me it could be lovely in a little girl's or child's or baby's bedroom. So yeah, think outside the box. I'm saying garden, but it doesn't have to be.
That is posh guest room, isn't it? Really.
Yeah. Well, this has got the. Yeah, you're going to show them now, aren't you?
Yes, let me show you the panels. So the back is beautiful as well.
Well, I went a bit rogue here. I decided to
do a bit of a chord.
So you left your
contrast,
extra bit So this one you get more because you get the front, you get half the back, and I did that as the back, and then that's your spare bit. And the spare bit there is what I did the frill with, but. There isn't probably quite enough there for this frill. This is selling on the 16 strips that you'll see in a bit.
I know you love that panel,
I
don't
love
you?
that 16 strips. There's so much you can do with it.
This one, you are getting again, they complement each other. So if you wanted to get one cushion like this, one cushion, all of the panels, you can mix and match in the same designs. You could also use it for your patchwork. There's nothing stopping you using it in your patchwork as well. Start cutting it up, patchworking it together as you wish. But you're getting your 40 by 40 centimetre square here. You're then also getting, I love this, to be able to get a really good selection of fabric to work with, just multi-buying on different panels, mixing and matching different panels. This background is beautiful. How have you created this?
Well, it's this. It's this, because I've scanned in this artwork. But what I did is I sort of cut out in Photoshop a section of this. And because then when I put it into repeat, it repeats into almost like a little tile.
Yeah.
And so you get that nice faded effect. Because as you can see across the top there's a faded line because it's painted with dye rather than paint.
Brilliant, isn't it? And then you're also getting, you say, an extra spare fabric to do with as you wish.
Well, that's also a nice size, you say, for plique, for, I don't know, patchwork, all sorts of things, really. Yeah. Or trimming, I don't know, if you're making little girls' dresses.
Yeah.
And you can trim with it.
Absolutely, incorporating it into your stash. I just love the
I
colour
love that
palette.
phrase you have, your stash.
Your stash.
We all have stash.
We all have a stash, yes. £9.99. I didn't realise until I got into the sewing world just how, people are very protective or very, don't want to really talk about their stash.
Oh, they're a bit ashamed sometimes how much they've got and how long they've had it.
I was talking, it's not just in the soft furnishings either. I was on a hobby maker the other day and I was talking to Sharon and she literally was saying, I've got card that is over 10 years old that I haven't used yet, that she's got in her stash ready for a certain project. So even if you're not quite sure what it is you're going to be making yet, they are such beautiful prints that if you are giving them for gifts for people, a cushion's always a great gift for somebody. And for less than £10, you're getting, these are basically kind of exclusive to us. I don't know anybody else.
No, there's no one selling them, no.
How good is that?
This, it's also really, it's very much future trend because florals, frills, all that is really coming through. So I can tell you if you buy it now and even if you don't use it, it's coming through.
Oh yes, go for it. Be ahead of the curve.
Yeah. And one other thing I would probably say as well is I don't have a problem if anybody wants to make and sell for charity, and these people that do makes and go to do craft fairs.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that because I don't do that. All I ask is, please say it's my fabric.
Yeah.
Follow me, promote me, and whatever, and I'll just go and design some more for you.
Brilliant. Oh, I love that because that's your passion, like you say. This is what you do, and then it's brilliant that we have so many very talented people at home who are going to think of so many creative ways.
Yes, and I'd love to see what they do. So please send me pictures up on Facebook or Instagram because I love to see what people do.
Brilliant. £9.99. That's for your full, beautiful. What's the rhododendron? Is it?
That's rhododendron.
That's the rhododendron.
Yes, that's in the front garden of my house. That's at the bottom of the garden. The teasels. Teasels, if anyone who's a gardener knows that they just spread everywhere. They seed themselves everywhere, and I think my neighbours really don't like me because they just blow over into their garden. But I love them.
Oh, what are they called? Sorry, teasels. Oh, I have to look out.
So that's sort of after they've sort of well before they flower, and then after they flower, they're beautiful as well. They're so structural. Yeah.
We moved into a house a few years ago, and the people who lived there before obviously were mad keen gardeners. And we've got a friend who started up a gardening business, and we were like, "Will you just come and just tidy it up for us because we're not very good?" And he said, "The plants that are in your garden are amazing, so I'll have to have a look and see if I've got any teasels."
They grow really tall.
Do they?
Really, really tall. Yeah.
Right. The rhododendron finished cushion looks like this. You don't get instructions with it, so it's up to you what you make, but it's just giving you a bit of, inspiration of what you can do with it. You're getting that front rhododendron panel. It's a really good opportunity to be able to get the fabric for your stash with this stunning, would you call this like a magenta? This raspberry tone in the background is stunning with the lime greens, isn't it? Love it. And then on the back, it's up to you whether you want to do more coordinating, contrasting fabrics like Sarah has here, and the frills, piping. You could just do a very simple cushion. It could be a very, very first project. I always say start with a cushion.
Yes, very easy to do.
Really easy. £9.99, and they will just jazz up any garden room, conservatory, she shed you have, workroom, craft room. Yeah. Where is it that you do your majority of your
I've got a loft.
studio
I've
at
got a
home?
loft space. Yes, a very bit top of the house.
Yeah.
Lovely with lots
Oh, I
of
think I've
light.
seen it on your Instagram actually.
Yeah.
Packed with all this gorgeous
Yes.
colour.
Well, it used to be shared with the children. You know,
Yeah.
it was like a playroom. But a long time ago, I claimed it back, and it's all mine now.
That's brilliant. Anybody who wants to follow Sarah on Instagram as well, it's just
Sara Page Design.
Yeah, Sarah SARAPAGE Design. Fabulous, and we'll find
That's correct.
you.
And on Facebook, the same. Yeah.
Fabulous. You'll see all what's to come as well, because I suppose, as you say, if you've got quite an archive, there are lots of collections.
I
you're gonna
have,
be able to
I
do
have,
with us.
because I'm always drawing. I'm going away next month, and I shall have my sketchbook with me.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's lots to come. Yeah.
So that's the rhododendron. Now, I know you love the strips. Some of the most popular, though, are always the 5-inch squares for us.
Yes, they're great for the patchwork.
We've got this one, yeah, for patchworkers, go for it. It's like your ready-made charm squares. Now, you are getting a huge selection of all of those different prints, mini versions, but you're still getting the larger scale prints, you're still getting the smaller scale prints, all for $14.99. This one has been going crazy on pre-order. Love this colour palette. You can still do the bunting, couldn't you, with this,
Oh,
actually?
definitely, yes.
You do the
Yeah.
bunting, you do storage tubs, you could team it with your calico or your early bird
Somebody
vanilla.
made a bear out of one once before I saw on here.
Brilliant.
Which is really good. Yeah.
And because it's not a charm pack, they're already, together. There's no gap between.
No.
You can just make a
You
9-patch cushion.
You can just work straight on it. So you could take the cushion pattern size and just take it straight like that.
Yeah, if you've got a Scrappy Bear, if you've got the Scrappy Bear pattern, you just put your template straight on and you've got like your patchwork bear there ready to go. It's, for me, the colours. And it isn't an instant thing. This is back and forth with our team of Sarah being very particular and saying, no, I want it like this. I need it like this. You have a vision in your mind. You've got the paintings of how you want it.
Another cushion as well.
Yeah. Just literally do yourself a 9-patch. You can satin stitch between them if you want and make it look like you've patchworked it.
Yeah.
$14.99. If you've got any 5-inch square patterns, make them into half square triangles, quarter square triangles, or use them for your applique. Cathedral window would be nice. Oh, we were talking about FPP. These are small enough, that you have got a really great selection of patterns and colours that all complement each other. They all work well together. And look at how many you get. 40 5-inch squares going to sell out today. I've got a feeling this is going to be a full sell-out show. We are all ready for a little bit of spring and summer in our life by the looks of
desperate for it, aren't we?
things. Brand new in today. Absolutely love it. And it's a long time in the making. I bet when you were, sitting in the pandemic, doing these drawings out in your garden, did you imagine they'd be on the telly?
Just to
printed on
entertain
fabric?
myself, really. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really lovely to see it come to life.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really lovely.
And then the absolute cherry on the top is for you to send your images in to Sarah with what you make.
What I love, though, is when you fold something up like that and you suddenly see the patterns next to each other, and you don't always have to use the full square. That little strip next to those is really exciting. Or when you see, things like that. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, well, I find that very exciting.
Yeah, just seeing how the small pieces come together and they all complement.
But that's why I
each
like
other.
what Hayley said about don't throw anything away. So when I've got dishes now with scraps of this in my studio, thinking, what do I do next? How do I play with these?
I'd be looking, thinking, right, I can cover some lovely big buttons with this.
Yes,
Anything,
yeah.
any of the smaller ones. Don't throw anything away. Have your smaller scraps ready for smaller projects. Just this colour palette works so well, but it also is quite brave. Do you know what I mean?
Well, yeah.
When you stick with
I love
pinks, you know,
colour.
sometimes you just stick with all pinks. But to be able to introduce, you know, all these colours, especially the professional designers to come in and say, right, that works with this colour, this shade and tone all works together. You're getting a real opportunity to work with textile designer and artists that you know it's going to work well. Because it is brave, isn't it, to say, right, I'm going lime green and pink.
Yeah,
yellow.
well, if you saw my house, it's full
Brave.
of colour. Yeah. But yeah, and it is difficult for some people. And I think if you tentatively try, cushions are great for injecting colour.
Yeah.
Without being, too over the top. You don't have to paint the wall that green.
No.
You can put the cushion in there.
Absolutely. This is the way of bringing that colour into your home or into the garden. How beautiful would this be in the summer if you've got nice, I'm thinking, you know, like your rattan sofa, chairs, how beautiful all these cushions will be. Now, obviously, the 5-inch squares, you can then use as patchwork on the back, on the front. You could have a panel like this. This is the cushion that I've got the main graphic in for now. This cushion will sell out. There's literally less than 10 of them. But then put your 5-inch squares all the way around this. Start building up a quilt, a summer quilt that you go out.
I'd love to
on a
see someone do
picnic.
that. Yeah.
If you go out on a picnic and have as a blanket or a quilt on a bed, beautiful. Beautiful.
Or even when you sit outside at night with your glass of wine and you want something around your shoulders.
Yeah, at the case. I know the pub that you. Well, is that your local pub?
No, it's not. Well, it is when I've got friends that live nearby. But
Yeah.
yes.
Oh, brilliant! Right, so I went to the pub that Sarah's talking about, and you're not allowed phones in there.
Oh no.
It's stepping back in time. I think I've told you about this before, Hannah. It was when I went on Debbie Cavill's Hen Do. This is how the connection of John Scott met Sarah. And I went on a Hen Do and we went to this pub and they said, no phones allowed. No phones.
No phones, no food, only a packet of crisps.
Just a packet of crisps, but you're not allowed to go on your phone. Right, so anyway, moving on to...
What are we on now?
01. Your favourite, the strips. Is this the first time that you'd worked with 2.5 inch,
No,
the strips
they're
like
in
this?
the wild wine as well, but I
Yeah,
hadn't
the wild wine.
I hadn't played with them. I've never played with them, you see.
Oh, they are so versatile. Now, within this, you are getting... Oh, let me check I've got the right one. Thank you. We are getting your 2.5 inch strips, like your design roll, you know, like your what else is another word that you can call it? Design roll or strip roll. Here you have got... How many strips did you say? 16?
16, yeah.
16 strips, and they are wide because our printer that we work on is wide as well. It's not 112 wide. But look, you are getting... I'm going to stand on my tippy toes so you can see how much you are getting.
So I've downscaled
14.99.
all the patterns for this so that they coordinate with the larger patterns so well.
But yet, you've not lost any of the quality by making it smaller, you know, downscaling.
That's all about how well you scan it in, high res.
Right. See, this is all the process that goes into it, that I look at a pan and go, oh, it's lovely, look at the colours. But actually, there's so much detail and there's so much, you know, work that goes into making sure that all of your images are super, super clear, no matter what the scale of print, it works so well. Now, quilts, instant quilt, you could literally bind this as it is, you know, quilt it as it is like that. You could back a lap quilt with this and make it look amazing. Have it as a reversible quilt without having to piece your back. Because the width of it is, I believe, 140 wide.
Yes.
140 wide. For bindings.
Bindings, it's brilliant. And the frills, I did the ruffles and frills and things.
And so with your amazing bunting, you used this strip roll. I'm so pleased you've done that because I wouldn't think of using a panel like this to do bunting.
Whether we can see this here, that's some little pieces.
Oh,
And you see
it's
that when you
gorgeous.
cut it, you immediately get those nice little stripes.
So you've literally just got the
I made my own
panel
little template,
Yeah.
and I just cut them through the panel. And, you know, I've sort of done them, I do it like that.
They're
So-
lined as well, lovely. Posh bunting, line it with your stash, $14.99. You would be able to make oodles of bunting with this, wouldn't you?
You could, absolutely. I mean, yeah, you could have the school fete.
Yeah.
It'd be brilliant.
Like you said, for a little girl's bedroom or
Yeah.
for to go with your cushions in your she shed, in your craft room or a bedroom. It looked beautiful. Now, there is a solid bundle, I believe, that our team, again, have matched in our solids to go with. So if you do want any of the solids to go with, these are the colours that I think go best. Now, you're getting a 2 metre bundle. You're saving £2 on the price as well. So if you are thinking of backing the cushions in your solids and making your, you know, your fabric, your design in a fabric go further, or whether you want to back the bunting with the solids, it does just make that artwork sing even further. So yeah, just wanted to let you know that is on the show today, and it does have a saving on screen. There's only 20 of those bundles left. I think a lot of you have already found those. Well done. Oops, I've pinched your binding.
That's
right.
all right. That was only really to...
Oh, I love that they are, again, all on one massive panel for you, $14.99.
It's so useful, really.
Do you hand draw all of the designs first, or any of them sort of...
Yeah, they're all hand drawn. I mean, if even, you see, even sort of like that is very simply done.
Yeah.
And then that was then scanned in, and then it was put behind this, because this is the rhododendron, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
And then you, let's get it back. And that's how that came about. And so, and then I drop colour in. So I do quite a lot on Photoshop.
Yeah.
But I use a little dropper that you can go and you can pick the colour out of your drawing that you've scanned in and make sure you get the right... That's how I get the colours to all match.
See, this is all a skill in itself as well, isn't it? This is, you know, being able to then work with the colours and know where to shade them, how to...
Well, there's little tricks as well that when you create a pattern repeat, that you have sort of an odd number of elements. So the smaller, the least you should have is 3, ideally 5.
Right.
5
Do you always
different
work in odd numbers then?
Yes, it's I think it always makes a design look much more interesting. Otherwise, you end up with things the repeat too obvious. I always think, you look at William Morris, you're always sort of looking at it, aren't you, thinking, well, where did that start? Where did that end?
Yeah, yeah.
And as a little girl, I used to lie in bed and look at the curtains and try and work out what the patterns. So I've always been fascinated by pattern.
Yeah, I mean, it's all done for you. You can see that. If you're making larger scale projects, then you've got that pattern repeat that's just going to continue along. We need to see some by the half metre now as well, don't we?
Yes, there's some fat quarters that will be fun,
Oh, yeah. Should we do
fun
the
to
fat
play
quarters,
with.
in fact, next? The rhododendron fat quarter that we were just talking about, we actually have got available here. And now these are big fat quarters as well. I mentioned earlier that, they're printed on large, you know, a really big printer. So you're getting extra fat quarters. So within here, you're getting 2 of the green. And look at how big they are. Massive. Fresh colours.
And the poppy seed head.
Poppy
Which is my
seed heads.
favourite. I love the poppy seed head.
Love that colour. And then the pinks as well that you're getting in there, that lovely soft touch of pink. Doesn't stop there. At $19.99, you're also going to get that full rhododendron print as well, 4 large coordinating fat quarters. So the size of each fat quarter is actually 70 by 50 centimetres. They're big fat quarters. We call them fatter quarters, I think, don't we? Fatter quarters. And then you also have got, remind me of the name of this plant.
Teasel.
Teasel. I've got to
And
remember that.
I've reduced the size of this from compared to on the back of the cushion. So it's a little bit more workable if you wanted to do patchwork. Or...
Yeah. Another one, quilters, calling out to you. Get this in there. This is a brilliant opportunity to get some of the largest prints that we have available. They are gorgeous. Exclusive on fabric to us. In fact, actually, have you done a homewares range or, you know, you'll...
Not of this,
No?
No.
No. So is this the first time anyone's really seen these
Yes,
drawings?
apart from on my Instagram. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's amazing. I love it. Absolutely love it. And I do think it's literally the perfect weekend to be launching
Inspired
this.
by a spring and summer project, yeah.
Use it within all your applique. I'm even thinking, you know the lovely cherry blossom pattern that a lot of you have already bought, your digital download from Hayley's last hour? Use it. Make...
Oh, I can see that. And also, actually, going back to my favourite strips, is don't go with little girls. I mean, I've got a little granddaughter now, and I would make a little dress, out of it.
I've seen people who have used these big fat quarter panels to make dresses, little girls' dresses.
Yeah.
This would be beautiful for that.
Lots of fun, yeah.
Love it. We also have one other fatter quarter, which is the Echinacea fat quarter panel. Let me see. Then this is all of them, in fact. We've gone through all of them from this collection. So if you are loving it, mix and match, grab all of the different panels that you've seen, and yeah, get creative. There's so many different ideas. They all mix and match in together, which I think works really nicely. So if you want to get the 2 fatter quarter ones, spending less than £40, and honestly, you will be able to make a really lovely size lap quilt. This one would be lovely. My 3 girls are flower girls.
Yes.
Next year for a wedding. Imagine doing all matching
These
flower
two
girl
particularly
dresses.
lend themselves to little dresses.
That is stunning. I'm going to lie it down so you can see the patterns, because it's difficult to see on the images on the website, the detail that is in there. So you've got your beautiful echinaceas here. And this is a lovely... It isn't as lime as the ones on the cushions. It's more of like a lemon, isn't it?
Yes, it's a little subtle. I mean, some of this is kind of happy accidents that happen when you go into Photoshop, and Lou and I, tried to get this right, and and we settle on something in the end. But yeah, this is Echinacea and Anemone, which is one of my favourites, the little flowers anemone,
And then we also have... Do they all have names? Have you named all these prints?
Yeah, I think I've just called this one Ditzy Leaf.
Ditzy Leaf. Ditzy Leaf, nothing wrong with that. This is lovely. With those limes coming in, if you want to introduce this real pop of colour, floral is bang on trend.
I love pink and green. I think they work so well together.
They do.
I mean, this is in sort of in my family. This green is known as the Sara Page green, because it's my business card and everything's that green. Now, I always end up with that green. It's in the wild wine.
Is it like a chartreuse sort of green? What colour do you call it?
Yeah, it's very particular, because if you try to repeat it, it's just Sara Page's green. Yeah.
Every time I see that colour now, you will hear me reference it as Sara Page green. Now, we also have this. Is beautiful.
Yeah.
Is there a very subtle stripe?
Yes, it's the way I put it into repeat, in the stripe repeat. Yeah, because the actual artwork was this, well, it was a bit bigger, but it was just a strip, a panel. Because I do this, I draw on different size pieces of paper to inform myself about, the pattern, really. Because if you just draw on a square, everything always ends up being a square.
Yeah.
But I seem to have lost this, plus the poppy seed head, over Christmas. My artwork was somewhere in the lounge, and I have a feeling that a certain little 2-year-old might have put it in a basket somewhere.
Oh, gosh.
And it's somewhere in the house.
Yeah, they 2-year-olds, they do tend to steal things. They collect things. That's a good word, they collect things. And then this one is, of course, again, going back to the original artwork.
Yeah, this is the first one I did. Yeah, and I've got a real fondness for this one, actually. Yeah, I mean, somebody said to me I should make duvet covers with it.
Yeah, bed covers. I think wallpaper.
I know. That's been suggested as well. But
that is such a gorgeous print.
Yeah.
£19.99. Once again, remember, these are big fat quarters. So if you've got a fat quarter book, think of all of the different, half-yard Debbie Shaw books that you have, how well they would work.
Well, a throw in a bedroom as well, this one.
Well, there was a lady who messaged in saying, Alison saying, 2 5-inch squares, full panels, stitched together is an instant infant quilt top.
Wow.
Straight away.
That's good to know.
Oh, yeah. Anybody who's got a couple of these panels together, you have got instant quilts. Think about how affordable that is as well for designer fabric. Love it. Absolutely love it. £19.99. Can't get it anywhere else. How unique is that to be able to make a really special quilt for, a loved one? We were saying about little girls' room or little girls' house. There's nothing that's childish about this. This will go across all homes, but also it is really beautiful.
Well, thank you.
The colours just make you smile, don't they? They're just lovely colours. Under £20 for your massive fat quarter panel. Now, we've also got some of the homeware bits that we launched. In fact, we actually launched these before I even knew you. Like, I know before we were even in talks, I believe, with you,
yes.
we had your collection. So those of you that recognise these, this is the designer. How exciting. So we have 2 mug designs. We've got one, which is the tankard, and then we've got the other one, which is your classic China one. So they're both the same price point. I just want to show you the different shapes that are available, but we're going to start with the tankard. So is this a print that is now a little bit of your flagship design?
Yes, yes, it's the very first one I did, and I remember bringing the artwork in actually last time I was in with John, and it was a huge page of doodles and artwork, and it's a tiny little one in the corner, and yet it's become the main one because and that's what you do, you fiddle around and draw, and then you suddenly know that that's the one that works.
I love this. It is that doodle aspect of wine bottles, wine glasses.
It's got
so
quite
clever.
a sort of 60s contemporary feel. It reminds me of the things that were in the house with my mother when I was small. So, yeah. But I also, this was John's favourite, this shape. He liked this shape. And I prefer the other shape, the simple shape. But it's bone china, and I'm a tea drinker, and I think you need to drink tea in a china cup.
So when I was on air presenting this before, I think somebody said to me, it does taste different in a china
hot
cup.
as well.
Right.
I think, yeah.
They are absolutely beautiful, really, really lovely. Great gift idea for somebody, or treat yourself with Sarah's artwork on there. In fact, there's been Fifu reviews that have coming in. These mugs are lightweight and a pleasure to use. Oh. Fabulous. £11.99 for your, there you go, your name's on the bottom as well. Wild wine. Beautiful.
It's called
Sara
Wild
Page.
Wine because the inspiration came from a wine bar in Leamington called Wilds. It's no longer there now, but yeah.
I know the one that you go down the steps to. Yeah, it's no longer there.
Yeah,
but...
I exhibited in there for a Warwickshire Arts Week. Yeah,
Oh,
a few, yeah.
fantastic.
And I was inspired. I just sat in the bar and drew.
Brilliant. I love it. Hannah's saying, I'm meeting up with friends, having a cheeky wine. It's lovely. Having a gossip, this is one that I've got a few friends who I know I'd be gifting this to, but there's a certain time that you go, right, we've got to have a cup of tea. It's 10 a.m. in the morning, we're meeting for a cup of tea, and then it ends up later in the day, you end up having a wine. It's 12, let's have a wine. Lovely shape in the tankard mug design, £11.99. Great gift. Add it to your order. We also have the other design. Is this bone china as well?
Yes, yeah, this is the same. But it's just on a different
Fabulous.
mug shape.
Yeah,
really.
gorgeous. I do think if you are going around to your friends, like you say, for a cup of tea, it's nice to present it in a lovely, lovely mug. I've had this conversation many a time about me organising my cupboards with. Yeah, I feel like I really stepped into my adulthood when I decided to get really nice mugs.
I think I heard you say that the other day. I thought, yeah. That is very true, actually. Yeah.
Just £11.99.
When you're a student, you have anything anyone gives you. And
yeah.
then, yeah.
And
I've
now
seen that happened in our family.
Beautiful. £11.99 for your world wine china mug for £11.99. Go for it. We also have the full set. So if you do want to have, your placemats matching, your coasters, your tea bag rest, all of that, we have them all available. Here's the coasters. Set of 4 coasters, matching print as well on there. And the colour's lovely. Is this the Sara Page green?
It is.
Here we have the green again, the pinks, the navy blues. You're getting 4 in there for under £12. Fab gift for somebody, or if you love Sarah's designs, yeah, go for it. We also have the placemats available. Oh gosh, these are lovely. They've also got...
so they're very good for a glass. If you've got a glass table or they're non-slip sort of thing, and and they wipe very easily. I wouldn't submerge them, but.
How often do you have your prints made into physical objects like
I
that?
had a whole range that I did, about 4 different. One was about the table, one was about the garden, and one was about sort of seedlings growing, but. They were all in the same colour palette, so you could mix and match them, actually. There was an allotment range as well. But as I said, actually, I nowadays I just sort of license my design out to people. I don't sell these anymore, so you can't really get these anywhere else.
These are great. My friend's just moved into a new house, and he's moved to London, and he says, I want to do like really nice dinner parties. I'm going to get him some of these because they are really lovely, aren't they? And the colours, again, that you're bringing into a contemporary home, modern home. I can see these in lots of different styles of home. And the quality of them, as we say, they are non-slip. They're really lovely, white, clean, quality placemats, £25.99. And if you did get a mug or a coaster, all matches in perfectly, and the fact that you can't really get them anywhere else anymore, now is the time to get them. The quality of the coasters as well are lovely. They're non-slip, white clean, £11.99.
Melamine.
Oh, lovely. Yeah. Just £11.99. Now, also, just to complete the collection, the tray. Do we have any more of the fabrics from this range? Yes, we do. We got the fabrics as well coming up. £19.99. How did we acquire these separately then, to knowing you?
No, I met
John,
with Hayley.
you met John?
Yeah, and I came in and had a chat with Hayley.
Right.
And, so
and then John's
Hayley
been
wanted to
badgering
see what
you,
else,
saying,
Hayley wanted to know what else I got.
Ah, see, this is it. We
In my
had the
stash.
homewares.
Yeah.
Yeah, John had met Sarah and said, yeah, we'll get all of this on air. And then it's, right, we need to see your collections on our panels. We need to see your collections. So it is really exciting that we're able to do this. So the panels.
There's one there that's placemats, another for the table again. But
Oh, is there? Right, let's have a look. What number? 80?
It said creative. It's called, I think, creative collection.
Oh, yeah, you are right. Can you see it, or am I being blind? Oh, yeah, it's hiding under the pile of panels here. Now, this one was hugely popular last time, wasn't it?
Yes.
This one is the one that you could make the bag, I believe, is it? Or, I mean, there's lots of different things that you're going to be able to make.
This particular panel makes these.
Fantastic. Let's have a look. I'll open it up. So you've got a panel of self-directed creative products, so whatever you want to make with them. But here is some inspiration as well. So you have all of the blocks, background fabric. There's not a little bit that's, you know, missing here. So even this section here,
Yeah, I try to
make
keep,
sure you've
fill it
included
in
with the with the print.
And then the spots on the end are a nice little thing to play with. I always think it's nice to have something to play with.
Oh, yeah, well, that would be a really lovely little on the back of a cushion or something, you know, a border stripe on the back of a cushion. So what have you made with these?
So I made with these placemats. So that's like your centre mat. And those. So, you know, if you'd rather have textile mats rather than melamine.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
and so some I've backed with just a plain fabric.
With the Sara Page green.
And Sara Page green. And others I've backed with the green bottles. So, yeah, 10 green bottles.
Oh, I love it. That is brilliant, isn't it? Whether you're making wall hangings, centre of blocks, little scatter cushions, whether you're going to incorporate this into quilt blocks, there are single figures once everyone has checked out, £17.99. That was one of the most popular. I think that's a great garden set.
Well, it is, isn't it? And I think you can have fun. Like, it's another one that you can play with, really, and do what you want to with it.
Oh, I'd be using the embroidery machine and personalising it, putting someone's name on it or their favourite wine. Yeah. Absolutely. Under £20. And those spots, yes. Let us know what you make with these. Full creative panel. My earpiece has gone, by the way, but...
The apron there is the same fabric.
Fab. Shall we do that one then?
Yeah.
So we've got the apron, which is a full panel, and I believe the apron panel also has instruction as well. I'm just going to change my talk back for a second. Bear with. Thank you. Slow down.
So I'll do the talking.
Thank you.
So I did a little change with this. So I actually put the pattern on the inside and coordinated and did the straps.
Now, is there two colourways?
There are two colourways, yeah, because there's also this one, which I can put on if you like.
Oh, brilliant. So the one on the mannequin is the green and blue. And the one that we've got the graphics for is that one. That one. Thank you. There it is. You're getting your full instructions on there. You've got the full apron. I went through a bit of a production line of making aprons continuously. It's great first projects again.
It is.
These are really nice to work from a panel, and you get a great result. Imagine going around for a dinner party or gifting that for somebody. I absolutely love this. And you are getting that signature, absolute print with your Sara Page green as well, $17.99. That is about to sell out. The one that you're wearing.
Well, what I like about these aprons as well is the pattern, the way it's done, is that they fit anybody, and you haven't got to work out the position of the neck or anything, because they just tie.
Fab. I'm thinking it's not just cooking, it could be crafting. It's nice to be able to have it.
Or
in your craft
gardening.
room. Gardening. Brilliant. Hannah's saying, yeah, I always think about wine. I'm doing it not just when I'm cooking, gardening, crafting.
Well, it's also, you know, it's a gift for anybody, isn't it?
Yeah.
There isn't a particular, you know.
Him or for her.
Or
Absolutely.
absolutely everybody.
And you're getting the ties included as well. It's given me Habitat, John Lewis, Marks and Spencer's kind of vibes. I love it. Especially in terms of gifting, but to be able to make it yourself, and it's really beautiful. Is this then lined with choose one of your solid fabrics to then pick out to do the lining with?
Yeah.
I think we've teamed it with like a chartreuse, and that blue's really nice. But any of your stash, £17.99 for that full apron panel, and yeah, one size sort of fits all. You're not going to need to be working out measurements of.
And it's so easy. I made it, and I made that one Saturday morning or Friday morning while I was listening to you.
Sorry about that. Hayley was saying earlier, you just sometimes want like a little breakout project. You've got big quilts on the go. You're going to have a go at doing, you know, one of the large projects, and sometimes you just want to do a bit of instant sewing. Sunday afternoon, this is perfect for that. Now the 5-inch charms.
Can I just say, on this particular one, you've actually got the Sara Page signature on it as well. So it's got like a designer label on it.
That's on the pocket there, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
Brilliant. Love it. That's not on, well, because on the top of all of your panels, you get the Sara Page signature on all of them. So you could always make yourself a little label and just stitch that on, just do a little satin stitch round and have that on any of them.
Yeah, I mean, please do that. If you want to make these and sell them, I'm very happy for you to do it. But if you wouldn't mind putting the little label on, that would be fantastic.
Absolutely, good idea. Look at this. Oh, my. Right, that's my favourite.
Well,
what about making, like, tote bags, wine bottle bags?
Well, yeah, there's so much with this. And what's really lovely is this particular panel here. And then Lou helped me with this, where she's overlaid it over the 4 panels, as you can see.
Oh, so if you cut those 4, it's all pattern
4.
matched for you.
Yeah.
Brilliant. And you can see here to here as well. They're pattern matched. That is really clever. You've also got the spots in there. Oh, I love it. That will sell out any second now. It's another very fast sellout. I believe they all went first time round. Same's happening again. The next one we have, ending in 53.
Is that the...
Now, these are the Fat Quarter Plus. I'm going to pass these over to you, Dan, so I'm not in a... Yes, please. I'm not all in a mess. Now, this one is really limited. Colourways, these are beautiful. Completely different feel to the spring one, yet still working with that Sara Page green and a pink, but this time with a navy. I love that. Love, love, love it.
Now you could make your oven gloves.
Full kitchen set.
Yeah.
But absolutely. If you know someone and maybe special birthday where you're thinking, do you know what, I don't want to get you, a bottle of wine, or I want to get you something really special. This would be so lovely to be able to make.
Yes.
A little quilt or something that is. This could be a really quick quilt. In fact, actually, you could do all sorts with it.
Little pot stands and those sort of things, similar to what I was doing here. You can do that with the squares, or with this. It's up to you, really. You can be creative as you like.
So did we have these on the show back in September?
We did.
These were back on the show in September. They completely sold out then. We've managed to reprint more. But obviously we're working with Sara to be able to do lots of more collections and new designs. So this could be the last chance to be able to get this one. I know that every now and then when something's been massively popular, we will reprint We've got 2 more panels from this collection and that's it. So grab this because there's literally 11 panels left and there will be people multiplying because it's literally sort of, it's timeless, it's ageless. It's something that you're going to be able to find a use for. I would definitely get that. The tote bag panel.
That's the apron panel.
There's the tote bag.
Yeah.
Okay, the tote bag panel is to make
Yeah.
this project here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you show us the project and I'll
So
open the panel.
that's on the front, that's the back.
It's a reusable gift bag as well, isn't it?
And then on the inside, well, I mean, they're reversible, aren't they, these? Which is the fantastic thing.
Nice.
I've got really into making these. You have to get your head around it, and once you do, it's very easy. But yeah, just turn it through.
Am I right in saying you get your instructions to be able
Absolutely,
to make this bag?
instructions are on it, and they're very good. I've made several of them, and I haven't had anything go wrong.
Have you you've written the instructions?
No, I haven't written the instructions.
Yeah.
These are the tote bag. This is your
Tote bag too.
their template, which I put in.
Fantastic.
So yeah, so then you have, your pockets like that, and the
Yes.
linings. So you can turn it inside out.
Brilliant. Oh, you'll make loads of these. And like you said, for gifting or for making to sell, that looks really beautiful, doesn't it? $19.99 for your panel. And I must open this panel out to show you the size of it as well, because it is huge. Absolutely huge. Whoops. Full instructions printed onto the panel. You can see there you've got your bag handles on the front, you've got your coordinating fabric, that's just a little freebie. Outer pockets included, coordinating fabric. So if you didn't want to make it reversible, use your own fabric and make 2 bags.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, make it go even further if you want. You've got enough there to be able to do your whole lining, even your little labels, lovely, isn't it? All with that Sara Page feel. This one, another one, going to sell out. There's less than 10 of those panels at $19.99. Yeah, just word of wisdom, grab what you can, because this could be the last time that you get any of these panels. Thanking you. We've also got your favourite.
Oh, the stripes again.
Oh, I want wine bunting. I want bunting in my
Oh, well, that's it. Yeah, even better, isn't it, Rest?
Oh, now this is slightly different to the ones we had, as you've got even more prints. You're getting half and half. It changes design halfway through.
Yeah.
That's
So
$14.99.
That's more. That's a whole different way of playing, isn't it? When you've got the way it's been doubled up. And again, if you did a triangle here for your bunting, and you take a bit of this and a bit of that, yeah, very.
We've done that very clever thing again, where you've got your pattern matching going on. Where have I just seen that? I was looking at it from the behind. Here you go.
There. This.
Yeah.
So there's a whole band you could use there, like that. Yeah.
Love it. £14.99 for your full 2.5-inch strips. If you want to cut them into 2.5-inch strips and use them separately, if you've got a pattern that's calling for 2.5 strips, then you absolutely can use it. Love the colour palettes. I think it's really fun and done very, very well. Very well. Printed onto beautiful quality fabric.
The fabric is lovely. It's lovely to work with.
Really, it sews really well, as you know, with our panels. Now, please use the next few minutes to have a look at what is available underneath us on the web, because we have flown through these. If you have been considering anything from that brand new collection, the cushion, I know it's sold out, the tote bag has sold out, but anything else that you're considering, the strips, the fat quarters, the 5-inch squares, have a look underneath us and see what is there. But please don't leave it so long until you see us again.
No, I won't. No, I won't.
Have you got a date in the diary yet? Or?
No, possibly maybe June.
Brilliant, brilliant.
Yes.
We look forward to seeing you.
Yeah.
We'll see, I'm sure, more colour, please.
Absolutely.
Love it. It's been so lovely to
And
meet
to you. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. And I'm going to come in and have a drink with you in the case. With no phones.
No phones.
So we've got Hayley coming up after the break with our Husqvarna machine. It looks exciting. Really looking forward to this. Well done, everybody who has bought anything from this show. Please do go back through and check out your basket. It's been brilliant.
It's been great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Lovely to
Thank
talk to
you.
everybody. Bye.
Yeah. Bye. Don't go anywhere. Hayley's coming up right after this.
So this is the Husqvarna Viking Quartz 29 sewing and embroidery machine. It's a brilliant machine because it's a combination of sewing and embroidery. Whether you're sewing everyday fabrics or tackling more complex embroidery designs, the Husqvarna Viking Quartz 29 offers a smooth, professional finish every time. Comes with 2 hoops, but one of the things that I love most about this is the 7-inch display, and you've got Wi-Fi as well as cloud storage with this one as well. You can access My Sew Net, which gives you the opportunity to add to the designs that you've got. You've got 180 built in, but you can buy more from the My Sew Net website if you choose to. It's also got over 200 sewing stitches in there. So lots of your utility stitches that you'd use on a daily basis, but also some decorative ones. And you can play around with those, you can flip them, you can change the length, change the width of them, and even make your own. So you've got 10 built-in fonts, and you get those in 3 different sizes. When you're in sewing mode, you've got 4 sewing fonts as well. So those are perfect if you're wanting to do things like your labels on the back of your quilts. With a wide selection of built-in stitches and embroidery patterns, the Quartz 29 is perfect for a range of projects. The intuitive interface, along with a large, vibrant display, makes it simple to navigate through the settings. If you download the My Sew Net app, you can monitor your embroidery while you're having a coffee. Its durable construction, combined with modern technology, ensures a sewing experience that is both enjoyable and productive, empowering you to bring your creative visions to life with ease.
Once you've opened a commercial dress pattern and cut it out, it's really important to transfer all of the markings on the pattern onto your main fabric. Now, Rebecca Harrison and I both do it this way. We were taught this way and we've always done it this way. You can do tailor's tacks, you can do all sorts of things, but I find a tracing wheel and tracing paper the only way to do this. I've cut it out to a size 14, but I need to mark up the size 14 darts. So I can see that this one here is my size 14. So I literally just trace that dart right the way to the top, then trace the other side of the size 14 dart to meet it at that dot. I then go to the waist dart. Size 14 is this one. Follow the line right the way to the top there, and the size 14 on this side. Then you have to look for all of your notches on your size 14. So I've got a notch here. So that's all of them traced through to that side. Now, can you see those? It's very pale, but you can see the dotted line there and there. Now, you've got it on one side, and you think, well, how on earth am I going to get it to the other side? So what you do is you remove the pattern piece, but leave the pins in there. Then what we do is we just take the plate, the side that we've made our markings on, and we just copy them right the way through like this. But as you can see, they've now come out on the other side. So when you then unpin your whole of your front panel, all of your shaping and all of your darts are all transferred onto the wrong side of your fabric, and you're now ready to sew.
Guess who's going to be back Monday the 17th from 9 o'clock right through to 1 o'clock with you. What is it they say? There's no show without punch. You can't have a 5th birthday without inviting me along to celebrate. So I'm coming in. I've got an amazing takeover planned. You do not want to miss it. When you see some of the deals that we're going to have on, we're going to have an amazing morning. I will see you there.
When you hear the term half square triangle, or HST, it refers to a simple way to create 2 identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with 2 squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the 2 outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half square triangle is ready to use. the term half square triangle, or HST, it refers to a simple way to create two identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with two squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the two outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half square triangle is ready to use.
Hello, welcome back. Are we ready? Graphics straight in because so many people have been waiting for this. There are 6 in baskets, 2 have already gone. The Husqvarna amazing Quartz 29 sewing and embroidery machine. It is a combi. It amazes me for the price point that you're seeing on screen, you are getting that combi machine. We're going to talk through it. We're going to answer your questions. This is the second show of this machine. It was launched at the start of the year. Jane, in fact, actually just messaged in. I love, love, love this machine. She got it last time it was on. She got the bundle. She says from the large screen. It's easy to use. The cases are beautiful along with the cottons. You can't go wrong. Now, the reason that I'm talking quite speedily is because I know that there are a lot of people that really want this machine and there is a lot to show. But I just need to do a couple of housekeeping rules. So, as Jane mentioned, the luggage is beautiful. You get it for free today. Fingers crossed, in the future, when we get this machine back, we will hopefully be able to do this as luggage, you know, as a bundle again. But we know that we can't do this for the near future going forward. We would have to be waiting until at least April, May, if we wanted to do this bundle again. So if you do want it with the luggage for free, today is the final chance to get it. They will sell out today. I could do a whole hour talking about the luggage, I'm not going to lie. It's beautiful. It is beautiful. The quality is amazing. Yeah, exactly. You could pay over £100 just for a very basic luggage bag. I mean, this is stunning quality and it's included for free. I'm not going to keep going on about it, but it is your freebie. Can't believe I'm saying that. And the thread chest, which I'm sure is also over £100. I'm sure it is. They are beautiful. It is stunning. With all the threads included, the Madeira embroidery threads included. I love them. So you're getting all of that Madeira chest included and you're getting your luggage for free at that exclusive price. Yes, you can get the machine elsewhere. There is nowhere else that is selling the machine that is offering this amazing deal with the free luggage and the free chest. Now, it is also on split pay today. Look at your split pay. We've put it on 5-way split pay. 5-way split pay takes your payments under £240 a month. And that's 0% interest, no credit checks needed. It's literally just pay the money to get it today and you will get your combi sewing and embroidery machine, your threads and your luggage all included. It's amazing. I mean, a lot of people I know out there would be happy paying that price point just for your machine because the machine is a real workhorse. Hayley is here and honestly, there's more people who've got this in their basket than we have available. I know there's a lot of people who have got it in their basket. There is a lot to talk about. We've got the overlocker to bring you as well. We will overrun, but just, yeah, please be quick if you can. Hayley!
Yes.
Husqvarna!
Absolutely. Even more housekeeping though. You touched on the deal that we've got. It's actually exclusive to Sewing Street at the moment, so you can't shop for this anywhere else. And it's an incredible bundle. Now I've got this design stitching out at the moment in the hoop. I'll go through all the kind of fundamentals of the machine in a few moments, but this particular design is one of the inbuilt designs. The inbuilt designs mean that you can literally turn it on, choose one of the designs and stitch it out. But what happens if you have a power cut?
Hang on. Have we actually just had it? We haven't.
No, I've just turned it off.
We have the dodgy extension cable.
I've turned it off to show what would happen.
I was ready to see reaction then, Hayley. I've been to drama college.
Absolutely, give the girl an award. Amazing, I love it. Now, what happens if you have a power cut? Because that can happen, or it could be that you trip over the cable and you lose the power. Well, I'll show you what happens. I'm going to turn it back on at the wall. And it will beep, obviously, because it's turning on. You will see that it will go through its housekeeping, so it will do this every time you plug your machine in and start it up. But what it will actually do is remember where it was when that power got cut off.
Even during a complex pattern like that?
Absolutely,
wow.
Absolutely. So we're going to see it power up. What will happen is it will ask me to go through some of the things that you usually have to go through. So I'm going to have to turn it around just so as I can access it. First of all, it's going to tell me that I need to raise the presser foot. So I'm going to do that, raise the presser foot, like so. Then it's actually asking me to take the, because it needs to calibrate. So calibrating means it gets itself into the right position so it knows exactly where your design needs to sit in the hoop. It does that every time you turn it on. It doesn't matter because we're part stitched out. I'm just going to turn it round if that's okay, just so as I can access it, because I don't want to dislodge the actual hoop per se, because then it won't line up. You wouldn't usually be doing this, taking your design off, but if there was a power cut, then yes, potentially you would do. Just going to cut those threads as well, just so as it doesn't all get tangled up. So let's go back to where we were. Oops, there we go. So it's asking me to, calibrate. So I'm just click on there. So it's just getting the hoop ready, and then it will come back to the design. Okay, so there you go. That's the question. Sorry, that wasn't me. Just for the purpose of the tape, that was not me. Have a look at the screen.
Your embroidery ended unexpectedly. Do you want to resume your embroidery?
Of course I do. I haven't finished.
It's very user-friendly. It's very intuitive. It's talking to me and
absolutely.
Talking to brilliant.
Yeah. So I do want to continue. So what do? I press the tick to confirm. You do get a stylus, so do try not to use your fingers, because your fingers tend to pick up grime and yeah, we don't want to talk about that. So use the stylus and just click on there. So now it's going to ask me to pop the hoop on.
There's no hoop.
So I'm going to turn it round again. So apologies for turning it round. This is where you need to be careful, and you need to make sure that you don't move this kind of little sliding thing. Let me just turn it round to show you. So you've got this little kind of sliding
Right,
thing.
so that's your carriage as well, your embroidery carriage.
That's it, yeah.
You don't need all of this on when you've got your sewing machine on, but
that's
you would
right.
Put that on for the embroidery.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So I'm just very quickly going to do this. I will go through everything, don't worry, but just so as we can get it sewing again, and then we can talk about it properly. So
that clips in with that loop.
That clips in. I don't want to move that though, because if I move that, then it's not going to be in the right position to continue. So I've got that back on.
You get a nice big hoop included.
You do.
As well.
You get two hoops.
Two hoops.
You get a smaller one as well. So now that we've got that hoop on there, I'm going to click on OK, and off it will go. So it'll ask me to basically drop that down so it's ready to go.
Remembered where it was.
So it's remembered exactly where it was. So all I need to do is press start, and then off it will go again. Now I am going to stop it because we've got those little tails. So I'm just going to press stop there, just so I can get rid of those little tails of thread so they don't get caught up with the embroidery. So
right, so you can pause it as well.
Absolutely. So there you go. Off we go. Press play, and it will now continue that particular design. And we can merrily let that carry on. What I could also do as well, if I bring up my, my phone, let's get the app, because there is an app. And there is an app that will actually monitor your what you're doing. So here you go. So you can actually put this onto a tablet. You can put it onto your phone if you're wanting to. And
does that mean that it's got Wi-Fi?
It has. It's got Wi-Fi. So here we go. We can see I can access things like the manual and all that kind of thing when I need to. If I go into embroidery and go into monitor and connect it with my machine, it'll actually tell me whereabouts it is within that design. So if for some reason it stops, she says, oh no, I'm pressing the pause. There we go. There you go, the machine has stopped. I could be in the kitchen making a cup of tea. I could have had to go to the door because there's been a delivery, which happens more often than me making a cup of tea. But it's one of those situations that you know straight away that the machine has stopped. You can come and investigate. It could be that a thread's broken. It would tell you if a thread is broken. It could tell you if you need to change the colour, all those different things. And then you just set it off, and it will go again, and off it will go. There you go. So now it's going to continue. It's telling me how much of that design is done. It's going to give me a rough idea of how much is left of that design to do, and it'll tell me the thread that it's suggesting that you use. I don't use that particular brand of thread, but I've got the Madeira threads where it actually gives me a conversion chart. So if I want that exact colour, I can go to the conversion chart and find the Madeira equivalent.
And that's all in the free app that you get?
Well, the actual conversion is done with the thread chest. There's a piece of paper in there that explains it to you.
But you get the free app that's included. You mentioned to me before about some software that you also get free access to for a month.
You do. Now, when you actually get your machine, you will get a piece of paper like so in there. This will tell you all about My SewNet. Now, My SewNet gives you the ability to access designs, already made up designs that you can literally go and purchase if you want to. If you want to purchase them, they are yours to keep forever and a day. If you take out a subscription, then while you have an active subscription, then you are able to utilise those during your subscription time. Now, everybody can get a basic free of charge, and that will give you the opportunity to go and shop for designs where you pay £1, 50p, all sorts of different prices. But the actual freebie that you're getting for 30 days is subscription to the Platinum subscription, which is the top subscription, and that will give you all of the things, including things like digitising, so you can try before you actually take out that subscription.
Now, if I don't want this subscription after that 30-day, it doesn't matter. My machine is still completely usable.
Absolutely.
I've still got loads of designs on
there. Absolutely. And you can actually download a software version onto your laptop where you can actually create, or your Mac, you can actually create your designs on your computer as well. But when this is finished stitching, we'll actually design using the machine itself.
Wow. Just so you know, we're in single figures. Everybody who's got it in their basket, we are way oversubscribed. If there's anything that you're waiting to be, answered, if there's questions that you have that need to be answered before you make that purchase, please, please, please ask now. We've had a message in from Patricia saying, hi ladies, what's the throat space?
Oh, now I should know that off the top of my head, and I can't remember.
Just so you know, there's now less than 5 machines remaining.
I think it's 7 inches. Let me double check. From the actual needle, yes, it is 7 inches.
Yeah, 7 inches. So it's a really good sized machine, but it actually, because you're going to be quilting on this, you're going to be sewing on this, but also it doesn't look too big and bulky as an embroidery machine.
No. Well, the quilt behind me.
One machine bundle left.
This quilt will actually sit on top of a king-size bed. It's 57 inches by 66, if I remember rightly. This was actually quilted on this machine. So I did the kind, where you roll it in and you do halfway and then halfway across, and then you do the other halfway across, and that worked. If you were free motioning, you might need to consider something like an extension table or something like that to play around with it. But doing the straight lines without any issue at all. Oh, it's stopped now. Finished. It's finished our design. So this design is actually one of the inbuilt designs. So it's told me, and obviously it will on the app as well tell me that it's finished. So the design is finished, and you can see that it's all greyed out now, so it's kind of all done.
It's a nice big screen, isn't it?
Huge, isn't it? So what you've actually got inbuilt with the designs, if I very, very quickly show you what I've printed off, because this shows all the designs. So yeah, all the designs that you're going to get are in this book here as well. So all of these in here. So every single one of these designs is in the actual machine. So you can actually put these into designs, and you can put them together in a configuration if you're wanting to as well. So you could put separate, you could put that one alongside that one, as long as there's room in that hoop. And then, yeah, you can add text to it. You can do all sorts of different bits and pieces with it as well. So there you go. Absolutely beautiful designs all the way through, and you are going to get a manual as well with that. So yeah, everything that you need. I'm getting in a little bit of a panic now because I've just heard something that you might want to...
Yeah, I'm ever so sorry. We will get more stock. Well done. This is why I was talking at a million miles an hour at the start of the show, because I knew this would happen. We didn't have anywhere near enough to go around, but please, please, please bear with us. I know that you're on it. You will try and get us more stock as well.
Basically, the story is that we have the machines available, but we don't have the luggage to bring the bundle. Now, I don't know about you, but I certainly would rather buy it as a bundle. And that's looking at the end of April. So do keep your eyes, ears and everything in between peeled, ready to pounce when we do have it available. Yeah, we will see it back with the luggage, but it's going to be a little while yet.
Now, we're not saying, like another channel would do, right, that's it then, it's sold out, we're going to move on. We're still going to continue with more demo and answer more of your questions. and then we'll go onto the overlocker in about 10 minutes, if
Absolutely,
that's all right.
yeah, no
Fab,
problem at
thank
all.
you.
So our design that we've stitched out, I'm not going to take it off the hoop because I'm going to actually add to that design, and I don't want it to kind of lose its space where it is on the screen. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to press on X, and that's going to take me to embroidery edit. Now in embroidery edit, this is where we're going to build up our design. So the design that I stitched out, it has lost it from there, but that's okay because I can find it just simply by scrolling through. Now, as I'm pressing this forward arrow, it's taking me through all the different designs that we've got on this particular hoop. So all the designs are there that I can literally just press and bring into the work area. Now, because I haven't moved the hoop, but I've changed my mind, I've decided I want to add to this design, then all I need to do is find the original design that we had, which I can't remember where it is now. Let's work our way through. It'll be here. When you see it, shout out loud. I've gone back to the beginning. I must have gone past it. Let's have a quick look. It'll be here somewhere. It'll be here somewhere. Where is it? It's not the butterfly. Oh, there it is. There we go. So that's the design now. I put it straight in the middle of the hoop originally. That's where I wanted it. I could have actually moved it to the top, to the bottom. I could have flipped it over if I wanted to as well. So that's not a problem at all. So what I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to add some text to that design because I've stitched it out and suddenly thought, it'd be nice to have a little word of inspiration there. So yeah, I'm going to do that. So I'm going to click on where it's got the letter T, and you'll see there's a capital and there's a lowercase because you have both uppercase and lowercase with regards to the fonts that are built in. And these are all of the fonts that are built in already. And as I say, you've got different sizes within each one of these. So you can choose any of those that kind of speaks to you with the design that you're working with. So let's go for that first one because that's quite a nice design there. I've got a keypad there, just like your QWERTY keyboard. So anything that you're used to on your computer or your tablet, things like that, very, very familiar. We're not going into strange areas. It's something that's going to be very kind of comfortable to work with. So I'm going to put in the words, let's fly, we'll go capital F, we'll go lowercase l, and we'll go, oops, didn't press it hard enough. Try again. The angle that I'm at, I'm going around corners at the moment, so we'll put fly, there we go, and then we'll just leave it as fly for now, and then I'm going to move that up to the top, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in, so I'm going to go back, I'm happy with that, or actually no, let's make it individual. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to make those letters so as I can move them around. So if I wanted to actually have them, because that Y is a little bit high up in the air for me, it looks like it's literally flying. So let's move it back down to like so. I'm happy with that now, so I'm going to click on the tick because I want that to be there. But I also want to add the word free, so I'm going to put that there, and I'm going to type in F, R, E, E, okay, I'm happy with that. If I wanted it to be a medium size, it's on medium at the moment, it could have gone smaller if I wanted to. Also as well, you've got the ability to kind of arc the text as well. So if I'm happy with that, I'm going to click on the confirm there. If I wanted to change it, I could make it into more of an arc if I wanted to. So I can press that and you can see I'm making it into an arc. I could take it backwards if I wanted to as well, bend it the other way. I'm going to keep it just on a straight line though, because that kind of echoes the original word that we put on there as well. And then I'm just going to click on there.
Just talking about doing text, there was H&M or other shops, but H&M were doing it. And I know there are a few other shops that do it, that offer like a monogramming service.
Oh, really?
Store.
Okay.
And it was £12.50 for 2 letters. In
Two
H&M.
letters?
Not like, you know, Selfridges or something.
Wow.
2 letters. And I'm thinking, do you know what? You could actually start a business.
Well, have you seen our apron? So there's an apron, the white apron.
Yeah.
This was actually an apron that I bought. I haven't made it. I haven't sewn it.
Yeah.
But literally you can buy these and just embroider them.
Yeah.
Set up your own little shop. You
Yeah.
don't need to know how to do dressmaking or anything like that, and do the personalisation that way.
I was actually really annoyed at my husband the other day because he came home and he's done all new work uniform with all of it embroidered. His car seat, all van seats, all embroidered with his, you know, business logo. It's like, how much have you paid for all that? You do know, like, actually, with the money that you spent, we could have probably done the first split payment on getting the embroidery machine and actually started up, you know.
Yeah. Do be aware that it is a kind of, not a hobby machine, it's for your personal use. So it's not like one of the big industrial machines. So you have to be aware that if you're running a business using this and you're looking at massive quantities, like hundreds and thousands, then obviously that's a different type of machine that you need to look for the durability. But if you're doing like your small little kind of, your little
monogramming, personalisation, it's huge.
And for your own
you pay a
business,
lot of money for that.
But for your own business, if you're looking at if you've got a team of people that you want to put it on, embroider onto jackets or sweatshirts, you've got the smaller hoop as well, so you could do that very easily.
What about hen do's?
Kids' clothing, clothing. There's loads of situations where just adding a font or a name is all that you're wanting to do.
What stabiliser do you use to do just?
I've got the Madeira one. I don't know which one we've got.
Well, I've got the Madeira set, and I love this premium set because you've got tearaways, washaways, and cutaways.
Well, I'm actually, wafting my thing around here. I'm actually on an ambassador for Madeira.
Wow.
And this is a brilliant bundle for anybody that's new to embroidery. It doesn't matter which machine you're working with. Definitely get hold of this, because not only will it help you get the right embroidery stabiliser for the project you're working on, it shows you what's out there.
Yeah,
sometimes we can end up stuck in a rut. So it's a really nice bundle, that one.
There's 12 different types of stabilisers here, and you're getting all of your instructions as well included, and explaining why you would use different stabilisers and where to use the certain stabilisers. So that's a really good one. And then if there is one that you like, in particular, for example, the tearaway, then you could get yourself a full roll of it. But that's a really good premium stabiliser. David's message. Who's David?
David's my other half.
Ah, hello, David. Excited for the wedding.
I better explain as well. David is actually one of the sales directors at Husqvarna Viking in the UK. So
he's explaining the bundle. He knows what we're going to have.
I obviously haven't explained it fully for David to actually message in. So yeah,
I doesn't think you've said it enough. The next show in April, we'll have the new extension table, the walking foot, and the luggage set. Thank you to everyone who's purchased the machine from David.
There you go.
You didn't say thank you properly, obviously, Hayley.
Absolutely. Yeah. This is what I have to deal with. And I think it all started because last time he messaged in, he just put David, and I had to explain who he was. And I said, he's a bit like Madonna, he doesn't need a second mate. And I think it's kind of gone to his head. Gone to his head, yeah. So yes, yeah.
Brilliant. Right.
Lots coming. I forgot where I was now.
We're up to fly free.
Oh, that's right. We were adding fly free. So what I did, I don't know whether you noticed, I got the word fly and then got the word free, but the word fly disappeared when I did the word free. That's because if you're working with multiple designs on the screen, you need to press a little button, which I'd forgotten to do. So that is just at the top there. So if you're wanting to add extra text to it, then you're going to just press on there, and that means that you're basically creating a group. So I'm going to go back in and I'm going to do the word fly that I did before. Oh no, that doesn't start with a G, does it? Let's try again. F, there we go, spelling it out. I always do short words. Makes it nice and easy, so I'm happy with that. As I said, I'm going to move that up to the top there. So you're literally just dragging things around on the screen. It's as easy as that. If I want to do them individually, then I press that little button there. Now they're all individual. I did kind of touch on that a little bit there. You can have like a little wibbly wobbly effect if you want, or you can line them up completely. It's entirely up to you what your design is. It's you design. So I've done that. So I'm going to keep that there, and I might want to move that over to the side.
What you get as well?
And then I'm going to put the word free in, which I said I was going to pop in as well. So let's put in the word free, capital F-R-E-E. There we go. Move that down to the bottom, somewhere down here. Oops. Press on the tip there, then I can move it around like so. So I'm happy with that design. I'm going to go into the embroidery mode, and I'm happy with that. So I'm going to go back into our design. And for some reason, I've deleted the butterfly. Oh, it's because I hadn't got the group setting on. So that's where the butterfly is. So that's exactly where it was within the hoop. So now all I need to do is basically make sure that I've got everything positioned where I want it to be positioned. So if I go back into the design, I can actually move these elements around, so they're all grouped together at the moment. I'm just going to ungroup them, and then I'm going to move these so as I can see where the design is at the moment. So now I've put the words fly free around that design. So I'm just going to go back into that, and I'm just going to delete out that because I don't need that to stitch out. And then what I'm going to do is just raise the presser foot, okay, put it into embroidery mode. And now I'm going to press play. So now it's actually going to put the words fly and free in, but it's not going to overstitch because I hadn't moved it out of the hoop and I've positioned it.
Right, so it knows where your design is in there already. You haven't taken it out of the...
There you go. So it knows where it's already stitched and it's going to stitch the words around it.
Oh, this is so clever. You're going to have so much fun playing with this, aren't you? And like you said, whether you're doing this on fabric or whether you're doing this on towels, whether you're doing this on you know, hoodies that are already made. You don't actually need to be a sewer to use this element. But the great thing about this machine as well is it is a sewing machine included on the machine. So we did use the sewing machine in the last hour with Hayley at 9 o'clock, so definitely watch that back. We will be getting this machine back in April, so it's worth watching for the demos as well that Hayley's going to be bringing to us. The stabilizer pack is on your screen at $15.99 for all different 12 stabilizers. Also bobbins. Now, the machine comes with some bobbins, doesn't it?
It does. Always useful to have additional bobbins. Different types of bobbin filler you might be using. You might be having the same thread on the top as on the bottom. And sometimes well, I personally think it's always a good idea to have a good selection of bobbins because I don't like taking the thread off and wasting it in order to get a brand new bobbin to use. So, yeah.
Get a pack of 10. I don't think I've ever done the Husqvarna bobbins before. So if you do want to match in with your manufacturer's bobbin,
yes,
don't you?
Yeah.
So if you have got a Husqvarna machine, here's your bobbins to go with for £4.99 and you're getting 10.
Yeah.
You could have them pre-round ready to go.
Well, this is the thing, yeah. If you, I mean, obviously you can wind them on the machine if you're wanting to, but if you've got a little bobbin winder, you could have a stash of these ready to go.
So do you need bobbin fill when you're doing embroidery?
I tend to use bobbin fill. Do make sure that you've got enough bobbins filled as well, especially if you're doing a design that's got a lot of density. So say, imagine this was an embroidery design and that would be filled with stitches. If you change your bobbin thread halfway through, you can actually physically see a change in the embroidery. So you need to make sure that you've got enough bobbins filled for the whole of your design.
Oh, that's a really good tip. That's a good tip anyway, isn't it? To know that, you know,
Absolutely.
any embroidery, make sure it's the same consistent bobbin for that one design. Brilliant. £4.99, loads of you checking out on your Husqvarna bobbin pack of 10. Now, we are going to move on to the overlocker because, yeah, well done everybody who managed to get the combi machine with the deal. We will be getting more back in April, so watch this space, but exciting that it's on its way to you. Now, we do have another deal on an overlocker. Now, this is the Husqvarna Amber overlocker, and it includes your Madeira overlocker thread as well. In fact, you're getting a lot of thread. You're getting 14,000 metres, over 14,000 metres, which is worth £50. So you're getting that included in the deal today. Now, firstly, that price. That is a brilliant price for an overlocker.
This is brilliant. I have a love-hate relationship with my overlocker. It's not this particular one that I've got at home. I do tend to use it now because I demonstrate it. But it's the one that I've got at home. I love when it's working okay. If I have to need to change the threads, that's the problem. It's usually when the threads need changing that I'm like,
yeah.
Be nice. Rethread properly for me, make it nice and easy. Well, with this one, you don't need to worry.
Really?
Because
it's threading that I know worries a lot of people.
Well, this is an access all areas machine. Oh, it suddenly went into the dark then. What happened there?
Don't worry about that. Don't worry, that's Bruce's problem.
Yeah.
Another acting moment from Bruce doing a power cut.
I haven't turned the power off on this one, if that's anything to do with it. So the reason I love this one is with my overlocker at home, the one that I have sometimes I've struggled with in the past, I access the lower loopers. So the lower loopers are these last two ones that you've got on the top here. And these are the ones that create the threads that wrap around the raw edge of your fabric. So these two work in conjunction to neaten the edge of your fabrics. These are the ones that usually when you're trying to thread up your overlocker, they're tucked away in there. Can't get to them. They're in there, very tricky, and that's why I kind of fall out of love with my overlocker. But this particular one, let me just turn it off because I should have it turned off really while I'm doing this. You've got a little lever. So the little lever opens up your threading.
Oh, do you know what? I've never seen that on another overlocker.
So now you've got access all areas. Now I have to say, the price point that we've got from this overlocker, I wouldn't expect it to do that.
No. No, this is the price point I see on, you know, very much entry level overlockers.
It's a 4-thread overlocker, so you've got all the different combinations. It does come.
Can I
with a
use it
book.
for 3 threads if I
You
want
can use it
to?
for 3 threads, you can use it for 2 threads. You've got kind of the attachment. If you wanted to do things like a rolled hem, you can do all of those in there as well. You can change your threads, obviously utilise the thread pack that comes with it. It's already pre-threaded when it arrives.
No.
So you don't even have to do that to get started. So there's lots and lots of fabulous things about this particular machine that I absolutely love. And that's one of the
for
biggest
example,
ones.
your quick and easy jumpsuit.
Yes.
Certain patterns that you can literally not just finish the edges, but you can construct a whole garment.
Absolutely, yeah, and you can do that, with an overlocker because it will actually put your fabrics together, stitch your
Oh, do you
fabrics
get the
together.
little catcher as
You
well?
do, yeah. I'm putting it on back to front. Can
You
I
get a
just
little thread catcher. Normally, that's with the real high-end machines would be an extra cost to be able to get that. And it does make a difference when you are cutting off lots of edges of your fabrics.
And it's not a fabric one. Quite often it'll be like a little net bag.
Yeah.
With this one, it's actually a plastic cover that you've got in there, so brilliant to work with. So how does an overlocker work? Well, you've got obviously all the different kind of threads that run through. I've got this set up with the 4 threads, and I've also got the blade engaged, which means it's going to cut my fabrics. I've also got this little kind of seam element. Oh gosh.
Can you
Don't know my own strength.
Can you disengage the blade if you want?
You can do, you can do.
The thing is, though, I don't think you necessarily need to. I know a lot of people, when they cut out their patterns, they think, right, I don't want to be able to trim any more off, but you can just edge it to the side, can't you?
You can. You've got this kind of, the ability to actually move your blade is down to the side here, so you can actually alter that, and that's the cut area where the blade will sit, so you can move it if you're needing to without any issue at all. You can take the blade out altogether if you're wanting to, and play around with if you need 2 needles, if you need a single needle, if you're wanting to do decorative elements. It's all explained within the manual. You've also got this little kind of thread gauge, which I was very energetic pulling it out.
Is it magnetic?
A bit more gentle. It kind of slides in. There's like a little prong that goes underneath.
Oh, right.
And that's got inches and centimetres on there as well. So you can actually use that as a kind of like a guide for your fabric to sit on. So if you're familiar with how much you're needing to cut off, then you can use that.
It
does.
Guide? Oh, that's good.
It does. So let me turn it round so as we can kind of see it doing its thing, so to speak. So I'm going to move that over. So I've got about a half inch. Well, let's do a quarter inch. Quarter inch is something that we'd be used to, isn't it? Because you can quilt on this as well. If you
Well,
want
Hayley,
to.
I was going to ask, at what point of your sewing journey would you recommend investing in an overlocker?
Well, it depends. Quite often, people will go for it as a buddy alongside a sewing machine.
So straight away, really?
Straight away.
Yeah.
But then it depends on what you're sewing, because if you're sewing a lot of dance wear, a lot of stretch wear, then just go for it straight away, because the thing is, you can literally just utilise it to do your construction and everything. So, yeah.
Well, if you look at any of your activewear, sportswear, swimwear, you know, lingerie, anything, they all use an overlocker.
Absolutely. Now, can I show you something? I don't know if you noticed the threads have started bunching up on the back of the machine there, and I started thinking, hang on a minute, what's going on here? So, if anything happens with your stitching, the first thing to do is to look at what's going on. So I've looked at what's going on, and I can see that my first needle, the thread has come out of the catch at the top there.
Right.
So kind of do a little right, let's backtrack, let's see where we're going. So the thread has come out of its catcher there, so all I need to do is I take that up there and over the little hook, like so. So hopefully that should now mean that it's going to stitch out and we won't have any issues with it.
Do you have to play around with tensions much with your overlocker?
It does have tensions on there. It's got the tension dials, which will allow you to do it. So there you go. So can you see there? I was wondering, I couldn't figure out why it was wrapping that thread round, because the dark thread, the grey thread, should only sit on the back.
Ah.
Because it's the lower looper. So I couldn't figure out why it was on the top there. But that's why, as soon as I actually put that thread, that needle thread, back where it was meant to be, then it balances out. So you can see there now it's sitting there, it's wrapped around on the back, which is where it needs to be, and then it's creating that seam. So construction-wise, going back to why you would need an overlocker, if you're doing stretch sewing, T-shirts, dance wear, lingerie, quite often you will go for a machine that's got, an overlocker that will allow you to kind of stretch, because that's what will happen.
Yeah.
I'm using calico here. Calico is a good one.
You don't don't want to be stretching your stitches and snapping your stitches when you're in your Pilates class, do you?
Exactly. It's never a good look, is it? You hear those seams popping. And joking apart, quite often you will hear the seams popping when you kind of, you know, sometimes you'll buy a T-shirt and
you can put it on
put it over your head and you hear, gosh, what's happened there? And it's the threads have broken, and that's because it hasn't necessarily been put together in the right way. So an overlocker will help you with that.
Well, we want our garments to last longer, don't we? We want to be able to put them in the wash. We want them to be able to be worn. And, you know, if you're investing in, you know, an overlocker and you want to get into dressmaking, then you want the garments to last.
Absolutely. So, yeah, garment construction might be the situation. Might be that you work with troublesome fabrics. Troublesome fabrics that might be a bit like this one.
Yes.
It's not looking good, is it? Not looking good at all. So you might have a fabric. I mean, this is almost like a silk. So it might be that I want to prolong this fabric. Gosh, it's in a shocking state. I mean, look at the edge there. Look at that. And the longer I leave that as a raw edge, the more of that fabric I'm going to lose over time. So it could be that I've got a nice piece of fabric that I want to keep intact, and I don't want it to kind of fray as I'm working with it or before I even get to it. So I can literally take that and I could just neaten the edge. Just almost like a house.
The majority of our dressmakers that come in, they cut their pattern pieces out and they have overlocked.
Yes, yeah. So it could be that I'm doing that on one side like so. So this is where I would potentially use it in conjunction with a sewing machine. So I'm just going to neaten that edge down one side there. When you come to cut your threads, you can use a little pair of snips if you're wanting to, or you can run it underneath the blade and that will disconnect it. So now I've got a nice neat edge.
Gosh, and you've gone from, what was it, calico or cotton before, under silk, you've not altered any tensions?
No, I don't tend to alter the tension. We'll chat about the tensions and how they behave in just a second. I'm just keeping an eye on the time, I just realised, gosh. So I'm just going to neaten the other side. So if we imagine this was a garment that I was making, so working with probably quite an expensive silk potentially to start with. I'm just going to neaten that edge because I don't want all that happening when I'm actually sewing it, do I? I'm a sewing machine. So let's just get that out of the way. So I've got a nice neat edge there as well. Okay.
How do you clean your overlocker? Do you just sort of use a little brush or?
Well, yeah, it comes with like a little brush that you can access all the areas. Again, you can get right in there, so that's the key thing. So now, my nasty piece of fabric, and let's face it, it was nasty, now has two very neat edges. So if I was making a garment now, and these are my two pattern pieces, I can then take that to my sewing machine. I don't have to worry about what's happening with the fabric, and the fabric's getting smaller and smaller as I'm sewing it. I've got a lovely neat edge. I could just do a straight seam down there, and then I can press that open, and I would have a neatened edge to each side of the seam. Or if I wanted to, I could take both of those, put them through the machine, and actually do my construction as well. So it's entirely up to you how you're wanting to use it, but that's another nice way of using it. But do look at the tensions. The tensions with an overlocker work in the same way as with a sewing machine. You just alter them for a tighter tension or a looser tension. But when you're looking at a kind of a stitch, like this one here, where you've got pretty much, if you've got all the same threads on each one of those, you don't know which thread is doing what. So my suggestion would be is, look at the tensions, and we've got different colours. So where you've got yellow, put a yellow thread on the back. Where you've got blue, put a blue thread on there. Where you've got red, put red on there. Where you've got green, put green on there. Then play around with those tensions, because those tensions, I mean, have a look at where it's stitching out nicely, so as you kind of know where you're going back to. But play around with those tensions, and it will actually show you on your fabric then which one is behaving and which one is not behaving. What happens if you loosen off the lower looper? What happens if you loosen off the upper looper? All of those will show you and enable you to get used to your overlocker and familiarise yourself with the overlocker. And that's the key thing.
Do you get a warranty?
You do. 2-year warranty.
2-year warranty
Yeah, 2-year
included.
warranty.
We've also got it on our split pay, which takes your payments really low today at just £133. Get it home. Maybe 2025 is the year for you to be able to get overlocking. And look, a lot of overlockers I know on the market can cost you 4 figures, can be over £1,000, where you're thinking, oh, I don't know if I'm ready to invest at that point. This is a really good price range to know that you've got a very reputable brand, you've got your warranty, you've got Hayley here as well, who's always, you know, on hand to be able to answer any questions that you have. But for me, that seems really sort of user-friendly as well, and it's something that you're going to get a lot of use out of an overlocker. When you start using it, although a lot of people fear taking them out of the box, as you start using it, there are so many fabrics that this is going to be really useful to work with. Like you said, difficult fabrics that fray a lot. Stretch, though, is a game changer. I mean, I bought a hoodie the other day, and all of the outside seams were all overlocked, and it was like really all in different colours, and
Sometimes
it looked really cool.
it's quite a funky
Decorative.
thing to do, like an almost inside-out effect. You can also use different threads that you've got in your stash at home to get some nice effects. So things like these are overlocker threads.
So what's the difference with an overlocker thread then? Is can you use your normal threads, or do you need an overlocker?
You can use your normal threads. Normal threads tend to be on a smaller spool.
So you get through a lot.
So you get through a lot. That's why we did this particular overlocker one, that you've got a set where you've got 4 of each one of those as well. So yeah, these ones are designed to be used with an overlocker with regard to kind of like the thickness and the nature of the thread as well. We might actually do some Madeira shows where we talk a lot more about thread and the different weights of threads and things like that. But yeah, these ones are your big spools. So basically you've got 4 there, so they go on each one of those spools. You've got your light, your grey, and of course your black in there, as you can see. You can use things like these, so overlocker threads. So this one here is an overlocker thread from Madeira. And this one, I wouldn't, obviously you can't thread that through the eye of a needle, but you could use this on your upper and lower loopers. So that gives you that decorative look that you were talking about. So you could actually have that kind of ombre look, variegated look. They do quite a fabulous range of these.
Oh yeah, definitely get some of those.
All sorts. I mean, there's another one there, the glamour thread from Madeira. So you could actually utilise that as well. I've not actually put these on to see how they behave. So it would be literally on-the-job training if I do it now. I'm more than happy to do that. Whether they would behave or not, I don't know. But yeah, basically all you would do, quite often when you're actually taking a thread and changing a thread, we've seen it before on many of the shows, cut your threads here, attach your new thread with a little knot and then just run it through.
Oh, and pull it through gently.
Yeah.
And you'll be able to not even have to deal with the looper situation.
Yeah.
But remember, this is the machine that has access all areas. It's got the lever that can open that front carriage so you can see. A lot of the fear in threading the lower looper, which is the mischievous one, it is the fact that you can't see it.
Yes.
You can't get to it. Whereas that, you can see exactly where it is that it needs to be threaded. That is brilliant. This is why so many people invest, I know, in air threaders or machines that will cost in the thousands because they fear the threading.
Yeah, and it is the thread. That is the nemesis of a lot of people when it comes to overlockers. Everything that you need is kind of on board. You've got a little area at the front here which opens up, and you've got all the different kind of little your screwdriver, your lint remover, your different stitch fingers in there, and the stitch fingers help you do a variety of different kind of types of stitches. So in the manual, it'll actually explain to you the different stitches that it will do, and it will tell you what you need to include, whether you need to take the blade out, whether you only need to use 3 threads, whether you take the first needle out, the second needle, all of those kind of things. But it's just a really, really easy machine to work with, and that's something that Husqvarna Viking pride themselves on. They're logical machines. They're nice and easy to work with, and that's why people love them so much.
Yeah, I'm thrilled to bring that at that price. Amazing deal today. Once everybody is checked out, there is one left.
Oh, snap it up.
It has been a very busy show. If you've got it in your basket, go for it, honestly, because how's the stock levels with this? Are we all right for getting more of these?
I don't know. Is David still watching?
David, we're going to get more of these. We can't get any more today.
It won't
anyway.
be today.
Yeah.
No, whatever happens, it won't be today. I think we will see it back again. It has been to air quite a few times, and I know lots of people have shopped for it previously. And yeah, we will see it back again, but not today.
Yeah, I'll grab those. If you're watching on a replay, speak to the customer service team. On my screen, we're over allocated, but fingers crossed, yeah, there might be one available for you. But it will come to you threaded. How amazing is that? 2-year warranty, 3-way split pay is on, and a fabulous quality overlocker. We now have just 3 of those remaining, and we're looking on selling out in the next couple of minutes, so check out during the break. But what is fabulous is, I mean, Husqvarna is a big name. There's probably a lot of content online as well. So not only do you have your manual, I know we've had to do a bit of a pit stop through this, but I mean, you're very knowledgeable on these machines.
Well, yeah.
We'll do tutorials in the future, so
Absolutely,
watch this space.
And get in touch if you've got any questions. There's not an issue at all. And don't forget, you'll probably be paying about £40–50 for your thread. So that's
£49 it says. £49 the thread pack. You get that for free. There's 1 left to be allocated, 1 left, and it will go during the break. So that's a full sell-out Husqvarna show. Very exciting.
Oh, you'll love it. You'll love it. I love the
Exciting bit
brand.
of post on its way to you. I love it. Thank you so much.
No
Hayley,
problem.
as
It's been a
always.
pleasure, and I always love working with you. So
I
thank
love working
you.
with you. And we love your quilt behind you as well. Don't forget, have a look on the web to see if you missed the quilt. When are you back, Hayley?
On Sewing Street, it's probably going to be about a month or so, but I'm over on Hobby Maker tomorrow.
We'll
Presenting
see you,
tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you ever so much. Well done, everyone who was in and involved, because, the overlocker has now sold out as well. I'm back with my first ever split pay quilt show. There's so many quilts that absolutely should not be on split pay, so if there's a gorgeous quilt kit that you've always wanted, we're going to do something brilliant for you. Yes, stay where you are. Quilt kits, fabulous deals coming up right after this.
Guess who's going to be back Monday the 17th from 9 o'clock right through to 1 o'clock with you. What is it they say? There's no show without punch. You can't have a 5th birthday without inviting me along to celebrate. So I'm coming in. I've got an amazing takeover planned. You do not want to miss it. When you see some of the deals that we're going to have on, we're going to have an amazing morning. I will see you there.
Subcutting is a really useful technique that we use in patchwork for cutting one piece of fabric into strips and then subcutting them into smaller strips. It makes the whole patchwork process quicker and easier, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to cut a piece of fabric into strips and you want to use the whole width of fabric, fold it in half to start with, and then have the top fold level with one of the lines on your cutting mat. You can then trim it to start with because this is nice and level. So I'm just going to line up one of the lines on the ruler so I know that this is at right angles. Then using your rotary cutter, just cut all the way along the line. You can discard that piece, you don't need that. Now I'm going to cut it, say I want to cut it into 2-inch strips. If it says in your pattern cut 2-inch times width of fabric, line the 2-inch mark up on your ruler and then cut it, and there's a nice 2-inch strip. Now with subcutting, you want to cut this strip into smaller pieces. So 2 ways of doing this: line up the strip on one of the straight lines, and say I want to cut it into 2-inch squares. Again, I'm going to trim the end off just so I've got a nice right angle, and then lining up the 2-inch mark, I'm going to subcut into 2-inch squares. So you can work 2 inches. If you then put the 4-inch mark, make sure you keep the lines on the top of your ruler parallel. So I've now subcut one strip into smaller pieces. If you want to subcut more than one strip, you can do this all together. 2 ways: you can either lay them on your cutting mat like this, one on top of the other, making sure they're nice and level, or if you've got more than 2, because I wouldn't cut through more than this number of layers together, put one below the other. Just make sure that they're all nice and straight and even. You can put them in a row like this. So I can now cut 1, 2, 3, 4 strips at the same time. Again, trim off the end, making sure it's nice and level. Discard those pieces. And if I wanted to cut them in maybe into 4-inch pieces, so I've got 2 by 4 inches, I can cut through all those 3 layers in one go and then carry on. And I've got now accurately subcut pieces from one larger piece of fabric.
A lot of people get terrified when they see a commercial pattern and they see all the lines, all the dots, all the triangles, have no idea what it means. Well, watch now and I'll show you. So the first thing you're going to do is decide what size you're going to cut out. And then it's really important that you follow that line on every single pattern piece that you cut. As you can see here, they're marked up by a different pattern and also the number. When you first open the pattern, you must choose the size that you're making. And whatever you do, you stick to that size. So all the different sizes have a different marking, either a long dot, a small dot, a dash, a dot and a dash or something like that. Always stick to the same size on all the pattern pieces. And the notches, all of the notches are there for a reason. All the little triangles and all the circles are there to be copied, and they must be transferred onto your main bit of fabric. Whenever you see this symbol here, I know it's written down here, but sometimes it's not written. Those two arrows on a square, they are always cut on the fold. And what you do is you fold your fabric in half, you lay this line along the fold mark, and you're cutting the whole piece out in one. And then what's very important, if you want to lengthen or shorten a pattern, don't just add it to the bottom. What you do is you take this line here, and to make it longer, you cut the pattern through there, you open it up by how much you want to extend it by, put a piece of pattern paper behind it, and then redraw this line in here so that it's an even line. Because as you see, the bottom of the pattern isn't a straight line, and if you were just to add to that, it would throw the waist seam. What you need to do is extend it or shorten it from that line, then you keep the waistline. Obviously, I've just shown you the blouse, but the same principles apply for the sleeve. Remember, the back of the sleeve always has two notches, the front always has one notch, and also the skirt, because the notches will match up to the seams that are in the bodice. So make sure you always follow all the lines on the pattern.
When you hear the term half square triangle, or HST, it refers to a simple way to create two identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with two squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the two outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half square triangle is ready to use.
Hello, welcome back. Right, I'm so excited for this show. I heard John Scott had a split pay show with the quilt kits, and it was absolute chaos. So I'm so thrilled because we managed to find a few quilt kits that absolutely should never be on split pay because they're under £100. Normally, our split pay kicks in on the system at £100. And when we were doing a split pay show, we were like, oh, right, what do we, ooh, is everyone okay? Split pay is brilliant, it's cracking. People are falling off their seat with excitement. Don't worry, everything's okay, and that was not a sewing machine. Right, shall we start with this amazing Lynn Goldsworthy quilt? Now, I had no idea that Lynn Goldsworthy was part of Sewing Street. This is so exciting. Yeah, the reason being is because Hannah's called her Lynette Anderson. Has also called her Lynette Anderson all morning. So, yes, it's Lynn Goldsworthy. She's so famous in the quilting world. We all have heard of Lynn Goldsworthy patterns, and the designs are amazing. Really? She's been on air with us then? Oh, this is so exciting. She's actually been on air with us as well. Now, we've got two colourways. Shall we start with the pinks or the purples? It's called red because of the design roll, but you're getting all of your background fabric and you're getting a full Kaffe design roll. Now it's $79.99. That is brilliant value for money anyway. It was the 3rd of January, but now look, right now, I'm not going to lie, this is nothing to do with us. I have no idea why this has been put on 5-way split pay. They were all supposed to be on 3. In fact, actually, I don't know whether the rest are all on 3. This is on 5-way split pay. Right, now is the time to get it. Bearing in mind, this shouldn't even be on 2-way split pay because it's only £79.99. Our split payment kicks in at £100. We're at £15.99. I did ask Hannah this question during prep. How many split pays? And she said 3. I'm presuming 3. Hayley did it very late last night, apparently. Now you've got the chance to be able to get it on a 5-way split pay. You're getting your pattern, half a metre of that magenta, and then how many metres? 2.5 metres of this beautiful blush pink and a whole design roll from Cave for £15.99 on split pay. 5 split payments, 0% interest. Every single person that has loved this quilt. I haven't got a physical copy of the quilt, but you can watch it back. In fact, Hannah, can you have a look on YouTube to see the example? Because this is going absolutely crazy. There's everyone who's going to get it. Fingers crossed you're going to get one. There's less than 20 of these quilt kits left. 5-way split pay. Now, I work over on our sister channels as well. I'm over on Under Jewelry Maker on Tuesday. I'm on Gems on Wednesday. I'm here and there everywhere. But we did a split pay show as a massive deal, and they had never, on a sister channel, bearing in mind Gems has been going 20 years, they'd never done 4-way split pay, ever. We've got it on 5-way split pay. This is crazy. I'm really being totally honest, this was supposed to be on 3-way split pay, and I cannot promise, until we put the graphic stuff, we can't see on the system what split payments it's on. So there is a good chance the rest are on 3-way, which is brilliant. This is crazy. £15.99. In fact, I can show you on YouTube. Lynn Goldsworthy was actually here with Stuart. Oh, and it looks amazing. You can watch it. It was not on split pay during that show. It was the same price. It was £80. It was £79.99, but it was not on split pay. Honestly, that is for today and today only. It looks beautiful in those star elements. You've got your full instructions here of how to, you will learn how to piece a Lone Star block, including strip piecing, cutting 45-degree angles and assembling each diamond. You will also learn incredibly simple foundation paper piecing using pre-cut pieces to make it even easier for you to achieve perfectly. And you will also learn Y seams. So it's a really big skill building project using 2.5-inch strips to be able to do that beautiful star. If you've got any of the 2.5-inch strip panels from Sarah's show this morning, you could also be able to learn how to use a 45-degree angle on your ruler to do a Lone Star block like this. Amazing. You're then also getting your template included, options on finishing the quilt, but also definitely watch that show back on YouTube, which was on the 3rd of January this year. First time ever on split pay. Design roll and 3 meters of fabric, £15.99. We've got 8 remaining now, and more of you have got it in your basket. 7 left. We'll move on. I'll keep you updated. I've got the same quilt, different colourway. Now, the moment, let's see, we've all been waiting for. How many split pays has Hayley put this on? Da, 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 da. 5-way split pay. If I knew this, I would have been telling everybody about it at 8 o'clock this morning. That is amazing. Right, sorry, I will stop screaming and shouting about it now, but that is balmy. £15.99. Sorry. I shouldn't have opened this. I'm just going to really gently stroke it, and then I'm going to put it back. I'm going to put it back down. There you go. I'll put it back. There you go, Dan. He's not going to be cross with me. He ran into the gallery like, no, no, no. Oh, it's done now. It's done now. It's like in slow-mo. And then he went, it's done now, isn't it? It's done. It's done. She's opened it. She's ruined it. Now here you're getting your full pattern, your template included. You are going to learn so many amazing techniques. And how gorgeous is this block? Great way of using your design rolls, your strip rolls. And then you're also getting your background fabric included as well. And what do you use your half metre for? Oh yeah, so you've got your background, so you're going to be doing a light blue background with this. Then you're going to be doing the dark blue in this section here, behind the Lone Star block. Beautiful block, easy construction, your cutting instructions. There was a full demonstration as well with Stuart. I'm sure he gave some great tips too on the 3rd of January. If you want to watch that back, then you've also got your full CAIF design. Do you know anybody who's a CAIF lover, who loves working with blues, at that price point, at $15.99 on split pay, it is absolutely worth getting this bundle and then using this as a different, source for different projects that you have, or just keeping that in your stash. For the amount of fabric you're getting and for the fact that you can get it today on split pay at $15.99 is a no-brainer. I love the blues. The blues and the greens together look absolutely beautiful. Full CAIF strip roll, 5-way split pay. Honestly, I can't believe it. I'm so excited. If this is the case, that all of these are on 5-way split pay, we are going to have an absolute field day. Do you know, did you do the split pay show with John, Hannah? And were they on 5-way? Were they on 5-way split pay? I heard about the split pay show. I did not hear about a 5-way split pay. No, 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 no. I mean, 3-way, yes, I would understand. 5-way. Can you hear what's going on in my ear? 5-way just seems a lot, doesn't it? Only £15.99 a month, 0% interest. No questions asked, no credit checks or anything like that. Our split pay system automatically kicks in at £100. We can't override the system. Hayley's specifically put these on. She has access to all areas as our manager. She's changed it. But we were under the impression that we were going to get everything on 3-way split pay. Brilliant. 5-way is a bit outrageous. It's controversial, Bruce. 5-way split pay, $15.99. Just so you know, the less than 20 of the blue kit, the magenta, or what we called red, I believe could be a sellout any second now. There's 17 of the blue in baskets and only 20 of these remaining. Love that Harvest Star. Remember, you can watch that demo back on YouTube. They were really popular during the launch. They were not on split pay, not even 2-way. So good. Right, now. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's fuming with me, seething. Right, let's have a look. Should we do Lynn Goldsworthy? I've got the Dresden Daisies here. This looks a mega quilt. Look at it, it's massive, 63-inch square. So, right, let me talk you through. You are getting here 3.5 metres of your cream. Oh, split pays on. How many? It's on 5-way. $21.99 on 5-way split pay. We would normally only do our 5-way split pay on a very expensive sewing machine. I'm sure the show with John, please will someone message in, I haven't got my iPad here, but message into Hannah, and will you let me know if you watched John's split pay show? John, if you're watching, I know these weren't in there because these are newer ones from what John's show was, but was John's famous split pay show on 3-way or 5-way? I want to know, please. You've got all of these beautiful linen texture. Oh yeah, they should have all been on 3. They should have definitely all been on 3. Now, you're also getting all of these fat quarters as well. Oh, this is so amazing. This was Stuart's birthday show. Oh, is Lynn, I wonder, one of Stuart's friends? Yeah, they are friends. They are friends. Oh, she is so famous in the quilting world. She's designed some beautiful quilts, and she's designed these for Sewing Street. So it was on two-way split pay on the show because it was over £100. But today, five-way split pay. There's Lynn and Stuart. What date was this? Do you know what date this was on Stuart's birthday? It was the 2nd of the 2nd. The 2nd of Feb this year, if you want to watch that back. And look at the flowers. I love that because there's no sort of direction to the quilt. I'm looking behind me like it's behind me, and that is a video. But you also have all of this beautiful fabric as well, which, if I'm not mistaken, this is Moda. Yeah, it is. This is a whole Moda collection. It's absolutely beautiful. Lynn Goldsworthy pattern included. Let's see, because I love how she puts here. You will learn how to make the Dresden blocks in various sizes, including layering the Dresden plates up for a bigger daisy, how to make half-inch wide tape using Blair's tape maker, or pressing the fabric strips to make the tape, and how to do raw edge applique on the Dresden centres, leave the background, leaves to the background using fusible web and a blanket stitch like this. But that patchwork, I love it, absolutely love it. This faux patchwork fabric is actually used in the binding. That's your binding fabric. I'd keep that. I would keep that and use something else. Right, I believe it's sold out. We're just waiting on confirmation on the last one, but yeah, it's about to go. 5-way split pay. I will never tire of seeing that 5-way split pay for the next half an hour. Let's hope and pray. Hayley's put them all on 5-way split pay. We're going to be disappointed now if we see a 3-way split pay, aren't we? Right, here we go. Let's do the one that's hanging behind me. Let's go for this. Now, this is called Ancient Woodlands. It's a Sanderson quilt. I've got red available, which is the one on the wall, and I've also got a blue available. I haven't got a sample of the blue, but I can show you the red. So, the red full box kit, £199. We are actually going to take it lower today as well. So not only are we going to get it on split pay, yep, you guessed it, 5-way split pay. We've done it, we've done it, we've done it. Please take advantage of these shows. We don't do them very often. As a business, it's not really feasible for us to be putting things on 5-way split pay. Obviously, we're not charging any interest on those payments. But it's brilliant for you to be able to, fingers crossed, achieve, the results that you want in big heirloom quilts affordably. So you can hopefully, split those payments down and make it more accessible. $39.99, and you'll get the whole quilt kit home this month. Oh, in fact, actually, look at your split pays now. Look at your split pays now. $149.99 takes your 5-way split pay under £30. Under £30 a month. Sanderson. Oh, see, what I love as well is Sanderson is world renowned. I was so excited about this show, by the way. So excited. We went and got the quilt kit, this one from upstairs. We were planning which ones we were going to do. We loved it all, knowing that we were going to do 3-way split pay show. Like, I was just thrilled with that anyway. The fact that now these Sanderson's quilts are on 5-way split pay, I think is brilliant. Your Ancient Woodland quilt. This is beautiful. Let me show you the traditional fabrics and those lovely colours. But what I love as well is that you've got a lot of, do you know whenever we use our mixer Misty Blue, and it goes really well with everything. Look at this colour that you're getting in there. This sort of duck egg colour. And that is a woven fabric, by the way. That is a woven fabric. It's beautiful. It's not just printed on. You're getting the stripes in there. We've got the lovely greys as well with the leaves. That is gorgeous. Oodles of... I just want to open out one of these fabrics just so you can see. When we see boxed quilt kits, quite often it's deceiving how much fabric you actually get. This is one of the hero prints. And look, you're getting loads. See, that goes around the stars here. You could swap that out for a solid. I would keep this to make cushions to go with. I mean, absolutely, it's beautiful. It's up to you how you use it, but make the most of the fact that today, and I must stress it's literally today only. We don't put, we have to have special permission. It is a dedicated split pay show. They will all go today, or if any are remaining, I don't think they'll be on 5-way split pay. No. They're taken off at midnight tonight. So if you're watching on a replay this evening, you might still have a chance at some of these, but just so you know, a lot of the quilts that we've already shown have sold out. I love them all. Was this demonstrated at all? Has this been on? Has it had a demo? Do we know if there is a date that we can watch back? It was back on the 23rd of the 1st, 23rd of January. The Robinswood Sanderson's colour is beautiful. And this is to make the quilt that is behind me. I believe this is used round the stars and also in the binding. But in fact, actually, the blocks themselves, when you look at the rows, are really quite straightforward. We're looking at squares, flying geese units, half square triangles. They're all really achievable blocks, but it gives this really cool secondary pattern because of the placement of the fabrics. The border's beautiful as well. Your solid fabric that's included is there. You've got lots of great options in terms of your quilting because the size of it isn't too daunting. You could do it absolutely on your domestic machine. £149.99, discounted by £50, and now for the first time ever under £30 on split pay. When this was launched, it was on split pay, yes, but I don't think it would have been over 3-way. Maybe 2-way, potentially 3-way, I'm not quite sure, but I love it, absolutely love it. The fact that you're getting it on 5-way is amazing, amazing. Right, okay. That one is underneath us on the website. We are going to keep going because we've got so many ones that we want to show you. Oops, sorry, Bruce. We've got this also in a blue. We've got this in a blue. Yeah, don't miss Sanderson's. It's just that name, isn't it? The quality of the fabrics is amazing, but also it's the prints. It's those iconic prints. Blue is the same one again, this time in blue. You're getting 7.5 metres in total of Sanderson Free Spirit fabric. It's also got your full instructions within here, and you're getting all of those gorgeous blue fabrics. Now, it says intermediate, but with the instructions, and if you just, you know, take your time, it's very difficult to put a level on it, I suppose. I would say an advanced beginner, go for it. Just take your time. Don't rush it. Step by step, it's repetition with your blocks, and you can do it. These 5-way split pays really mean that maybe you can just say, right, well, this is my 2025 quilt. This is the one I'm going to be just doing slowly, bit by bit, over the next few months. And paying less than £30 a month to access all of this beautiful fabric. It's all been teamed together for you. That's what I love about buying a kit. There's a lot of people who I know who are a bit further along maybe in their quilting journey that say, right, I'm going to start going through my stash and putting together my own quilt where I design the secondary patterns and I know the placements and I know what colours work well together. And that's a skill in itself. For me, it's nice to be able to have a good pattern, have the right amount of fabric in your stash ready to go, and work from a quilt kit. £149.99. Normally you sort of pay a bit more of a premium for that ability to have it all boxed ready for you, but we've taken £50 off today and you're getting it under £30 a month on split pay. Brilliant deal. This was again launched back in January. It's not a quilt kit that's been in the warehouse for the last year. This is something that is literally fresh, hot off the press, and today, first time it's ever been on 5-way split pay. Sanderson, beautiful Arboretum collection, teamed up with Free Spirit, so your fabric is so soft, is so beautiful to sew, beautiful to cut, and it's going to be that heirloom quilt, let's face it, isn't it? Love it in the blue colourway. You still get that Robin's, is it called Robin Wood? That really gorgeous print as well included, but this time in that blue colourway, which looks like this. 175 centimetres by 135 centimetres is your finished size. Your top of the quilt and the binding is included. 7.5 metres of Sanderson fabric in there. Gorgeous. Oh, Bruce got a power cut. Sorry, he's just testing out his acting skills. Oh, funny. It was so funny. Before we came live, Hayley said, just so you know, I'm going to do a power cut during this. And Bruce was like, what? I'm pleased you have told me that you're going to turn this power cut. She says, I want to show anybody. You know, if there is a power cut in your home, you turn your machine back on and it's right back where you left off. But we all did have a little bit of a panic. I said, right, how much do you want me to get into this power cut? Do you need me to get my candle out? Do we need to turn all the lights down? She was like, no, just turn it off and say, if you have a power cut. Yeah, Bruce bought candles. I got my certificate from my BTEC National Diploma in musical theatre that I got when I was 16. We're all ready to play cards under candlelight. Right, anyway, that is the blue colourway. We'll leave that one with you. Enjoy this 5-way split pay show. I've got William Morris quilts on 5-way split pay. Right, rustic form. I don't know whether I'm getting a little bit too excited about this. I've never done a 5-way split pay show, ever. Right, there's literally one of these remaining, so I can't unbox this because this is the one that you'll be getting. One left. It's a massive quilt, 230 centimetres by 188. Now, if you've got it already, well done. We've got one chance left. 5-way split pay takes it down today to $31.99. $31.99 a month. Oh, I've done this one. I did this with Stuart. We demoed it. It was back on the 20th of January. It's lovely. It's a big quilt. It was not on 5-way split pay then. This one has sold out. It's on its way to you. Rustic Fall, gorgeous. Now, we've got another William Morris, this time the Crossroads quilt. This one has already got a lot of people. You're all getting the hang of this. A lot of people are underneath us on the website being like, yep, I'll have that one. Is this even bigger? Yeah, this is 244 centimetres by 203. It's already gone. Honestly, it is going to be chaos. I've got Entangled quilt. Have you got this on 5-way split pay? Right, okay. We had this on the other day. This is from the Emery Walker's house. It was on split pay before. Look, if you got it before, still the same price. It's just hopefully now opening up a whole new aspect for anybody who has never been able to. If you've never been able to get involved, if you've been thinking, do you know what, I've missed out on that, or I just can't afford to make that payment this month, whereas less than £40, I think this is brilliant. Now, anybody who has never used the split pay before, if you're just watching today and you're like, right, actually, do you know what? This is too good to miss. If you go to the web shop and you click the icon, there is a little tick box that says split pay. It will automatically put it on 5-way split pay, which is brilliant. So it's not every, over the next 5 weeks once, it's literally every month, which is fantastic. Now, I told you the other day, didn't I, that my mum wanted to buy a wardrobe from John Lewis, and they went through all these different credit checks with her, and in the end she says, I've been on the phone for so long. I just said, do you know what? I don't really want it anymore. It's fine. But what is brilliant is no credit checks. You pay the first payment as normal, and then it's just set up. It's just set up literally, one payment this month, the same date next month. What are we today? The 15th? 15th, 16th today, 16th of March, 16th of April, 16th of May, your next payments will automatically come up. So you don't need to be ringing the call centre, it's already set up for you. But there is no hidden admin fee. Be careful. I have been guilty, I've found out that I've actually paid extra, which I thought it was 0%, but there was still admin fees, hidden fees. There is no hidden admin fee with this. So if you've loved the Entangled quilt, this is a quilt that we had on the other day because it launched as part of the Treaters Week. We have had Probably this is the most loved quilt, I'd say. It's honestly been done in so many colourways now. We love it with the William Morris Emery Walker's House collection. We'd taken £50 off, and for the first time ever, even on the Treaters Week, it wasn't on 5-way split pay. These shows are brilliant. We've only ever done it once before. We did it with John. And I'm going to bring him on the way back, actually, and see if he did a 3-way or 5-way split pay show, because I don't know if we've ever done a 5-way split pay show like this. Brilliant value, isn't it, now? To be able to get a massive William Morris quilt, I mean, it's nearly 200 centimetres square. It's 193 by 193. You're getting so much fabric. Oh, my gosh. Do you know how much fabric you're getting here? 11 metres. 11. I read that right. In total, over 11 metres across 14 William Morris fabrics. That is brilliant. Now, within here as well, the way that it's constructed, the amount of messages we had during that show to say, look, this is the only free spirit box quilt kit that I've seen that has literally step-by-step videos of part of Free Spirit's website. So you can do each round. So the first round starts in the centre and goes out. It's not constructed in, your traditional way. This could be your first really, really big quilt, but it's the only one that we have ever had, I believe, that has a full video tutorial of step-by-step rounds with Free Spirit. So you've got all of your step-by-step guide, which is the biggest booklet I've seen from these boxed quilt kits as well. But additionally to that, you've also got your video tutorials as well, which the amount of people messaged in saying, don't be daunted by the look of it. It looks very complex. It's, what is it that Susie Duncan says, or Janet Clare says? Minimum effort, maximum result, something like that. You are literally going to be able to do this, even if you are a newer quilter. Maybe you don't do this as your first quilt, but still, literally take it step by step, round by round. And for the amount of fabric that you are getting, looks complex, simple to do. You want something to look impressive, don't you? But you're getting so much fabric in there. Even at this price, actually, if you're thinking of different projects, you've got a huge William Morris stash there for $39.99 on split pay. 5-way split pay. Just talking about split pay, I'm not going to go on a whole tangent like I did the other day. But I've been part of the craft industry now from the last, probably for the last 8 or 9 years, and a previous life of Sewing Quarter, which a lot of us were watching, a lot of us were there, myself and John and Hannah and Hayley, we're all there. Anyway, when we were at Sewing Quarter, we could not offer split pay. And when we started out 5 years ago, literally, well, we're celebrating our 5th birthday next month. When we started 5 years ago, in the initial meetings, we said, right, we're going to be part of Gemporia. Gemporia offers split pay. That will be a game changer for us to be able to put anything on split pay. We weren't able to do that model until about 6 months into being a company, and it was amazing the day that we were so proud, and so many people messaging in. So please don't think that this is the norm. It's a big deal for a business to be able to say, okay, yeah, you can do it on split pay. That's why we can't do it on everything. It just doesn't make business sense for us to put everything on 5-way split pay. But it is brilliant when we do it, because it allows you to be able to get these, let's face it, what are like heirloom quilts. These are quilts that you're going to make. I'm sure they'll be passed down through generations of your family, because they are William Morris, timeless, classic, quality fabrics, but also just so amazing, so impressive. I could talk about this for the whole hour, because it is honestly one of the most loved quilts we've ever done. We've had it for about a year in so many different colourways. It's the only one that we keep asking to be re-kitted for us. Love that. First time ever on 5-way split pay. I don't actually know, correct me if I'm wrong at home, I don't actually know if we've ever done any colourway of the entangled quilt on 5-way split pay. I don't want to say that we haven't, but you never know if we did it on a birthday event or something. But I don't know if we have. I know I haven't. 5-way split pay is so good. So good. 11 metres of fabric. That is a lot for your money as well. Okay, so That is gorgeous. It's underneath us on the web. If you're watching on a replay, call up, because there's less than 20 of those quilt kits left. Roll up, roll up, roll up. Sorry, I thought I was still in Minehead at Hook a Duck. Oh, bless. So, Tilly, who's the little one, well, I say little one, she's the bigger of the littlest, but one of the twins. We went to Hook a Duck. Maisie wanted to do Hook a Duck. The twins are at an age now that are like, my turn, my turn, my turn. I was like, oh my gosh, this is £5 a go. But luckily, the man obviously saw my face, and so basically said, I'm feeling generous, whatever. Gave her one of those massive toys. But I was like, oh my gosh, where are we going to put these? You know when you think it's a really good idea in the arcade? And then we were in the van on the way home, like squashed by this huge duck that Tilly got on Hook a Duck. Yeah, this is really fun, but where is this going to get lost accidentally? Where can we leave these? You know, yeah. But then, you know, when you do the ticket machines, they all come out and then you get like a sticker and you know that you spent about £40 on all these arcade machines. But we've had fun. We've created memories. Right. Seth Apter. Do you love Tim Holtz? Tim Holtz and Seth Apter are both very, very famous for their papercraft backgrounds. They both know each other, they're both friends, and they both have a similar sort of style. This is one that I did with Stuart, the Written in the Stars, in the dark colourway. I know that we had a couple of colourways. Is this the only one that we have in the Written in the Stars? The only colourway that we have today? Yeah. There's one left. What date did I do this with Stuart? Because we demoed this as well. The fabrics are gorgeous. Back on the 4th of January, myself and Stuart Hillard watched the show back. We did not have it under £30 on split pay. $27.99. The very last one. It's about to go, about to go, about to go. We've got Dancing Through Life. Da, 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 da. Nothing to do with Wicked. This is Dance of Life from George Mendoza. This fabric is gorgeous. Gorgeous. This goes under 100. Normally wouldn't even qualify for two-way split pay under 100. Today, 5-way split pay. 5-way split pay. How good is this? There are literally 2 quilt kits remaining. It has been the same all day. Sell-out shows. This makes it less than £20 on 5-way split pay. 160 by 160, full your box quilt kit. I'm just going to really shimmy this open. I'm looking at the quantities of these before I do it, and I know how limited this is, Hannah, so I know you're going to tell me off, but you do get your instructions. Oh! There you go, Bruce. Right, now, we also have the most gorgeous fabrics in here. I'm shimmying it out. You are getting a mixture of not printed but woven fabrics. And look at these. They are absolutely gorgeous. Under £100 for all of these gorgeous fabrics. Look at the colours George used. Not only have you got, oh, I love this as well. You've also got all those woven fabrics. I love the mixture of printed and woven fabrics. It's sold out, sold out, sold out, sold out. Oh, I remind you, Hannah, you're here till 9 o'clock tonight. I need to go down and have a lie down in a dark room. You can go do that too upstairs if you want, in the wellbeing room. We have a wellbeing room here. It's like the spa room. We just need like spa room music. What should we do? Henry Glass. 4 stars quilt. Henry Glass as well is such lovely quality fabric, isn't it? You know that. Oh, this is so limited as well. There's people buying all sorts on pre-order. If you've already checked out on this, don't panic. Our system's very clever. You're not charged till midnight tonight. So that means that you're not going to be paying $129.99. You'll pay under £100 today. $99.99, which takes your split payments down to some of the lowest of the whole show. You're paying less than £20 a month for a Henry Glass quilt kit. I don't think we have enough Henry Glass quilt kits. I love Henry Glass fabrics. They're so lovely. They're quite traditional, but yet you're getting really lovely pops of bright colours as well. So with this one, you're getting like those duck egg blues and like the Sara Page green. Love it. There's 3 remaining and we're at $99.99. 5-way split pay is on. Big quilt, 117 centimetres square. From the Bucklebury Chintz collection from Michelle Yeoh. $99.99. There's 2 left. What? Why? There's 2 left, Hannah. Okay, Hannah's officially lost the plot. There's 1 left, and she's going again. 1 left. Everybody has bought this. There were 5 of them. You've all paid $89.99 now. You know when you're like, right, we're so far from the rule book, we might as well just chuck it out the window. There you go. It's just one of those days today. It's been brilliant. Joan, what is the quilt behind you, please? It is Ancient Woodlands. Oh, look at this for service. It's that one. Ancient Woodlands in the red. It's a Sanderson Free Spirit quilt. We'll put it through for you, Joan. There it is. Your item code is OTUV15, $149.99, and it is also on 5-way split pay. That should be $199.99. We took £50 off that one as well. Henry Glass, gone. Let's do some Moda. Moda in my heart. Oh, these are these beautiful, no. Is it the Fiesta? No. It's called Fiesta on here, in my heart. These are the rainbow ones. I did this with Catherine Wright. We did this with Catherine Wright. But you have Moda fabrics in here. Oh, yeah, it does say in my heart, look. In my heart, 68 by 52. Maybe the collection is Fiesta. There's your key. And you get loads of fabric, and it's really nice and bright. There's 2 of these left. It's never been on 5-way split pay. The very last of stock, just to make it a little bit more accessible for you, $139.99. I did this with Catherine Wright. We did a full demo on it, and it is really clever. Beautiful, bright, colourful fabrics, just what we need this time of year. It's another sellout. Well done, well done, well done. I love all the Moda fabrics as well. They are really beautiful to do your patchwork quilting with. They're obviously famous for their patchwork fabrics. $27.99 on split pay. Sanderson, charming day. Lovely day, charming day. Okay, charming day. I've not seen this one before, but it's from that same Arboretum collection from Sanderson's. You have got your full instructions. That borders, that lovely Robin Wood fabric. I love it. Now, this is a beginner level quilt. So if you've never bought a quilt kit from us, get it on split pay today at $27.99, and you could be making a lovely 101 square centimetre quilt. So it's an achievable size, but the piecing is really straightforward. Oh, hang on. Arboretum and William Morris in here. I've got William Morris Strawberry Thief. Fabulous, fabulous. So your charming daylight quilt. As you can see here, really straightforward construction and different, and all those lovely fabrics as well. Your collections from the Arboretum range, you've also got some William Morris in there. Your layout diagram is here. How to work, how to cut all of those different units, how to stitch them together. It's all included. Great quilt kit for anybody who's brand new to quilting. This is probably the most straightforward in terms of the piecing. Nice big border as well. You do also have your binding included, and it's Sanderson quilts, $139.99. What? Okay, we've literally got, what, about 3-4 minutes? Hannah has now absolutely lost the plot. We're under £100. Under £100. And Bruce has just said, actually, you got 3 minutes, Vic. So because of that, how about we go even lower? Who's on with Hannah? Nigel May, who's on with Hannah this evening? Do you know who's on with Hannah this evening? Who's presenting tonight? What's that? Who's presenting tonight? Oh, is it Shez? Shez. Oh, Have you warned her about Hannah? Hannah's going to be here till 9 o'clock tonight. She's run out of food. She's run out of food. She ate it all before 9 a.m. She's had a full pesto pasta, 3-course lunch, olives and pineapple together before 9 a.m. We were a bit worried about her. She says, I'm all kissed out, ready for the whole day. I've got all my snacks all lined out. She's got a 3-hour break, so she might walk to Greg's and get a second part of snacks for the rest of the day. $79.99. There are 15 of these straight away in baskets. You're getting your charming day. What day was this demoed? Because we obviously aren't going to have much time to talk about this. We are about to hand over to Hobby Maker. But this was back on the 24th of Jan, literally this year. If you do want to watch the show back, watch it at your leisure and enjoy the fact that you can get it at $15.99 today. Love split pay. Oh, I'm going to ask for more split pay shows because that was so much fun. Okay, I won't ask when anybody from the financial side or the MT. I don't think Scott likes these split pay shows. They are few and far between. We don't do them very often, and we'll probably do them on a Sunday when he's not in the office. So, yes, it's been an absolute ball. Well done, everybody who's got something. Just so you know, there's quite a few quilt kits that I haven't got round to doing. Are they also all on 5-way split pay on pre-order? I think so. So, look, there's... All I see is blue, flower field in mauve. There are some real flower field in lime. There's so many lovely quilt kits here that are all going to be discounted underneath us on the website. So keep your eyes peeled for those. What a show. And tomorrow, as I said, I need to lie down because I've got to get prepped and ready for tomorrow. I'm on with the fabulous Sara Davis tomorrow. I can't wait to see her. She's joining me for 4 whole hours from 9 till 1. Please join us if you can. It's going to be epic. We've got pre-birthday build-up shenanigans with Sara. Pre-birthday special, it says on the graphics. Pre-birthday special shenanigans, I said. So stay tuned with Sewing Street tomorrow morning. Thank you so much for your company. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Stay for more crafting with Hobby Maker. Join Hannah this evening. If she's in this kind of mood, you're going to have a great evening on Hobby Maker as well. And I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Bye.